40 minutes before my own wedding, I was crouched behind the dessert table, refolding a napkin no guest would ever notice, because fixing small things was the only way to keep my hands from shaking. Toma! Yuki loomed over me with a clipboard she did not need. You know the napkin is not going to love you back, right? I checked. That is not how napkins work. It is a detail, I said. Details do what you tell them. That is the saddest sentence I have heard all week, and I booked a funeral on Tuesday. She crouched beside me. Seating chart is done. Band is tuned. Your bow tie is crooked, which I am reading as a cry for help. It probably is one. Kota, the 6-year-old ring bearer, tugged my sleeve with the gravity of a man closing a deal. Mr. Toma, is the cake gonna have a face? No faces on the cake, I said. Faces make people nervous. I want a face. I am gonna marry the cake. You have known that cake for 2 minutes. He shrugged, supremely confident. Yeah, but it is the good kind of cake. It does not yell. No, I admitted. It does not. And it is sweet. See, he said, spreading his hands like he had won a trial. He had a cleaner relationship strategy than most of the grooms I had catered for, which was not the comforting thought it should have been. Behind me, a waiter lost a tray, and 3 flutes went over in that bright little disaster of breaking glass. 2 older servers froze, bracing for a groom who screamed. Leave the sharp ones for me, I said, already down on the floor. Nobody loses a shift over a dropped tray. Sir, I am so sorry, I will pay for the young waiter started, going white. You will pay for nothing, I said. Glass is cheaper than good staff, and I need the staff. Grab a broom, we are fine. He went. Mrs. Endo, the oldest server, watched me work on my knees in a wedding suit. You are a strange groom, Mr. Arai. I get that a lot. Yuki hauled me up by the elbow. The groom is not supposed to run cleanup at his own wedding, you know? The groom is supposed to be useful. It is the one thing I am good at. It is the one thing you hide behind. She said it plainly, not as a joke. There is a difference, Toma, and one day you are going to notice it. I did not answer because she was right, and it was too early in the morning to admit she was right about anything. I checked the head table instead. 2 place cards, Toma and Mika, in careful lettering. Her chair pulled out at the angle she liked because I had pulled it out that morning, but her seat had no coat, no bag, no small sign that anyone had claimed the space. Brides run late, I told myself. Arriving last is the whole job, so the room turns at once when they come through the doors. My hand went to my phone anyway. Toma, Yuki warned, check that thing one more time, and I am dropping it in the punch. There is no punch. I will invent punch. I will build a fountain of it from scratch, just to have somewhere to drown that phone. A real laugh got out of me, and it helped more than it should have. The napkins had better boundaries than half the guests here. Yuki followed my eyes to the empty chair at the head table. She is just running late, I said before she could. Sure, she said, in the voice she uses when she has already done the math and is politely letting me catch up. Running late. I put the phone away. Ceremony in 30. Whatever was late would arrive, the way a set room always pulls its people into place. Then the back doors opened early, and the temperature of the room dropped without a single word being spoken. A man walked in who was on none of my triple-checked lists, in a suit worth more than the catering bill, silver at the temples, calm as someone who has never once been told no. I knew the face. Reiji Shinomiya, whose foundation Mika had produced 3 galas for last year. She had come home glowing every one of those nights, and I had been proud of her, and I had called that glow the work. I was starting to learn it had a different name, and the name was crossing my reception floor with his hand already out. You must be Toma, he said, smiling like a man on time for a meeting I did not know we had. I hear the room always runs well when you are in it. It does, I said. Can I find you a seat? No, he said gently. I am not staying for the seats. Kota chose that second to announce to the whole hall, the cake still does not have a face. Nobody laughed. Behind me, the bride's room door clicked shut, and I felt it in my chest more than I heard it. 4 months making this room perfect, and it had very quietly stopped being mine. The bride's room had a mirror, a couch, and Mika standing very straight in the center, like she had practiced the standing. Toma, she said, and did not come toward me. Please, do not make this loud. I have not said anything yet. You have the calm face on. You always do the calm face right before you fix something, she said, and I cannot have you fix this one. I cannot marry you today. I set my keys on the vanity, slow, because my hands needed one honest task. Okay, talk to me. If it is nerves, we can wait an hour. It is not nerves, and it is not an hour. She looked at the door, not at me. It is Reiji. The name ended the sentence for her, which was the point of using it. He is standing in my wedding hall, I said. So you knew he was coming here today. This morning, when you let me fix your chair, you already knew. She did not answer that, which was its own kind of answer. He can give me a life you cannot, she said instead. Not a fancier life, a safe one. We were getting there. We were almost out of the bad part. Almost is not a wall, Toma. It is a hope, and I am so tired of living on your hope. So you went and found a wall. She finally looked at me, and there was something like grief in it, which was worse than nothing at all. Say something, she said. Get angry. Do not stand there being reasonable at me. You want me to make this easier for you, I said. You want me to yell so you can be the one who got yelled at. That is not, she started. I have made things easier for you for 9 years, I said. I think today I am going to let it be hard. For both of us. That is cruel. It is the first honest thing I have done all morning, and you would know the difference if you had stayed long enough to see it. She pressed her lips together and said nothing, and for once I did not rush to fill the silence for her. Reiji opened the door without knocking, because men like him never learned that knocking is a thing that exists. Toma, I want you to know that I respect you. This is not personal. It is my wedding, I said. It is landing pretty personal on my end. Fair, he said, unbothered, and reached into his jacket for the thing he had brought instead of an apology. He set a thick cream envelope on the vanity next to my keys. For the trouble, the deposits, the lost day, the start of whatever comes next for you. No strings. I insist. Take it, Mika said quietly. Please, let it be clean. Clean, I repeated. The word tasted scrubbed down with a lie. I put one finger on the corner and slid the envelope back across the vanity until it sat square in front of him again. No, money is not an insult, Toma, he said, gentle as a knife going in easy. It is the most honest thing in this room. Then you keep your honesty. I will keep my mourning. He blinked once, the exact blink of a man watching an automatic door refuse to open for him. You are upset. That is understandable. The offer stands. The offer is the insult, and I am not confused about which part of this hurt. I picked up my keys and left his money lying there on the glass. Mika, I hope it is safe. I mean that in the coldest way the words will hold. I walked out. Behind me, she said my name once, and then I heard it not become a second time, and that little silence told me the entire rest of the story better than she had. In the side hall, I stood alone and counted my breathing like it belonged to a stranger. 5 minutes. 5 minutes after I set that envelope down, my phone buzzed against my chest. Then again. Then a third time, all inside a few seconds. 3 names I had only ever heard spoken as one unit. Shiori Shinomiya, Mei Shinomiya, Rina Shinomiya. 3 daughters, 3 separate messages, none of them CCing the others, all of them writing to the man their father had just tried to buy out of the room. I did not open them. I was not going to read anything standing this close to the wound. Kota appeared at my elbow, solemn as a very small priest. Mr. Toma, the cake is still ready, even if the people are not. The cake had better timing than any adult in the building, and it had just proved it out loud. Yeah, buddy, I said, steadier for having him there. Let us go check on the cake. The reception hall held 200 bewildered guests, 1 3-tier cake, and exactly 0 people getting married. So, I did the only thing I know how to do when a room comes apart in my hands. I went to the kitchen, where I have always been most useful and least required to feel anything. The head chef met me at the pass, gray in the face. Mr. Arai, we can box it all quiet, send it home with the guests. Nobody has to make a scene. Do the guests still get fed? I asked. Of course, but after what she did, nobody expects you to lift a finger for this party. The party did not leave me. She did, I said. Feed them. He blinked, nodded, and went off to feed 200 people out of pure professional pride. That was the exact moment the cake chose violence. The top tier, undermined by a soft filling nobody could have predicted, slid sideways and folded into the second with a slow, wet, deeply undignified splat. The whole kitchen held its breath, waiting to see which adult would cry first. Then Kota, who had trailed me in like a duckling, gasped with pure and holy joy. It is a volcano. It is a volcano of love. 3 more kids appeared the instant sugar was destroyed. Volcano, one of them confirmed. Grave as a scientist. Of love, another added. The vote was unanimous. The frosting landslide was voted a feature, not a flaw. At least one thing in this room had the decency to fall apart honestly. Sir, Mrs. Endo murmured at my shoulder. Are you okay? No, but the volcano is genuinely spectacular, so it sort of evens out. She almost smiled, then her eyes cut past me and went cold. Mika stood in the doorway, not for me, an ant cornered, talking low and fast. The pieces I caught were he insisted on the cheap staff, and you saw how the cake just came apart. The cake was perfect, Mrs. Endo said, loud enough to carry, to nobody, and to everybody. It was the people in this room that came apart today. A few of the staff turned. Mika felt the floor tilt under the story she was telling and stopped mid-sentence. The young waiter caught my sleeve as I passed him. Mr. Arai, thank you. Most grooms would have had us all fired by now. Most of you are having a worse day than you earned, I said. Go eat something. You did good work in there. He nodded like I had handed him something heavier than a thank you. Behind them, Mika opened her planner and pressed a single white camellia from her bouquet flat between the pages. Careful, private. Like a woman filing away proof of a day she had already started rewriting in her head, in a version where none of this was hers to carry. Rina Shinomiya found me by the service door, all nervous energy and a phone she kept flipping over. Hi, okay. This is so weird. She held out my boutonniere. You lost this by the chairs. I did not want it stepped on. That felt rude. Thank you. You did not have to come back here for that. I know. I texted you 9 minutes ago, then panicked that texting a stranger at his own ruined wedding was insane, so I drove around and came to apologize in person, which is arguably worse. Your dad is really something. He is really something, I agreed. She looked at the volcano and let out a breath. That cake is having a way better day than any of us. It really is, I said, and it was the truest thing anyone had said to me in an hour. She almost smiled, gave a small helpless wave, and disappeared back into the wreckage of a party that was not hers either. Yuki appeared and planted a hand on my back, reading my battery level in a single glance. Okay. You have served the staff, blessed a dessert, and met a Shinomiya. That is a full day. We are leaving before you adopt the entire kitchen. I would be good at it. I know. That is the problem. Move. She steered me out the service door. Halfway across the lot, my phone rang. An unknown number, and she plucked it out of my hand, listened for 10 seconds, and mouthed one word I did not enjoy. Cancellation. 2 clients, she told me in the car. Both suddenly have scheduling conflicts. News travels, I said. News sprints, she said. Especially the wrong version of it. Somebody has already decided the collapse was your fault, and by tomorrow, you will have thrown the cake yourself. Did I at least throw it stylishly? Volcano of love, apparently. So yes, my studio is one rented room over a bakery, with a light-up sign in the window that Yuki calls tacky and I call charming. She flipped it back on without asking, and that little stubborn open glow felt weirdly like a heartbeat that refused to quit on me. Sit, she ordered, and put a coffee in my hands. Now, your 3 admirers. Explain them to me slowly, like I am the billionaire. I laid the phone on the desk and finally opened the 3 messages I had carried around unread for 2 hours. Rina's was first and warmest. That was awful, and you were kind anyway. If you ever want a coffee somewhere, nobody is a billionaire. I own a place. Okay, that one is just nice, Yuki said. Next. May's was second, and it read like a slap that respected you. I recorded my father offering you money. Then I deleted it, because it wasn't my story to keep. You didn't take it. Noted. That one is a little terrifying, Yuki said. Which one is the boss? The last one, I said. Shiori's did not read like a message at all. I apologize for my family. Separately, and I mean separately, my foundation needs a producer who cannot be bought. Are you available for a paid meeting on Thursday? So, Yuki said, reading over my shoulder without a shred of shame. Rich family, same day. Are you walking into the trap? The trap already had flowers, Yuki. This one at least comes with an invoice. That is not a no. It is a maybe with a rate card attached. God, you are back, she said. I miss the rate card guy. He is so much easier to keep alive than the fold the napkins guy. What are the conditions? She asked, pen already uncapped. My name on the contract, my own crew, my own call sheet, and nobody in that family ever hands me an envelope again. That last one is not a real contract term. It is now, I said. Write it in small. I will explain it if anyone asks. Yuki wrote it in small. For the record, she said, if this family eats you alive, I am not doing a sad montage at your funeral. I am doing a slideshow of every napkin you ever folded, set to something petty. Deal, I said. Make it upbeat. A paid meeting. Not pity, not an envelope, not a hand on the shoulder that came with a price. It was the first thing anyone attached to that family had offered me that treated me like a professional instead of a problem to be settled quietly. I typed 3 words back to the eldest and to nobody else, and I meant all 3 of them. We discussed conditions. Mika's name still sat at the top of my phone, unread, from a text she had sent while I drove away. I did not open it. For 9 years, I had answered her first, every single time, before I had even worked out how I felt about the thing she was asking. Not answering did not feel like revenge. It felt like setting down something I had carried so long I had stopped noticing the weight of it. Thursday then, Yuki said, turning the screen to face me. You want me in the room with you? Yes, because if I walk into that building alone, I will start folding their napkins for free out of pure habit, and I am officially done working for people who only ever pay me in almost. Outside, the open sign buzzed, steady and stubborn against the dark. 3 invitations sat waiting in my phone, and one of them was a door I could actually charge admission to walk through. For once, I was not the man in the room waiting to be picked. I was the man they would have to book. A small difference. The only one I had, and I decided to hold it with both hands. 3 black cars were idling outside my studio Thursday morning. 3 more luxury vehicles than my street usually sees before the bakery downstairs sells out of croissants. Either we are being politely kidnapped, Yuki said from the blinds, or your admirers coordinated. They did not coordinate, I said. That is the whole point of them. 3 cars, 3 drivers, none of them looking at the other 2. My phone had 3 threads open, each in a different key. Shiori's read like a memo. Car outside at 9. We review the contract on the way. She was scheduling me before I had agreed to be scheduled. May's arrived like a dare. I painted you. Come look before I decide whether to sell it or burn it. That one is a trap, Yuki said over my shoulder. A fun trap. Still a trap. All the good ones are, I said. Rena's came in 3 messages because of course it did. Come taste my new dessert. Then, no pressure. Then, okay, small pressure. I need one honest person and everyone I know is a liar. I like her, Yuki decided. She shows her work. So that is the lineup, Yuki said, ticking them off on her fingers. The CEO, the artist, and the barista. One of them is going to be a genuine disaster, and I cannot wait to learn which. They all will, I said. That is not the question. What is the question? Whether I can work for one of them without the other 2 turning me into the rope in a tug of war. And you are going anyway. The rent is real, and the 2 clients we lost this morning were also real, I said. One of these people offered me a job instead of an apology. That is rarer than it sounds. A driver stepped up as I came out, holding the door like a gift. Mr. Arai, Ms. Shiori's car. Tell her thank you, I said, and that I will meet her at 9 on my own wheels. He blinked. The word no, this early in a sentence, was clearly not something his job had prepared him for. So, which car? Yuki asked. I looked at the 3 of them, each holding a door open like the door itself was the offer. None, I said. I am taking the bus. One at a time, in the order I choose. On my clock. You are taking the bus. I am taking the bus. She grinned like I had passed a test she had not warned me about. Good. 1 leather seat that smells like their money, and you start folding their napkins for free again. I am cured of napkins. You are in recovery. Not the same thing, and you relapse the second the building is nice enough. 3 limousines parked on my curb, and not one of them with room inside for a boundary. I walked past all 3 to the bus stop on the corner. One driver radioed it in, which meant somewhere Reiji Shinomiya was about to hear that the man he tried to pay off had chosen the city bus over his entire fleet. On the bus, my phone buzzed once more. Shiori again. For the record, the dinner is my mother's. I do not hand it to people I do not trust with her name. It was the first line any of them had sent. That was not a strategy, and I read it twice. I learned later that Reiji told Mika about the meetings over breakfast, the way you report a leak in a ceiling. She said nothing at the table. She just kept eating and filed it somewhere I could not see yet. She closed her planner over the pressed camellia afterward and pushed the cover down harder than a planner needs, hard enough that the flour gave a small dry crack she pretended not to hear. Shiori's office was on a high floor, all glass and right angles. A room built so whoever sits behind the desk clearly owns the weather. She did not stand when I came in. You are 4 minutes late. The bus. You had a car. I had 3. That was the problem. Something moved behind her eyes, not quite a smile. Sit. The foundation runs a charity dinner every year. It was my mother's. It has been sliding for 2 seasons, and last week our producer quit in a manner I will politely call loud. So you want me to save a dinner that mattered to your mother, I said, 3 days after your father tried to buy my silence in a bride's room. Yes, no cushioning at all, which I respected more than any apology she could have built. Then here are my terms, I said, and they are not negotiable, so let us skip the part where you pretend to weigh them. Her assistant, a young man by the door, went very still, the way people do when they expect a rich woman to be told no. My full rate, in writing, on your normal vendor cycle. No gifts, no cars, no dinners that are secretly meetings. Go on, she said. I run the logistics and the floor. On the night, nobody in your family overrides my call sheet. Not a sister, not your father, not you. That is a great deal of authority, she said, for a man I met on Tuesday. It is the only kind I take, I said. The other kind comes in an envelope, and I already gave that one back. She held my eyes a moment. Then she pulled a pen from a holder that cost more than my rent and signed the contract in one clean line. No counteroffer, no haggling over the number. The assistant let out a breath like a valve, finally opening somewhere in the wall. Can I ask why me? I said. You could hire anyone. 3 of anyone. She was quiet a moment, and when she answered, it was the plainest thing she had said all morning. My mother thought a room of strangers could be kind to each other for one night if you built it right. My father thinks a room can be bought. He has bought this dinner 2 years running and killed it both times, she went on. I would like once to prove her right instead of him. That is a lot to hang on a caterer. You are not a caterer. You are the only person I met this year who gave money back. The venue is the old glass house on the west lawn. 200 seats, 3 weeks. Do not embarrass her name. You could have asked for double, she said, capping the pen. You would have paid it, which is exactly why I did not, I said. I asked for what the work costs. Padding, it would have made me the thing your father already thinks I am. She looked at me a beat too long, then slid a card across the desk, my mother's guest list, the venue, and a warning, since you like plain sentences. Please, my sisters will both try to recruit you before dinner tonight. May will insult you into it, she went on. Rena will feed you into it. I am telling you because I would rather you were warned than charmed. Your family does not take turns, I said. No. We swarm. It saved you time. Hearing that from the one who keeps the calendar. One more plain sentence, she said as I reached the door. My father will hear I hired you within the hour. He will not like it. He may make the night harder for you quietly, the way he does everything. Let him, I said. I have run events for people who wanted them to fail. It is a whole genre. You are strangely calm for a man who returned a fortune this week. The fortune was the easy part, I said. It came with a bow on it. She almost smiled a second time in one meeting, which for her, I suspected counted as a parade. Do not lose to him, she said. It is my mother's name. I do not lose call sheets. She negotiated like a tax audit, and on the way out, I caught myself feeling something almost warm about the stationery, which was my cue that the meeting had ended at exactly the right minute. Behind me, the assistant was still staring at the signed page like it might reverse itself if he blinked. May's studio was a converted garage that smelled like turpentine and ambition. 4 young artists working in the corners and one big canvas turned to face the door, waiting for me like the setup to a joke. There he is, she said, not looking up from her brush. The man who gave a billionaire his money back and took the bus. Come meet yourself. The portrait was me, technically. Same jaw, same tired eyes, same gray coat. But she had painted me looking just past the frame with a face like a closed bank. Cold, calculating. A man doing quiet math on people. So, she said, wiping her hands. Flatter me. Everyone flatters me. My father literally pays some of them too. It is good, I said. Technically excellent. It is also a lie. Her brush stopped. The 4 students developed a sudden, intense interest in their own canvases. The face is right, and every reason behind it is wrong. You painted a man running a scheme. I was running a wedding, and then I was running for a bus. You do not know it is a lie, May said, circling me now chin up. You met me one time. You met all of us one time. You painted me cold because a cold man is easier than a sad one, I said. If I am calculating, the wedding was just business, and nobody has to feel anything about it. That is a very comfortable painting, I went on. It is still a lie, and you are too good to sign one. For 1 second, the provocation slid off her face, and something startled and honest sat there. Then she covered it and flicked her brush, so a fleck of gray paint landed on my sleeve. Careful, she said. That almost sounded like a man who sees people. It is my one real skill. It is also why your father underestimated me. She barked a laugh, surprised out of herself. Fine, you see people. See these four. She swept the brush at her students. Talented. Broke. Nowhere in this city they can afford to hang a single canvas. You produce events. Find them a wall. Is that a job offer? I asked. It is a dare. Jobs bore me, and I do not think you can pull it off. One of the students, a girl with paint to her elbows, spoke up without looking up. She is not joking about the wall. We had a lobby show downtown. The building learned we were nobody and gave the slot to a sponsor. Noted, I said. Nobody is a temporary condition. I fix temporary conditions for a living. See? Now you are flirting with them instead of me, May said. I do not flirt on the clock. Ask me about a wall and I will build you a wall. Then tell me about the wedding, she said, testing, watching my face for the crack. No, I said. Easy and final. That one is not for a canvas. Ask me about her and the meeting is over. She studied me a second, then nodded, like I had answered a question she had not actually asked out loud. A wall then, she said, quieter. On your terms. No last name. On my terms, I agreed, and for the first time, she looked at me instead of at the version of me she had painted. Then I will consider the dare, I said, on my terms, with no obligation to your last name. I left before she could put that on a canvas too. I kept the gray smudge on my sleeve, the whole bus ride to Rena's. It was the most honest thing anyone in that family had handed me all day, and she had thrown it on purpose. Rena's cafe was small and warm, and very obviously losing money, more heart than customers. A chalkboard menu somebody had rewritten in hope. She was behind the counter, sleeves shoved up, flour on one cheek, a plate already sliding toward me. Do not be nice. Everyone is nice. Nice is killing me. Taste it and tell me the actual truth. It was a chocolate thing that clearly wanted to be brave. I took a forkful. The barista watched me like a witness at a trial. The frosting has ambition, I said. The cake under it has no plan. It is sweet with nothing holding it up, so it collapses on your tongue and then apologizes for collapsing. The frosting had ambition, and the cake had no structure, which was, lately, a very familiar genre. Rena grabbed her own fork, tasted it, and made a face at her own dessert. God, you are right. It is an apology. The cafe is not, though, I said. The room is good. The coffee is real. You made a stranger feel welcome in about 4 seconds. That is the actual business. The cake is fixable. The welcome is the part nobody can buy. Fix it how? She said, leaning in. Fewer things, done right. Pick one cake and make it the reason people cross town. Put salt in the caramel so the sweet has an argument. And clean the chalkboard. It reads like a hostage note. It does not. It says we try our best. Bakeries do not try. They deliver or they close. She grabbed a rag and wiped the board blank on the spot, which told me more about her than an hour of talking would have. You could run this place, she said. I have my own place, I said. But I will send you a supplier who owes me a favor and will not owe you a lecture. Why would you? Because you fed a stranger before you knew he was useful. People who do that are worth a favor. She sat down across from me like her knees had quit with relief. My partner left in spring, took the recipes and half the register. I have been faking it ever since. And everyone tells you it is charming. Everyone tells me it is charming, she said. You are the first to call the cake bad and the place worth saving in one breath. Those are usually the same sentence, I said. People just get scared to finish it. Her phone rang on the counter, face up, and the name lit the whole room. Dad. She flinched. Do not, I started, but she had already answered. Reggie's voice came out of the little speaker, calm and paternal and impossible to mistake. Rena, I am told you are all seeing the event, man. I would like that to stop. He is not family, and he will not be becoming family. The cafe went quiet. The barista froze with a cloth in her hand. Rena looked at me, then the phone. And for a second she was about 5 years old. He is fixing my cake, Dad. Your cake is not my concern. My concern is a man I paid to walk away sitting inside 3 of my daughter's calendars in one morning. You did not pay me to walk away, I said, loud enough for the phone to carry me. You tried. I gave it back. Try knocking next time. A pause on the line. The specific silence of a man not used to a stranger's voice arriving inside his own phone call. Then, colder and much shorter, the way he talks when a thing refuses to obey him. Rena, dinner, tonight, all of you. He hung up before anyone could agree, which answered the question better than any word would have. Rena set the phone down with a shaking hand, and then, because she is who she is, said the loud true thing the rest of them spend years avoiding. He only calls it a family when he needs us to line up in a row. Go to the dinner, I told her. Not for him. Your mother's event is 3 weeks out and I am producing it. You should hear how from me before he hands you a version with the wrong ending. You are really coming to this, she said. You booked me for it, I said. I finish what I book. What I only pieced together later was that Mika sat 2 rooms from that phone call, close enough to watch my name glow on the screen of the man she was about to marry. She waited until he set the phone down. Then she opened her planner, found the cracked camellia, and wrote one small note beside it in pen. Not a plan yet, just a name she had decided was worth watching. So, Rena said, walking me to the door. 3 sisters, 1 afternoon, and you insulted a dessert, a painting, and a billionaire, all before lunch. It has been a productive Thursday. She almost laughed, then went serious in that fast way she has. They are going to fight over you. My sisters, I can feel it coming. I do not think you are a prize, but they are going to treat you like one, and it is going to get ugly. Then do not treat me like one, I said. Do not what? Whatever this turns into, I am a person you booked, not a trophy you win. If your family forgets that, you do not have to. She stood there with flour on her cheek and looked at me a long moment. That is the most annoyingly reasonable thing anyone has said to me all year. Fix my cake and come to the stupid dinner. I took the bus home, 3 cars in the morning, and I ended the day exactly where I started, over a bakery, in the same seat by the same window. I carried home a signed contract, a dare I had not accepted, a cafe I had somehow adopted, a smear of gray paint on my sleeve, and a family dinner sitting on my calendar like a lit match somebody had handed me smiling. Yuki read my face the second I walked in. How bad? I am producing their mother's charity dinner, I said, and I think I just got invited to a war. By who? All of them. Separately. On purpose. She dropped into her chair. So the same as this morning. 3 offers, no coordination. Exactly the same, I said. Except now it is catered, and I signed for it in ink. You want out? She asked, meaning it. I thought about Shiori signing without a single haggle, and the crack in a flower 2 rooms from a phone call I was not supposed to hear about. No, I said. I want the call sheet. If I am walking into that house, I am walking in as the man running the room, not the one who used to marry into it. A week into the job, I walked into the Shinomiya house as an employee rather than a guest, and the front hall alone was bigger than every apartment I have ever lost. A man in a pressed uniform reached for my coat like it was contagious. I've got it, thanks, I said. You're the staff lead? Assistant house manager, he said, startled to be asked. Toma. What's the thing that's been breaking all week that nobody upstairs knows about? He blinked at me the way the driver had blinked at the bus. The service elevator, he said finally. Quiet. It sticks between 2 and 3. We carry the trays up the back stairs. Nobody has approved the repair. Noted. Who do I talk to about approvals? Nobody talks to anybody here, sir. That is the whole system. My phone buzzed. Then again, then a rapid stutter of it, and I already knew the shape of that rhythm. The sisters had added me to a group chat. The chat was named at that exact second Family Emergency. May renamed it, Rena's message said. There is no emergency. She just likes drama. You are the emergency, May wrote back. You confessed first. I did not confess, Rena typed, with the fury of someone who had absolutely confessed. I offered coffee. To a professional. Who I hired. You do not have money to hire anyone, May replied. Shiori hired him. You adopted him. Those are not the same verb. I stood in a marble hall reading 3 heiresses fight about me in real time and thought I was brought on for seating charts. Somehow, I am now an emergency contact. Another buzz. Poll, Rena wrote. Who did Toma text back first? Shiori, May answered instantly. Because she offered a job and you offered a feelings ambush. It was coffee. It was a feelings ambush with coffee. I put the phone away. 3 grown women, 1 group chat, and me pinned to the top of it like a warning label. The assistant house manager was still hovering, so I turned back to him. The elevator repair. Who signs off on house maintenance? Technically, Mr. Shinomiya. Practically nobody, because nobody wants to be the one who brings him a bill. Then I bring him the bill, I said. Put it on my event budget line. Your people should not haul trays up 3 flights because a rich man is too proud to read an invoice. Ignore them, said a voice, and I turned to find a small, older woman with iron gray hair and the steadiest eyes in the house. I am Fumiko. I keep this place standing. You are the one who gave the envelope back. News travels. In this house, news is the only thing that moves for free, she said. Come. You will want to see the old hall before you plan anything in the new one. We passed staff who pressed to the walls when they heard footsteps. then relaxed a fraction when they saw it was only Fumiko and a stranger in an off-the-rack coat. They flinch, I said. They are waiting to be told they did something wrong, Fumiko said. Ms. Shiori is fair, but she is sharp, and sharp reads as danger to people who can be fired by a sentence. What are they afraid of tonight? I asked. That the dinner 2 weeks from now will fail, and the family will need someone to blame, and it will be one of them. She said it without drama, the way you report a weather pattern you have lived under for years. Then we make sure it does not fail, I said. Careful, Fumiko said. The last 3 people who said that to me do not work here anymore. On the stairs above us, I felt someone watching before I saw her. Mika, in soft house clothes that already looked like they belonged to this address, one hand resting on the banister and the other holding her planner against her chest. She did not say hello. She just watched me be walked through the house by the one servant nobody could intimidate, and I could see the exact math running behind her eyes. She had assumed that access to this family ran through her welcome. That if she did not open a door for me, no door opened. Fumiko had just opened 3. Mika's hand tightened on the planner, and even from below I saw the small stiff shape of the pressed camellia inside it, and the way she pressed the cover flat like she was keeping something from getting out. Mr. Arai, Reiji's assistant, appeared at the foot of the stairs. Mr. Shinomiya would like a moment before you tour the hall. Of course, I said. Fumiko caught my sleeve as I turned. Whatever he offers you, she said. Low. The price is always the same, and it is always your spine. Come find me after. The hall will wait. It has waited 11 years. Then she was gone, and I went to meet the man who had priced my wedding. Reiji's study smelled like leather and money and a fire nobody needed in a house this warm. He did not stand. He gestured at a chair. I stayed on my feet, which I could tell registered with him like a chess move. He had not expected this early. Sit, please, he said. I prefer to stand. When I am working, I said. And I am working. He let that pass, poured 2 cups of tea, and slid one toward me. I did not touch it. He noticed that too. You are doing my daughter a service, he said. I want to make sure you are compensated beyond the contract. There are doors I can open, introductions, clients who would fill your calendar for years. I have a calendar, I said. It has a job in it. Yours. I am offering to make your life considerably easier. You offered that once already, in a bride's room, I said. I did not care for the exchange rate. Most men in your position would take the introductions and thank me, he said. Most men in my position just lost a wedding to the man across the desk, I said. I am recalibrating what a good deal looks like. You are angry. I am precise. People confuse the two when the precise thing is inconvenient for them. He tilted his head, recalculating me from the start. He smiled, thin, and set down his cup. He offered concern the way other men offer warranties, all coverage, no warmth, and a lot of fine print about what voids it. Let me be direct, he said. My daughters are at a delicate stage. They are impressionable, and they are drawn to novelty. You are novelty. They are grown women. They are variables, he said, in a plan I have spent 30 years balancing, and I do not enjoy new variables. There it was, the whole man in one noun. He did not have 3 daughters. He had 3 quantities he was trying to keep from moving. I am not going to date your accounting, I said. I was hired to run an event. I will run it well. I will treat your staff like people, and I will not manage your daughter's feelings for you. That is not in the contract, and it would not be, at any rate. And if I asked you to keep your distance from them, as a favor, then I would keep my distance from the parts that are not my job. The rest is theirs to decide, not yours to assign, and not mine to promise away. He studied me for a long moment, and I watched him fail to file me. He had 2 folders ready, the grasping employee who wants up and the bitter ex who wants revenge, and I did not fit either drawer. That was the most useful thing I did in that room. I stayed unfileable. You did not mention Mika, he said at last, testing. No, I said, she is not my subject anymore. Enjoy your tea, Mr. Shinomiya. I left it untouched on his desk next to his. Fumiko was waiting at the end of a long corridor, holding a door open into a room the family clearly did not use. Akari's hall, she said. Before your new glass house, this is where the first dinner happened. 11 years of them, until she died, and then it became a storage room with good bones. The room still remembered being loved. Long shelves, a stage the size of a hearthrug, a wall of framed photographs going soft at the edges. Shiori was already there, standing in front of the wall, with her hands behind her back, like a soldier at a grave. You came, she said. You booked me. I keep saying that to your sisters, she said. It is starting to sound like a family motto. Before you look, Shiori said, I need you to keep something to yourself. Tell me what and why, I said, and I will tell you if I can. That is not how people usually answer me. I do not sign blank secrecy. If it protects someone, I will keep it. If it protects a lie, I will not. That is the whole rule, and it has kept me out of exactly one wedding. She almost smiled, then pointed at the wall. Fumiko lifted a frame down and put it in my hands, and my chest did something complicated. Two women, younger than I am now, laughing over a folding table, stacked with the exact kind of homemade paper place cards I still make by hand. One of them was clearly a young Akari Shinomiya. The other one was my mother. That, Fumiko said gently, is Akari, and the woman beside her started this charity with her. They ran the first 3 dinners together out of a community hall with a broken heater before either family had a glass house. I know who she is, I said. My voice came out rougher than I wanted. She is my mother. She has been gone 6 years. She used to make me fold the cards. Nobody said anything for a moment. Shiori looked at the photo, then at me, and she did not seem to know where to put her hands, which I had not once seen from her before. You did not know, she said. I did not know your mother. No, I said. I knew mine. I did not know she knew this family. She never once said the name. Fumiko's eyes had gone bright. Akari never said yours either, she said. I think at the end, it hurt them both too much too. Why would it hurt? I asked. Fumiko folded her hands. They built something together, and then the money came, and money has a way of deciding who is a partner and who is staff. Your mother stepped back. Akari let her. I do not think either of them forgave it or themselves. I looked at the 2 laughing women and understood, a little, why my mother taught me to fold cards and never once explained who taught her. The letters in the music box, I said. Who were they for? The 3 girls, 1 each. Akari wrote them her last winter, when she knew, and a 4th, sealed, for Mr. Shinomiya. Fumiko's mouth tightened. The rule was hers. Each daughter opens her letter only after she does one brave thing on her own. His waits until he can let a thing go. I have guarded that box 11 years, and now it is not on the shelf. On the shelf beside the photos, there was a clean rectangle in the dust, sharp as a shadow, where something square had sat for years and no longer did. There was a music box there, Fumiko said, and her voice changed, went careful. It played at every dinner. Akari kept letters in it for her daughters. It was on that shelf on Monday, and now it is not, I said. Fumiko did not answer. She looked at the empty outline like it was a missing tooth. The empty shelf looked more honest than half the portraits in the hallway outside. Those photos performed a family. This clean square of dust admitted one had been quietly disassembled, object by object, by someone who found the past inconvenient. Who has been in this room this week? I asked. The family, Fumiko said, and the future wife. She did not say the name. She did not have to. Shiori, I said. What did your mother want these dinners to be? She was quiet a long time. I do not know, she admitted, and it clearly cost her to say it plainly. I was 21 when she died. My father took over the dinner and made it about the family. I have spent 11 years running a version of my mother's event without ever knowing what she actually meant it to do. Then that, I said, is the thing we are going to figure out. Not decorate, figure out. The planning table sat in a bright side room, already colonized by Reiji's version of the evening. A printed agenda with his name at the top in a font you could read from space. A keynote, a slideshow of the family's generosity, and 200 donors invited to watch the Shinomiyas be admirable at them. Mika was there, pouring water, playing hostess, a soft, warm performance of a woman who lived here. Rina and May were arguing at one end of the table, and Reiji sat at the head like the meeting had already been decided, and we were here to applaud it. Shiori took the seat beside him. I stayed standing at the foot, where I could see everyone's face. The program is straightforward, Reiji said. I speak. We show the year's giving. Guests donate. It has worked for years. It has not worked for years, I said. It has happened for years. Those are different verbs. Rina made a noise into her water glass. May stopped arguing to watch. The dinner your donors remember is the one where they felt something. Right now, this program feels like a brochure with a meal. And what would you add? Reiji said, in the voice of a man handing rope to someone he expects to hang. Voices, I said. The people this charity actually helped. A woman who kept her shop because of a grant. A kid who got a scholarship. 90 seconds each, in their own words, no script. You want donors to open their wallets. Nothing opens a wallet like a real person saying a true thing at a microphone. That is a distraction from the mission, Reiji said. The mission is the donors. And there he was again, the man who thought the point of a charity was the people writing the checks, not the people cashing them. The mission is the people you helped, I said. The donors are how. If you make the how the whole show, you have built very expensive furniture and called it generosity. Mika set down the water pitcher and smiled the smile she used to aim at my relatives. It is a beautiful idea, she said warmly. I only worry it makes the evening heavy. People come to feel good, not guilty. People come to feel something, I said. Guilt and generosity are next door neighbors. I have watched both write checks. She kept smiling, but the pitcher stayed in her hand a second too long. The room went quiet in that specific way that means everyone agrees with the thing that is dangerous to agree with. Then a young server by the wall, a girl who could not have been 20, said in a voice barely above the water pitcher, "My little brother got one of those scholarships. Miss Akari's fund. He is at university now. Nobody ever asked us to say so." Reiji did not look at her. Shiori did. Shiori turned all the way around in her chair and looked at the girl like she was seeing a wall move. "What is your brother studying?" she asked. "Engineering, ma'am." "Then he speaks," Shiori said, and picked up the pen. 90 seconds. His own words. She drew a line through half of her father's agenda and started writing beneficiaries into the gaps, and Reiji's name got smaller on the page in real time. "This is sentiment," Reiji said. "Sentiment does not fund a wing. Sentiment funded your first 3 dinners," Fumiko said from the doorway, where she had been standing longer than anyone had noticed. "In a hall with a broken heater. I was there. So was his mother." She nodded at me, and the room turned, and Reiji's jaw set in a way that told me Fumiko did not get overruled in front of the staff, not even by him. An old cook I had passed in the corridor spoke next, twisting a towel in both hands. "Ms. Akari paid my daughter's hospital bill one winter and made me swear never to say, 'I am done swearing.'" He looked at Reiji, not unkindly. "You made this dinner about you, sir. She made it about us. I would like it to be about us again." Nobody applauded. Nobody had to. The agenda had quietly changed owners. Across the table, May quietly turned her phone face down. I found out later she had just deleted a cruel little meme she had made about me that morning, back before she decided I was not the man in her painting. Rina crouched by the young server and got the brother's number. The staff, who had spent the whole meeting pretending to be furniture, started, one by one, to look like people who had stories and had never once been asked for them. Mika did not say a word about the program, but when the young server said the name Akari out loud, something crossed Mika's face, and she wrote in her planner, and she closed the cover over the cracked camellia with a small final click. That evening, she told 2 staff to finish clearing the old storage room and box up the sentimental clutter before it upset anyone during the event. The music box was already gone. She was coming for the rest. "Good meeting," Reiji said, standing, meaning the opposite, and left before the agenda could shrink any further. Shiori stayed, writing names. "Thank you," she said to me, without a title, without Mr. Arai, just the 2 plain words, which from her was practically a hug. "Do not thank me yet," I said. "We just gave 200 donors something honest, and honest is harder to cater than a slideshow." I was still riding that small good feeling when the assistant house manager found me by the door, coat already on, face gray. "Mr. Arai, I am sorry. I cannot do the dinner." "What happened?" "Nothing I can fix. The head waiter walked out an hour ago. He ran this floor for 11 years since Miss Akari's time. If he has gone 2 weeks out, the whole service falls apart, and I am not senior enough to hold a room like that together." He swallowed, and he did not leave on his own. On the way out, he told me someone in this house had instructed him to go. He would not say who. He did not really have to. 2 weeks later, on the night of the dinner, the emergency I had been hired to prevent walked into the kitchen wearing a coat instead of an apron. The head waiter, a lean man named Toru who had run this floor since Akari's time, set his name badge on the steel counter, face up, and pushed it 2 inches towards Shiori. "I gave 11 years to this room," he said. "I will not give one more night to a house that told me to disappear and then asked me to smile through dessert." "Toru, wait. The dinner is in 2 hours," Shiori said. "I know exactly when the dinner is. I have set that room 11 times. I said it the year your mother could not stand and ran it from a chair by the door. I said it the year after, when your father decided her grief was untidy and took her name off the program. Tonight, I am setting down the tray instead. Shiori did the worst possible thing, which was to reach for her tablet. I can adjust your position. There is a senior floor roll opening. I can have it processed by Ms. Shiori, he said, tired. I am not a position. I am a person you have walked past for a decade. The kitchen went silent. 12 staff pretended to plate nothing. A woman at the sink dried her hands and stepped forward, which in that kitchen was an act of open rebellion. He covered my shifts when my mother was dying, she said. You signed the form that pushed him out and never once asked why he mattered. If Toru goes, I go. And I am not the only apron in here who feels that way. Behind her, 2 more cooks shifted their weight, and Shiori finally understood she was not managing a schedule. She was one bad sentence from an empty floor. Shiori turned to me, and I watched her expect the thing everyone always expected of me. Quiet cleanup, a private word, a fix she would never have to feel. Toma, handle it. No, I said. She blinked. I beg your pardon? I can smooth this in the corridor, and you will never know what it cost. Then you will do it again in 5 years to someone else. He did not quit at a schedule. He quit at you. You have to answer him yourself. He is one waiter, Shiori said. There are agencies. I can have 4 replacements here within the hour. You can have 4 strangers here within the hour, I said. You cannot have 11 years of knowing which donor hates cilantro and which one tips the coat check in cash. That just put on a coat. You do not replace it. You apologize to it. I am not good at apologies. Nobody is. That is what makes them worth anything. I do not do staff conflict, she said, which was the most honest and most damning sentence she had said all week. Then you do not do leadership, I said. You do management. They are cousins. Only one of them keeps a room like this standing on a bad night. The emergency, I noted, had a name badge and considerably better boundaries than the management currently panicking beside me. Toru picked up his coat. Toru, Shiori said, and her voice cracked on the second letter, which I think surprised her more than him. He stopped. She had no script for what came next, and I did not hand her one. I just stood there and let the silence be her problem for once, the way it had always been mine. She followed him into the service corridor, and I trailed a few steps back, close enough to witness, far enough to be useless, which was exactly where I needed to be. A cleaning woman was mopping the tile, headphones in, entirely uninterested in the drama of the rich. Shiori started with the smile. I had seen that smile in donor brochures. It was flawless, and it was armor, and it fooled nobody who cleaned floors for a living. The woman pulled out one earbud, looked at the smile for a second, and said flatly, 3. 3 what? Shiori asked. Out of 10. The smile. My granddaughter does a better fake one, and she is 6. Then she put the earbud back and kept mopping. Was that necessary? Shiori said. To me, to no one. She has mopped this floor through 11 of these dinners, I said. She has watched your family rate everyone in the building and never once berated back. That was not cruelty. That was a woman finally getting to hand in a scorecard. Shiori looked at the mop, then at the smile she had worn since she was a girl, and decided on the spot to stop selling it to people who buy honesty for a living. 3 out of 10, I thought. Still a more honest performance review than anything on the donor forecast. Shiori stood there with her armor scored by a stranger with a mop, and something in her face finally came loose. She reached up and took out her event earpiece, the little coil that fed her instructions all night, and she held it in her fist. Toru, she said, and this time there was no smile at all. I have run my mother's dinner for 11 years, and I never once asked what it was like to work it, she said. I told the man who trained this floor to leave because my father found him inconvenient, and I let it happen because fighting it was harder than signing the form. That was cowardice. It was mine, and I am sorry. Toru studied her for a long moment. That is the first true thing anyone in this family has said to me since your mother died, he said. She used to ask, every year, what broke, what worked, who was struggling. I did not know that, Shiori said. No, because you inherited her dinner and not her. He picked up the badge off the counter, turned it over in his fingers, and did not put the coat down yet. Here is what I want, Toru said. Not a title, not a raise. Tonight, the people this charity actually helped speak, not your father, them. Give one real voice a microphone in that room and I run your floor one more time. If it is just the family being admirable at donors again, I walk, I take the 6 best servers, and your dinner dies at the salad course. Done, Shiori said, before I could. You have my word, and my word is not my father's. Toru clipped his badge back on. Then I'm on the floor tonight, he said, and to the kitchen louder, we are on the floor tonight. Move. The room exhaled and became a kitchen again. 12 people who suddenly had a night to run instead of a funeral to sit through. The woman from the sink caught Shiori's sleeve on the way past. The apology was a 7, she said. The smile is still a 3. Work on the smile. Shiori almost laughed, which for her was a structural event. Reiji had a different plan, which he explained backstage 40 minutes later, with the calm of a man who had never lost an argument he was allowed to finish. The program is set. I speak at 8. The testimony idea is off. It is untidy, it is unpredictable, and I will not have unrehearsed people at my mother-in-law's dinner. It was your wife's dinner first, Fumiko said quietly from the corner, and he did not answer her. People do not come to a charity dinner to hear the poor speak, Reiji said. They come to be told they are good. Comfort them and they give. Discomfort them and they leave. You have just described an expensive apology tour for guilty rich people, I said. That is not what your wife built. She built a room where the giver and the helped sat at the same tables. I have seen the photographs. My mother is in half of them. His eyes cut to me at the word mother, sharp, and I watched him realize I now knew something about Akari he could not take back. Toma, Reiji said, talk sense into her. She listens to you for reasons I have chosen not to examine. She does not need me to talk sense into her, I said. She is standing right here. She can hear you. This is her call, not mine, and definitely not yours. It is my name on the invitation. It is your late wife's name on the invitation, I said. Yours is just printed bigger. Shiori picked up the printed program and a pen. Reiji watched her the way you watch a child near a stove. She found the middle of his keynote, the paragraph about the family's vision, and she drew one clean line through it. Shiori, he said, a warning. She wrote 3 words in the margin. Beneficiaries speak here. Nothing threatens a family empire quite like a pen that has developed free will. You are embarrassing yourself, Reiji said. You are embarrassing us. I am editing a program, Shiori said. You taught me to. You just assumed I would only ever edit down, never across. She capped the pen. The testimony stays. If it fails on me, in front of everyone. And you can say you told me so. But it is going to happen. Reiji's jaw did the small, tight thing it did when a variable moved. You will regret this, Reiji said, low. No, Shiori said. I will regret the 11 years I did not do it. This is the first night I have not. She turned to me. If it fails, I need you to not save it. Let it fail all the way so it is mine. If it fails, I hand you the microphone and step back, I said. That is the deal. I do not rescue people the exact night they finally decide to stand up. She nodded, and something that had been loose in her since a bride's room I never saw finally clicked into place. In the corner, Mika had been silent, holding her planner flat against her chest like a shield. As Shiori crossed out the paragraph, I saw Mika's hand press down, and the pressed camellia inside the planner folded against the spine, a fresh crease running through the dried white petals. She had walked in tonight expecting Shiori to fail, so I would be blamed and removed. Shiori was not failing. She was growing a spine in real time, and Mika's flower was creasing under the weight of watching it. The dining hall filled with 200 people who had come, as they came every year, to feel good for the price of a check and a nice meal. There was an ice sculpture of a swan. There was a swan-shaped tension in my chest until the moment Toru walked the floor like he had never threatened to leave it, and the service ran clean. At 8, Shiori did not introduce her father. She introduced a woman named Haru, who ran a small tailoring shop and stood at the microphone gripping a folded piece of paper she did not end up needing. 11 years ago, my shop flooded, Haru said. I had no insurance and a daughter and no idea what came next. A fund I had never heard of paid 3 months of rent so I could reopen. I found out only last year that the woman who started that fund was named Akari Shinomiya. I never got to thank her, so I am thanking her family instead. My daughter is 19 now, Haru went on, because nobody had told her when to stop, and thank God nobody had. She is training to be a nurse, Haru said. She does not know I almost lost everything the year she turned 8. I never told her because I did not want her growing up feeling like a rescue. But she should know a stranger once decided she was worth 3 months of rent. Everybody should get to learn that about themselves at least once. The room did not clap right away. It did the better thing. It went quiet. The full chest quiet of 200 people remembering that generosity has a face on the receiving end, and not only on the letterhead. I watched a donor at table 4 quietly take out his checkbook in the middle of the silence, which is the only standing ovation that has ever mattered at a charity dinner. Reiji stood. It was subtle, the move of a host stepping in to thank our speaker and reclaim the room before the feeling settled somewhere he did not control. He got 2 words out. Thank you, we, and then Haru, who did not know she was being managed, kept going. She never asked for credit, Haru said. The letter just said, from a friend who also once needed one. Reiji stood there with his mouth half open and could not, in front of 200 witnesses, sit a grieving woman down. He lowered himself back into his chair. His speech card sat untouched by his water glass for the rest of the night. Shiori stepped to the microphone Haru had left warm. Thank you, Haru, she said, and added not one word of family branding to it. That is what this dinner was always supposed to be. I forgot for 11 years. I am sorry it took me this long to remember. At table 4, the man with the checkbook wrote a number, folded it, and handed it to a server with a small nod aimed at Shiori, not at Reiji. All night, the gifts went to the daughter who apologized, not the father who performed. The only thing in the entire room unmoved by Haru's story was the ice swan, and even that was visibly losing structural integrity. Across the hall, May caught my eye and mouthed something at her sister that I could not hear but could read from the shape of it. It was, okay. That was good. One sentence of praise from the sister who painted me as a villain aimed at the sister who had just defied their father. Rina had stopped panicking somewhere around Haru's second sentence and was crying openly into a napkin, unbothered, the only person in the room reacting at the correct volume. Why are you crying? May asked her, half amused. Because it is happening, Rina said, wet and certain. Someone finally told the truth at one of these dinners and the roof did not fall in. I have been waiting my whole life to see that, and I did not know it until right now. May did not have a comeback. For once, neither did I. After the last donor left and the swan had fully surrendered to physics, Fumiko found me in the corridor. Come, she said. You should see this before Mika finishes what she started. She led me and the 3 sisters to the storage room off Akari's old hall, where a dozen cardboard boxes sat waiting to be carted off as sentimental clutter, labeled in Mika's neat handwriting. She told the staff to clear the room, Fumiko said. She was very thorough about the shelves. She was not thorough about the boxes she made us pack. She knelt, opened the 3rd box, moved aside a stack of old menus, and lifted out a wooden music box, inlaid, worn smooth at the corners by years of hands. She removed it from the shelf so no one would see it. She did not think to check where the staff hid the things she told us to throw away. Rina made a sound like a kettle. That is Mom's. That played at every dinner. It did, Fumiko said. She set it on a crate and did not hand it to any of them and looked at all 3 like she had waited 11 years for this exact moment and intended to do it right. Your mother left something inside. I am the one who kept it. And there are rules because she made rules, and I have never once broken one for anybody, including your father. What kind of rules? May said. And it was the first time all night her voice carried no edge. The kind your mother believed in more than she believed in your father's money, Fumiko said. She watched this family learn to buy everything. She did not want her last words to you to be something you could unwrap just because it landed in your hands on a good night. She wanted them earned. May looked at the box like it had teeth. That is very like her. It is exactly like her, Fumiko said. She lifted the lid. A thin note played. 3 bars, and every one of the sisters went still in a different way. Inside sat 4 envelopes. 3 had names in a careful hand. Shiori, May, Rina. The 4th said only Reiji, and it was sealed twice. Like the second seal, was an argument the first one had lost. There is a letter for each of you, Fumiko said, and one for your father. Rina reached for hers, and Fumiko caught her wrist gently, without force. Not yet. This was her rule, not mine. You do not open your letter because it is here. You open it after you have done one brave thing entirely on your own. Not a thing your father approved. Not a thing a man arranged for you. One choice that costs you something you cannot get back. She looked at Shiori. Tonight was close. But you did it with a producer standing behind you, so it does not count. And I think you know that. Shiori nodded slowly, taking her unopened envelope and holding it like it might change temperature. Rina, meanwhile, had produced a hairdryer from somewhere, entirely unclear on the concept, and was aiming it at the sealed flap of her letter like warm air might constitute an independent life choice. I took the hairdryer out of her hand. That is cheating. And also, that is a hairdryer. It might loosen the glue. It will loosen the glue, and none of the meaning, I said. Keep it sealed. Earn it. That was apparently the whole point of your mother. Rina hugged the sealed letter to her chest anyway. Hairdryer forgotten on a crate. What if I never do a brave thing, she said, only half joking. Then you carry an unopened letter from your mother for the rest of your life, Fumiko said, and it nags at you until you do. She was not gentle, she was patient. Shiori stayed very quiet, turning her own envelope over and over, and I watched her do the math on what a brave thing done entirely alone would have to cost her, and not like the answer she landed on. Fumiko closed the box over the sealed letter for Reiji and did not offer it to anyone. His stays with me until he is ready, and he is not ready, and he may die not ready. She looked at me over the sisters' heads. Akari would have liked you, she said. She would have liked that you gave the man his money back. From the doorway, a voice cut in, warm and terrible. What is this? Mika said. Little family meeting in the room I asked to have cleared. She had a suitcase in her hand. She was, I realized, moving in tonight, and she had just found 4 daughters, a dead woman's music, and me, standing exactly where she had tried to leave nothing at all. Mika moved into the Shinomiya house on a Sunday, and by Monday breakfast, she had opinions about a home that was not hers yet. I was only there to drop off the final dinner invoices, which meant I walked into the breakfast room at the exact wrong moment, coffee in the air, and a war about to be fought over a cardboard box. The photographs in the East Hall come down this week, Mika was saying, pleasant as weather. They are lovely, but they date the house. We want the wedding photos to have somewhere to go. Those are Mom's dinner photos, May said, not touching her food. They date the house because the house has a date. It is called history. It is called clutter, sweetheart, Mika said, and the word landed in the room like a dropped tray. Reiji, at the head of the table, kept reading his tablet, letting his future wife rearrange his dead wife's walls because a quiet house felt like a solved house. I thought we might move breakfast to 8, Mika went on, and the staff could wear name tags. I can never keep them straight. They have names, Fumiko said from the sideboard, not turning around. You could learn them. It takes about a week. Mika's smile held. I only meant it would be easier. For whom? Fumiko said, and refilled the coffee, and that was the end of the name tags. Rina leaned toward me, and stage whispered, she has been here 36 hours, and there are already terms and conditions. Nobody clicked agree. I heard that, Mika said. You were supposed to, Rina said, and drank her juice like a woman who had just won something small and important. Beside Mika's plate sat her planner, and beside the planner sat a printed mock-up of a wedding invitation, cream and gold, her name and Reiji's in a font that cost money to look effortless. On top of the planner, half tucked under the invitation, was the white camellia, pressed flat now, the petals gone the color of old paper. She had brought a symbol of my wedding to breakfast and set it next to the proof of hers, and I do not think she even noticed she had done it. Toma, Mika said, turning the warmth on me like a lamp. You are quiet. I thought you would have opinions about the house. She wanted me to fight her. A jealous ex-fiancé making a scene at the breakfast table would have been the best thing that happened to her all week. Evidence I was exactly what she needed everyone to think I was. Toma is right to stay out of it, Reiji said, finally looking up. The house is Mika's to arrange. It keeps the peace. It keeps the quiet, May said. Those are not the same word, father. You of all people know the difference. Reiji looked at his middle daughter a moment and did not correct her, which for him was practically a confession. I have opinions about the invoices, I said, and set them by Reiji's elbow. The dinner cleared its costs and raised 40% over last year. Congratulations on the event. The house is not my job. I turned to leave, and that was when a young staffer came through with a box marked East Hall, Misk, and May stood up so fast, her chair barked against the floor. Put it down, May said. The staffer froze, caught between a daughter and a stepmother, which is the worst place to stand in any house. It is just old frames, Mika said. It is the first 3 years, May said. Before the money, before any of this. You do not get to decide those years are Misk. Rina was up too now, and then, slowly, Shiori, and the 3 of them stood between one cardboard box and the door like it was a border. You are being dramatic, Mika said. Over frames. Open the box, Shiori said quietly. It was the first thing she had said all breakfast, and the room turned. Mika hesitated, then flipped the flaps. On top lay a photo of a young Akari on a folding chair by a broken heater, laughing, a stranger beside her. That is my mother the year she started this, Shiori said. In a room colder than this one. You want to file her under miscellaneous. You do not even know which box you are throwing away. Mika looked at the 3 daughters defending a box she could not see the value of, and something crossed her face that was almost fear, because you cannot buy your way past people guarding a thing that was never for sale. Fine, she said lightly. Keep your box. But her hand went to the planner, and she squared the invitation on top of the flattened flower, and I understood she had just learned that the house had rooms her money did not open. You know what the difference is, May said to her, refusing to let it go. My mother filled this house with people. You are filling it with rules. People leave you things when they go. Rules just tell everyone where the exits are. May, Reiji said, a warning. It is fine, Mika said, still smiling. And it was nowhere near fine, and the flattened flower under her invitation was proof of exactly how far from fine it was. Fumiko had used the entire argument to do the only thing that mattered, which was to walk out the far door with the music box under her arm, unhurried, invisible, the way she had survived 11 years in a house full of loud people. We ended up in Fumiko's sitting room, a small warm space off the kitchen that no Shinomiya had thought to redecorate because no Shinomiya went there. The music box sat on the table between the four of us, and the three sisters looked at it the way you look at a phone you know is about to ring with bad news. So we just opened them, Rina said. They are ours. It has our names on them. Read the rule again, Fumiko said. Each of you opens her letter after one brave thing done entirely on your own. Not a thing your father arranged. Not a thing a man handled for you. She looked at each of them in turn. One choice that costs you something you cannot get back. What did she write? May asked. I do not know, Fumiko said. I never read them. She sealed them herself at the table the last winter and told me the box would teach you the rest. That is so like her, May said. Leave us a puzzle instead of a hug. She hugged you plenty, Fumiko said. The letters are for the days she cannot. She was planning for a room she would not be in. Try to be a little kind about it. So who decides when the brave thing counts? Rina asked. You do, Fumiko said. That is the trap in it. If you have to ask whether it counted, it did not. You will know because it will scare you, and you will do it anyway. And nobody will be standing behind you when you do. Rina looked at her sealed envelope like it had gotten heavier in her hands. That is not a rule. That is a scavenger hunt, Rina said, and produced, from somewhere on her person, the hairdryer again. I took it out of her hand without looking, the way you take scissors from a toddler. It might just, the glue might, she started. Rina, I said, if that envelope starts singing when you heat it, we are not calling a lawyer, we are calling an exorcist. Keep it sealed. You are enjoying this, May said to me. I am not enjoying anything about a dead woman's homework, I said. But she made a rule, and the rule is good, and I have spent my whole life watching what happens to people who get handed things instead of earning them. Your mother did you a kindness that looks like a cruelty. That is the hardest kind to accept. Shiori had not said anything. She picked up the music box, and instead of handing it back to Fumiko, she held it against her chest. It does not stay in the house, she said. Not while Mika is boxing up the East Hall, and not with my father, who would open his the second he thought it made him look good. I will keep it, not to control it, to protect it. Fumiko keeps the letters. I keep the box. Where will you even keep it? Rina asked. Somewhere neither of them thinks to look, Shiori said. Not the office, not the safe. My father knows the safe. Somewhere that is only mine. You do not have a somewhere that is only yours, May said. And there was no cruelty in it. Only the saddest true thing anyone had said all day. Shiori held the box a little tighter. Then I will make one, she said. That can be step one. Fumiko looked at her for a long moment, then nodded, like a woman handing off a watch she had wound for 11 years. Your mother would have argued with you about that, Fumiko said. Good, Shiori said. Then I finally did something she would have argued with. It was the closest any of them had come, and even she knew it did not count yet, because I had been standing right there, and Fumiko's rule was specific about that. May's workshop smelled the way it always did. Turpentine and coffee, and the particular ozone of young people who have not yet been told they cannot. She had a new canvas up, and it was me again, which was starting to feel like a genre of its own. Sit, she said. I am fixing the eyes. Last time I gave you a bank vault. Fumiko says that was lazy. Fumiko is right, I said, and sat where she pointed, and then immediately moved the chair 4 inches because the light was wrong on the student's table behind me, and one of them was squinting to work. You are impossible to frame, May said. You keep fixing the room instead of holding the pose. The room was crooked. It is always crooked. That is what a room is. Hold still. Do not listen to her, one of the students said. A kid named Sato with paint in his hair. She has repainted your mouth 4 times because his mouth keeps saying reasonable things and ruining my composition, May said. What is the show about? I asked him. Us. If we can keep the room. You will keep the room, I said. What do you need it to do? He blinked. Like no adult had asked him that before. Feel like ours. Not like a rich person let us borrow it and can take it back. I did not hold still. I never do. But I watched her paint, and I watched the 4 students work, and after a while I said, the eyes are better. But you still have me looking at something outside the frame like I want it. I nodded at the students. I do not want anything out there. Paint a man looking at the people in the room. That is the thing you keep missing about me. She stopped. That is either very wise or very arrogant. It is both. Most true things are. She laughed, the defensive sarcasm cracking for a second into something real, and then she snapped it shut again. Because that is what May does. She shows you the honest thing and then insults you for seeing it. Do not get comfortable, she said. I still think you are half a con man. Only on the days I am not being paid. Why do you keep painting me? I asked. Because you are the only person who walks in here and does not perform, she said. Everyone else either flatters the students or ignores them. You moved a chair for a kid you have known 9 minutes. I am trying to catch the exact second a person forgets to manage his own image. You do it constantly, and it is infuriating to paint. That is the nicest insult I have gotten all year. Do not frame it. What none of us saw, because we were arguing about eyes, was Mika in the corridor outside the open workshop door. She had come, she said later, to discuss the guest list. She stood in the hallway with her phone up, and she took a photograph of me leaning close to May over the canvas, my hand on the back of May's chair where I had moved it, both of us laughing. Then she lowered the phone, and she did not come in, and she left. I did not notice. That is the part I keep coming back to. I was in a room full of people I was starting to trust, being useful in the only way I know how, and 6 feet away a woman was building a small, quiet knife out of a moment that had nothing wrong in it. The camera does not lie, people say. The camera does nothing but lie. It only shows you the rectangle someone chose. Before you go, May said, walking me out, the gallery. My students have a show in 3 weeks, and the space just told me they want a family name attached or they pull the room. My father's name. Which means his money, which means his rules, which means it stops being their show. She hated asking. I could see how much she hated asking. Help me keep it theirs. That is a real job, I said. Not a dare this time. It is a dare and a job. I contain multitudes. I will look at the contract, I said, on my terms. No last name of yours on anything, unless the students say yes first. She studied me. You really do not want anything from us. I want to be paid and left alone. It is a radical position in this family, I know. She almost smiled, and I left before she could paint that too. I have to tell you the next part, secondhand, because I was not there, and I only pieced it together later from a vendor who felt guilty and a timestamp that did not. Mika sat at the dressing table in her new room, in the house she was rearranging, and she opened the photo on her laptop and she cropped it. She cut out the students. She cut out the canvas, the paint, the whole context that made it a work session. What was left was a man leaning close to a young woman, laughing, his hand behind her, out of the rectangle, into a lie. Then she wrote to 3 of my vendors, the florist and the rental company and the lighting tech I had used for a decade, people whose bookings were half my income. She did not post it anywhere. She did not need a scandal. She just sent the cropped image to 3 private phones with a soft, reasonable note. I hate to be the one to say this, but you should know how he gets close to the family he works for. Be careful what you attach your name to. One of them, the florist, called her back instead of just reading it, which Mika had not expected. Mika, I have worked with Talma for 10 years, she said. This does not look like him. I am sure it does not, Mika answered, warm, patient. The good ones never look like anything until they do. I am only saying a wedding is coming, and I would hate for the wrong association to follow good vendors into it. You understand? The florist understood exactly one thing, which was that the woman marrying the man who signed the big checks had just made a soft suggestion, and soft suggestions from that direction have very hard edges. She called it preventive, the vendor told me. She actually used that word. Preventive, like I was weather, like I was a leak in a ceiling she was getting ahead of. Reiji came in while she was still at the laptop. The vendor gathered from the timing and looked over her shoulder at the cropped image. Is that necessary? He asked. Not is that true, not is that fair. Just necessary. The only question he knew how to ask. It is preventive, Mika said. He is getting close to the girls. I am protecting the family. He looked at the photo a moment longer. Do not let it touch the wedding, he said, and left. He did not tell her to stop. He told her to be tidy. In that house, that counted as a blessing. And while she typed it, the vendor said. She moved her notebook and set it down on top of that dried camellia and pressed and did not seem to notice the small dry sound the last of my wedding made under the weight of the first of hers. I saw the crop afterward, when the bookings started going quiet and one honest florist finally forwarded it to me. Apparently context had exceeded Mika's budget. I did not want to send this, her message said, but you deserve to know what is being said in the quiet rooms. Attached was 6 inches of a moment I remembered completely differently. In my version, there were 4 students, a bad painting of my mouth, and a chair I had moved. In hers, there was a man, a girl, and a hand. That is not what happened, I typed. I know, she wrote back. That is why I sent it. Be careful, Toma. She is very good at this, and she is not finished. She kept the students, the canvas, the paint, the entire true story, and sent only the 6 inches that could be made to mean something else. It was, I will give her this, efficient. It was the most efficient thing she had ever done to me, and she did it without once raising her voice. What she did not know, because she had never once been curious about the people she cropped out, was that May backs up every photo of every work session automatically, students and canvas and timestamp and all, to a gallery drive she has never deleted a single file from in her life. The original of that moment existed, whole and dated, in a folder Mika did not know was there. She had built a lie and left the truth sitting 6 feet away in a labeled folder. But that was weeks off. Yuki did the math before I could. 3 vendors in 1 week, she said, laying the cancellations on the desk like a bad hand of cards. Florist, rentals, lighting, all polite, all suddenly booked solid. That is not a coincidence. That is a pattern with manners. It is 1 photo, I said. I have not even seen it yet. You will. People like that always let you see it eventually. That is the whole point. A knife you cannot see does not scare anyone. She was right. She is annoyingly often right. That night, all I had was a florist going quiet, a lighting tech reconsidering, and the slow, cold feeling of a door I had built being closed from the outside by a hand I could not see. The gallery manager had the kind of office that apologizes for the art on the way in. All glass and no soul, and he slid a printed program across the desk with 4 names crossed out in red. The student pieces come out, he said. We are repositioning the room upmarket. I can give May her own wall, a real opening, buyers who actually spend. But the amateurs go. It is a career favor, frankly. A career favor, May repeated. You keep using that phrase. I notice the favor is always you getting what you want, and me getting a lesson. You are young, the manager said. You will learn the difference between loyalty and sentiment. I am 32, May said. I learned the difference watching my father run charity dinners. Loyalty is staying expensive to keep. Sentiment is leaving the second someone offers you a better wall. May did not touch the program. She looked at the 4 red lines through 4 kids' names, and then, out of old habit, she looked at me. Do not look at me, I said. This is not my decision. You have opinions about everything else, she said. I have opinions about your chairs and your eyes and your terrible coffee, I said. I do not have opinions about whether you sell your own people out. That one is only yours. The manager smiled the way men smile when they think the reasonable adult has arrived. He gets it, the manager said. The students are a liability. Nobody with money wants to buy next to work that has not proven itself. They proved it to me, May said, quiet. That is not a market. That is a feeling, the manager said. Feelings do not hang in a serious room. I looked at the 4 crossed out names. That little list had more drama in red pen than his entire marketing plan. Let me put it plainly, the manager said, which is what people say right before they are complicated about it. Their work does not sell. Yours does. I am offering to make you the room and hang them somewhere. It will not embarrass either of us. It would not embarrass you, May said. It would embarrass me. Those are different problems, but you have never once had mine. So I forgive the confusion. There is a wrinkle, the manager added, sliding a second page over, gentler now, which is how you know the knife is coming. Some of your production vendors have been, let us say, quietly stepping back. A florist, a lighting group. There is chatter. If the show is going to carry the family name, we cannot have chatter attached. May went very still. What chatter? About your producer here. Nothing I would repeat, but you see the problem. I saw the problem before May did, because I had watched it arrive by cropped photo. May did not know that yet. She just knew that somewhere a rumor about me was being used as a reason to cut 4 broke kids from a wall, and I watched her decide she did not like being handed a knife and told it was a favor. Before I answer, who exactly is spreading the chatter about my producer? May asked. The manager spread his hands. I only hear things. You only hear the things that are useful to you, May said. That is a talent, not an accident. If a rumor about him is doing your negotiating for you, then somebody wants him small, and I would very much like to know who benefits. She was closer to the truth than she knew, and I said nothing, because that truth was not mine to hand her yet. I want to talk to the students before I answer you, May said, standing. You are overthinking a simple upgrade, the manager said. I am underthinking it, apparently, which is new for me, May said. Give me the room for an hour. If I still have 4 artists after that, they stay, and so do I. And if I do not, you can have your serious wall. She walked out before he could counter, and I followed, and neither of us said what we were both thinking about the chatter. The empty gallery floor at midday is an honest place. Just white walls and hooks and the smell of fresh paint drying on work nobody has bought. The 4 students stood in a nervous little clump by their pieces, because kids always know when the adults have been talking about them in a glass office. Here is the situation, and I am only saying it once, May told them. The gallery wants you gone. They want a richer show with my name on it. If I keep you, the opening is smaller, the buyers are fewer, and my father's people will not put a cent behind it. She looked at each of them. So I am not going to decide for you. Each of you tells me what you actually need from this show. Then I decide with real information instead of my ego. Sato spoke first, paint still under his nails from a canvas of my mouth. I need one honest wall, he said, not a rich wall. A wall where the price tag does not do the talking. If I sell nothing but somebody stands in front of my work and feels something true, that is the show I need. One by one, the others said their version. Not money, a wall, a door. A first time being taken seriously by a room. And you, May said to the quietest one, a girl who had not spoken yet. What do you need? I need to not be a favor, the girl said. If I am only here because you feel bad, take me down. I would rather have no wall than a pity wall. May looked at her a long moment. Nobody in this room is a pity wall, she said. That is the one thing I can promise. The rest I have to earn, same as you. I did the only useful thing available to a man with no vote, which was hold the ladder while May rehung a piece 2 feet to the left because the light hit it better there. Higher, she said. Your other higher. There is only one higher, then commit to it. At one point, she made me pose again, mid-rehang, and I fixed a crooked frame instead of holding the pose, and she threw a rag at my head. Apparently standing still remains my single least marketable skill. You are not helping me feel better about this, May said, halfway up the ladder. Good, I said. You do not need to feel better. You need to be right. Those are different jobs, and you keep hiring me for the wrong one. She looked down at me for a second, and something in her face slid. The insecurity she paints over on everyone else. What if I keep them and it fails, she said. Then it fails honest, I said. You have had the other kind. Did that feel better? She did not answer, which was the answer. You used to do this differently, I said, holding the ladder steady. Do what? Ask people how a decision made you feel and call it consulting. You just asked 4 kids what they need and did not mention yourself once. That is not the woman who painted me as a vault. Do not analyze me from the bottom of a ladder, May said. It is undignified for both of us. But she was smiling, and she rehung the next piece without asking my opinion at all, which was the entire point. Back at my studio, the honest florist finally called, and I could hear the guilt in her hello. Toma, I have to cancel the Nakamura wedding flowers. I am sorry. It is not about the money. Then tell me what it is about, I said. I am not going to guess, and I am not going to make you feel worse than you already do. Yuki was already at the second desk with the legal pad, quiet, taking down exactly what a person volunteers when you stop interrogating them. 10 years I have done your weddings, the florist said. I know what you are like at 2 in the morning when a delivery comes in wrong. You are the calmest man in any room, and you have never once made a pass at a client, a bride, a bridesmaid, or a potted plant. Then why cancel? I asked. Because she is going to be in that family, and I am one bad word from her away from losing 3 accounts. I am a coward with a shop to keep. I hate that about myself tonight. I got a photo, the florist said, of you, with one of the Shinomiya daughters, close, and a note that said you get, close to the families you work for, that you use them. Who sent it? Yuki asked gently. The way you ask a spooked animal to come closer. Mika Fujiwara, the one marrying the father. A pause. She left me a voice message too after, when I did not answer fast enough. It is worse than the photo. Yuki's pen stopped. Would you be willing to keep that voice message? She said. Not send it anywhere, not testify. Just do not delete it. Forward a copy to this number and let it sit. You're not going to blast it online? The florist asked. No, I said. That is not how this works, and it is not what I want. I do not fight a lie by starting a louder one. I just want the truth to exist somewhere with a date on it, in case a room ever needs it. Then you can have it, she said. God, I should have said no to her. She is marrying the money, Toma. She sent the file. Yuki labeled it, noted the time, and set it in a folder she did not open, because a card you have not played is worth more than one you have shown. You are not going to listen to it? She asked me. Not yet, I said. I do not have a room for it yet. A voice like that only lands once. I am not spending it on us at a desk feeling vindicated. Apparently romance in this family now came with a cancellation policy and an attached recording. I lost the Nakamura booking that afternoon. It was real money and it was gone. And I let it go. You could end this in a day, Yuki said, tapping the folder she had just closed. One message to her whole vendor list with the real photo attached. She would be the one explaining herself by dinner. And I would be exactly the man she cropped me into, I said. A guy who fights over the family in public. No. She wants me loud. Loud is the only version of me that proves her right. So we just eat it. We eat this one. We keep the receipt. We wait for a room where the truth does the work instead of me. Does it ever make you angry? Yuki asked after the florist had hung up. Constantly, I said. I lost a booking today over a photograph of me being kind to a student. Of course it makes me angry. You never show it. That is the job. Anger is loud, and loud is what she is selling. I get to be angry when the right room is watching. Until then, I get to be busy. Yuki wrote something on her pad. What are you writing? Reasons you are insufferable. It is a long list and very well organized. May's exhibition opened 3 nights later, small and warm and completely lacking the important people the manager had promised, and it was the best room I had been in since before a bride left me at an altar. 4 students, 40 guests, cheap wine, and work on the walls that meant something to the person who made it. The manager came anyway, because men like that cannot resist attending the thing they warned you against. He cornered May by Sato's canvas. This is charming, he said, but you understand you have capped your ceiling. Serious collectors will not take a room full of liabilities seriously. He said the word liabilities loudly enough that Sato, 2 feet away, heard himself described as a risk to be managed. May did not raise her voice. She has her mother's talent for the quiet knife. These are not liabilities, she said. They are the only real thing on your calendar this season, and you know it, which is why you came. You wanted a room you could control and call art. I built a room I cannot control, and it is art. That is the whole difference between us, and it is why your walls are always so quiet. The manager waited for me to smooth it over, to broker, to use my closeness to the family, to make the awkwardness go away. I sipped my cheap wine and said nothing. It was her wall. You are quiet, the manager said to me, almost accusing. You usually have an angle. I am a guest at an opening, I said. My angle is the wine. I assumed you would want to leverage this. You are close to the family. I am close to the work, I said. You keep confusing the two. It is why your walls are quiet. He did not enjoy hearing his own sentence handed back to him, and he left shortly after, which improved the room considerably. 2 students sold pieces that night, small ones, to guests who could not really afford them and bought them anyway because a true thing had happened in front of them. A buyer, an older woman in a good coat, stopped me by the door. You produced the Shinomiya dinner, she said, the one with the woman who spoke. My friend was there and has not stopped talking about it. I did. I do 3 events a year and my planner is beige, she said. Do you have a card? I did. It was the first booking in 2 weeks that came to me for work I had done and not for a family name, and it very nearly made up for the florist. Very nearly. Sato pressed a hand-drawn thank you card into my palm, a little cartoon of a man holding a ladder, and I have it still. May found me at the end of the night in front of her portrait of me, the one she had been fixing for weeks. She had repainted the eyes again. The cold opportunist was gone. So was the man staring hungrily at something outside the frame. This version looked slightly to the side, at nothing important, at people you could not see, with an expression I did not entirely enjoy recognizing. Better? She asked. It has fewer crimes and considerably worse posture, I said. So, yes, it is finally me. It is you looking at the room, she said. I finally painted the room in your eyes instead of a vault. Do not make it weird. I am not going to make it weird, I said, and I meant it, because I could feel the shape of what she was not saying, and I was not going to let it become a competition with her sisters that none of them had actually agreed to enter. You did a brave thing tonight, May. Keep it about that, not about me. She looked at me a long moment, then nodded, and something that could have gotten complicated stayed, for now, clean. For the record, May said, walking me to the door, I know you think I am going to make this a thing. I am not. She stopped at the threshold. My sisters and I have not talked about you once, which should probably worry you more than it does, and I would like to keep it that way. Whatever this family does to you, I refuse to be one more person who wants a piece. That, I said, is the bravest thing you said all night, and you did it after the latter, so it barely counts to your mother, which is honestly a shame. My phone buzzed on the way out. Rena, are you still awake? Come to the cafe, not for dessert. Bring your brain, not your appetite. Which, from Rena, who communicates exclusively in food, was alarming. The cafe at closing time is a different animal. Chairs up on tables, one light on, the smell of coffee gone slightly sad. Rena sat at the back booth with a folder in front of her, a fat, ugly folder, the kind that only ever holds bad news in a plastic sleeve. The barista was mopping, giving us space the way good staff learn to. Okay, Rena said. You are the only person who tells me the truth and does not want anything, so... She pushed the folder across. I was going to ask you to make me a beautiful reopening, a big night, lights. But you are going to ask to see the numbers first, aren't you? I am absolutely going to ask to see the numbers first, I said, and opened the folder, and the numbers were worse than her face had prepared me for. Debt in 3 colors of ink, a supplier on final notice, a lease payment she had covered twice from her own savings, which were a rumor at this point. And clipped to the inside, a note in a man's handwriting, the partner who left in spring, a single line about your half of what we owe, that had clearly been read into the paper 100 times. He put his half in my name and left, Rena said, staring at the handwriting. Not only the debt, the blame too. He took the recipes and left me the sentence. Then we separate the two, I said. The debt is math, the blame is his, and you can set it down whenever you decide to. Math first. It is the only part that answers when you call it. You are very annoying when you are right at midnight. It is my peak hour. Paperwork attacks me personally, Rena said, trying for a joke and not quite landing it. It has a very convincing case, I said, turning pages. Rena, this is not a lights problem. A beautiful reopening on top of this is just a prettier hole. I know. Her voice went small in a way I had not heard from her. I know. I just did not want to say it in a room by myself. You are not in a room by yourself, I said. But I am not going to make you a party. I am going to help you read this. Those are different jobs, and the second one is the one that keeps the cafe. Why not ask my father, Rena said, testing, watching my face. He would write a check tonight and own the cafe by Friday. That is not help. That is a leash with a bow on it, so do not take it, I said. I do not want you to save me either, she said. I want you to teach me to read the scary folder so the next one does not need saving. Now you sound like a woman who keeps her cafe, I said. Point at the next number. She looked at the empty chair across from her, the one the partner used to sit in, still angled the way he left it. Where do we even start, she said. With the number that scares you most, I said. Point at it. She did. And that was where Rena Shinomiya, who had spent her whole life being handed things, started the slow, unglamorous, entirely brave work of looking at what she actually owed. Okay, she said, when we had turned 3 scary numbers into 3 smaller manageable ones, and the folder looked a little less like a threat. Homework. Real homework, not hairdryer homework. She went behind the counter and came back with 2 forks and the salted caramel thing I had told her to fix weeks ago. Taste it. I put the salt in. Tell me if the sweet finally has an argument. I tasted it. The sweet had an argument. It was, against every odd in the folder, good. Rena, this one you keep. She grinned, the first real grin all night. Then I have one thing that works, she said. We build from the thing that works. By the 14th dessert, I had lost the ability to distinguish lemon from peach, and by the 22nd, lemon and regret shared a single flavor profile. This is the new signature menu, Rena announced, sliding plate number 23 at me. For the reopening, I want people to have choices. You have 27 choices, I said. That is not a menu. That is a hostage situation with a fork. People like options. People like deciding fast and feeling smart about it, I said. 27 desserts means 27 ways to feel stupid at a counter. Pick the ones you would run into a fire for. I would run into a fire for all of them. That is why you are in debt, Rena. 9, Yuki said, appearing with a marker and the ruthless energy of a woman who reduces things for a living. You keep 9. 3 that sell, 3 that are cheap to make, 3 that are yours. The rest are a hobby, and hobbies do not make rent. You cannot cut the peach, Rena said. The peach is a person to me. The peach sold 4 slices last month, Yuki said, checking the folder. The peach is a person who owes you money. Rena clutched an imaginary peach to her chest and mourned it with her whole body. Salted caramel stays. It is your best thing, Yuki went on, walking the line. Lemon stays. Cheap, and it moves. The lavender one. What is the lavender one? It is aspirational, Rena said. It is soap, Yuki said. You are selling soap as food. Gone. By the end, there were 9 desserts and a cafe that could finally count them. Behind us, 3 staff stood around not knowing whether to prep or panic, because Rena had summoned them for a reopening meeting, and then made it about frosting. Before we plan a party, I said, low enough that only she heard, the staff needs to hear a number. From you, not from the folder. Which number? The one that decides whether any of them has a job in 3 months. They know something is wrong. Not telling them is not protecting them. It is making them guess in the dark, which is worse, because in the dark, people always guess it is their fault. She looked at her 3 people, a barista, a dishwasher, and a kid who ran the register on weekends, and I watched the avoidance rise up in her like a reflex. We are doing great, she started. We just need a bigger Rena, I said. She stopped. She put down the 24th dessert. And then, to her enormous credit, she told them the truth. We are in debt, Rena said. Real debt. My old partner left me holding it, and I have been paying the lease out of my own pocket, which is now empty. I wanted to throw a beautiful party and pretend. Toma will not let me pretend, which is why I keep him around and also why he is exhausting. The barista exhaled like she had been holding that breath for months. We knew, she said. We just did not know if you knew. How much? The barista asked, because she was the only one brave enough. Rena told her the number. It was a bad number. The kid on weekends whistled low. That is a lot of lattes, he said. It is about 40,000 lattes, Rena said. I did the math last night. It is the only math I have done voluntarily in my life, and it kept me up until 4. Then we sell 40,000 lattes, the dishwasher said, shrugging. Slower than a check from your father, but nobody owns us at the end of it. That is the spirit, Rena said, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Grim, but the spirit. I have a follow-up question, the kid on weekends said, raising his hand like they were still in school. Do I still get my Friday shift, or is Friday cancelled along with Joy? Friday survives, Rena said. Joy is on a payment plan like everything else. I can work with a payment plan, he said. I have one on my sneakers. So here is the real meeting, I said, and cleared the 27 desserts off the counter with one forearm like a man ending an era. Not the party, the math and the menu. You are going to ask these 3 what to cut, because they have watched what does not sell for a year, and you have watched a spreadsheet you are afraid of. One of those is better information. After dessert 22, I am not sure I can be trusted with information, Rena said. My will now contains one instruction, no frosting. Reiji arrived the next afternoon like weather nobody had forecast, without knocking, with an assistant and a leather folder, and the calm of a man who has never once been asked to wait in a cafe. He sat at the good table by the window like he owned the light. Rena, I heard the cafe is struggling. Let me help. My people drew up an investment. I brought numbers you will like, he went on, opening to a page of comforting figures. Enough to clear the debt, refit the kitchen, hire 2 more hands. You would breathe for the first time in a year. That does sound like breathing, Rena admitted, and I watched her want it, which is the dangerous part of a good offer, the wanting. Read the whole thing before you breathe, I said. Breathing is on page 1. Page 9 is where they keep the lungs. Reiji smiled at me, thin. You are practical, Toma. Tell her this is a good deal. I am practical, I agreed, which is why I am telling her to read clause 9 before anyone congratulates anyone. You are supposed to be on my side, Reiji said, still smooth. I am on the side of her reading her own contract, I said. If it is a good deal, reading it only helps you. A man who does not want you to read the page is telling you what is on the page. Shiori had come in behind her father and stayed by the door, and she went very still because she could recite his contracts from memory, the same clauses every time, like a family recipe nobody wanted. Rena found clause 9. Her lips moved as she read, and then her face did the thing a face does when a gift turns into a bill in your hands. It says, "The investment converts to a controlling stake if I miss 2 payments," she said slowly. It says the cafe becomes a Shinomiya location. It says I run it, but I do not own it. It says I protect you, Reiji said. It says you own me, Rina said. Those are not the same word, Dad. You taught me they were not the same word. You just assumed I would never read far enough to find it. Every business needs protection. Not every business needs an owner who calls it protection. You would put the family name over my door, Rina said, and my mother's dinners would become your dinners. And in 10 years, there would be a version of me giving a speech about how generous you were. I have watched that speech. I am not giving it. She slid the contract an inch away from herself. It is a gift, Mika said, from the next table too quickly before anyone had asked her. Reiji is being generous. You should be grateful instead of dramatic. There it was, the two of them singing the same note. The belief that help is a thing you accept with a leash attached and a thank you card. A gift basket, I thought, with a deed of surrender folded under the ribbon. Rina, sweetheart, Mika tried. You are being emotional about a business decision. I am being clear about a business decision, Rina said. You are the one calling a leash a gift, and you did it very fast before you even saw the clause. Almost like you already knew what was in it. Mika's smile flickered, one frame of it, and I filed that away, because a woman who defends a trap before she reads it has usually helped set it. Thank you, Rina said to her father, and pushed the folder back across the table exactly the way I once pushed an envelope, and I do not think she even knew she was doing it. I am not signing it. If I lose the cafe, I want to lose my cafe, not hand you a branch and call it rescue. Reiji's jaw did the tight thing. You will regret this when the supplier calls. Maybe, but it will be my regret, and I have never once been allowed one of those. He left the folder on the table, unsigned, and he left. And the staff who had watched the whole thing looked at Rina like she had grown 4 inches in her own cafe. When the door shut behind him, the barista let out a breath. He was going to own us, she said. By Friday, Rina agreed, with a bow on it. You said no to a billionaire. I said no to my dad, Rina said. It is the same man, but it is a completely different sentence, and I have wanted to say the second one my whole life. The cafe opened 3 days later with 9 desserts instead of 27, a menu you could read in one breath, and a hand-lettered sign in the window that said, in Rina's own writing, under honest management, she had wanted balloons. She settled for true. That is either the best slogan or the worst, and I genuinely cannot tell, Yuki said, reading the window. It is honest, Rina said. That is the whole brand now. If the muffins are dry, I have to say the muffins are dry. Are the muffins dry? The muffins are a little dry. I am working on it. Do not put that on the sign. Before the doors opened, Rina gathered her staff, and this time she did not perform. I cannot promise this works, she told them. I can promise I will tell you the truth every week, pay you before I pay myself. And if we close, you hear it from me first, with notice. That is the whole offer. Anyone who wants out, no hard feelings, today is the day. Nobody left. The dishwasher, a quiet man twice her age, said, we did not stay for the balloons, boss, and went to prop the door. Vote anyway, Rina said, because she had learned something in 2 weeks. Stay or go, no speeches, hands. Every hand went up, and one went up twice because the register kid got excited. That is a landslide, the kid said. That is you counting wrong again? The barista said. But yes. Rina laughed, and it was the first laugh I had heard from her that did not have a debt sitting underneath it. Then she unlocked the door. I stayed behind the counter, but only because Rina looked at me and said, out loud, in front of everyone, Toma, would you run the register for the first hour while I work the floor, which is a very different thing from being assumed into a job. A line formed, not a huge one, a real one, neighbors and regulars, and 2 of May's art students who had heard. A neighbor I did not know leaned over the counter. Is it true you fixed the cafe? She asked me. No, I said. She did. I held the ladder. He does that a lot, Rina called from the floor. Holds ladders, terrible at posing, excellent at ladders. The neighbor laughed and bought 2 coffees and a slice, and that was the whole economy of the place in one honest transaction. An older man in a golf cap studied the hand-lettered sign for a long moment, then studied me for an equally long moment, as if the two might be related. Under honest management, he read aloud. Bold thing to promise a stranger. It is a small cafe, I said, Bold is all we can afford. He ordered the lemon, tried it, and nodded once, like a man closing a very small business deal, which I supposed he was. A small boy reached the counter, surveyed the 9 desserts with the seriousness of a general, and said, "I want all of them." "All 9? I asked. "Yes, son," I said. "That is precisely how empires fall." I gave him a lemon one and made a note to charge his father for exactly 1. Behind me, my phone buzzed, then buzzed again, and I did not need to look to know the shape of it. A caterer I had worked with for 6 years and a rental company, both suddenly booked, both polite, both gone. Yuki texted from the studio, 2 more out, same week. Want the tally? Not tonight, I typed back. Tonight a woman kept her cafe. The tally can wait for a Tuesday. You are hemorrhaging work for a family that is bleeding you, she wrote. I know, I typed. I am choosing which cuts to bandage. This one closes on its own. I put the phone away and ran the register for a room that did not know or need to know what it was costing me, which is, when you get down to it, most of my actual job. Shiori bought a coffee and a slice, paid full price, tipped, and sat in the corner watching her little sister run a room she had built with no help from the family name. She did not take over. She did not offer to cover anything. She just watched. Once, when Rina caught her eye across the counter, Shiori lifted her cup, a small salute, older sister to a woman who had finally done a thing entirely her own. It was the closest that family had come to grace in a long while, and it cost exactly 1 coffee, which is less than her father's rescue, and worth a great deal more. After close, when the chairs were up and the last neighbor gone, Rina and I sat at the back booth with 1 untouched dessert on a plate between us, the salted caramel, the one that works. She was quiet in a way that made me nervous, because quiet is not Rina's native language. You did the thing, I said, to fill the silence with something true. The folder, the claws, the 9 desserts. That was the brave thing, entirely yours. Nobody stood behind you. Fumiko is going to make me open a letter now, is she not? Probably. Do not use the hairdryer. I retired the hairdryer. It is in a drawer, and we are not speaking. She smiled, and then the smile changed shape, and I felt the air in the booth change with it. I have to say a thing, she said, and I need you to let me finish it. And then I need you to not be kind in that soft voice men use right before they leave. Okay, I said, and set my fork down, because for once, I was not there to grade the dessert. I like you, Rina said. Not a staff crush. Not he is nice to me. I have watched you tell 3 heiresses no, and a billionaire no, and me no, and every no was somehow a way of taking us seriously. I have never had that. I know the timing is insane, and you are producing my stepmother's wedding, and I am saying it anyway, because I did a brave thing this week and I am on a streak. I let it sit the way you let a true thing sit, so the person knows you actually heard it and did not just start loading your answer. That took more nerve than the folder, I said. I mean that, and I am not going to pretend I did not hear it, or turn it into a joke, or tell you that you do not feel what you feel. But, she said. But I cannot give you a promise, I said. Not because of anything wrong with you, because 6 months ago, a woman I trusted turned a real feeling into a strategy, and I swore I would never do that to another person. Take a heart, because it was offered on a night I could not match it. You deserve a man who says yes with his whole chest, not one being careful with you because he is still bruised. Can I ask one thing? Rina said. Ask. Is it Shiori? She watched my face when she said it, not cruel, just brave enough to say the quiet part out loud. I am not going to answer that, I said, because whatever I feel, none of you is a competition, and the second I name a winner, I turn all 3 of you into a bracket. I will not do that to your mother's daughters. That is a no. That is somehow a yes, Rina said. That is a boundary, I said. The most annoying kind, the honest kind. She nodded, and her eyes were wet, but her chin was up, and that is the entire difference between hurt and humiliated. That, she said, is somehow the kindest no I have ever gotten, which is annoying because I cannot even be properly mad about it. You can be a little mad, I said. A little is allowed. I am going to eat this whole dessert and be a little mad. That is the healthiest possible response, and that dessert is genuinely excellent, so you win either way. For what it is worth, Rina said, pulling the plate over. I am glad it was you I said it to. If it had been someone who took it, I would have found out later they only wanted the last name. You did me the favor of not wanting anything, which is the rarest thing in my whole family, and I am including my mother, who is dead and still less complicated than the living ones. Your mother sounds like she would have liked the 9 dessert menu, I said. She would have cut it to 7, Rina said, mouth full, mad and dignified and entirely herself. She was ruthless. I clearly get it from the wrong parent. and the thing between us settled into its real shape. A stubborn kind of family neither of us had signed up for, and neither of us was walking away from. My phone rang. Yuki, at an hour she only calls if something has moved. You need to come in, she said, and her voice had the flat, careful sound she gets when she is holding something she does not want to drop. The florist's voice note, the one we saved and did not play. What about it? I said, already reaching for my coat. I finally listened to the whole thing, Yuki said. Toma, it is not a rumor. It is her, in her own voice, saying exactly what she was doing and exactly why. And there is a room, in about 2 weeks, where the right people will be sitting. I think we finally found your room. Yuki had turned the studio's back wall into a corkboard of small disasters, one cancelled booking card per pin, and by the time I got there, the wall looked like a losing chess game. Count them, she said, not looking up. I do not want to, I said. 12, she said anyway. 12 in 3 weeks. That is not bad luck, Toma. That is a pattern with a name. Shiori stood in front of the wall with her arms crossed, reading each card like a woman auditing a crime scene, which, in a sense, she was. I can call 4 of these clients myself, she said, by tonight. My name still opens doors, yours does not. No, I said. Toma. No, I said again, because some words are worth wearing out. 12 cards is a business dying quietly, Shiori said. I have watched companies fold from less. Pride does not pay Yuki's salary. Pride is not what this is, I said. I have watched what your father's help costs people. Rena almost signed a cafe away to it. I am not putting my name on that same shelf. You would rather lose the work than take help. I would rather lose the work than let people think I only kept it because a Shinomiya asked nicely. I tapped the wall. This is not a favor problem. It is a truth problem. Fixing it with your name proves whoever is lying right. So, you would rather stand here and lose the studio you and Yuki built from nothing. I would rather stand here and lose it honestly than keep it because your father's daughter made a phone call. Give me the room instead. I will take my chances with facts. Then what do you want? Shiori said. And there was an edge under the formality now, the sound of a woman who solves things for a living being told to stand still. A room, I said. The committee you sit on. Real people who will hear facts and decide for themselves. Not your father's checkbook, not your name. Facts. She studied me the way she studies a budget that does not balance. That is either very brave or very stupid. It is usually both, in my experience, Yuki said, pinning one more card to the wall with unnecessary force. Modern art, she added, stepping back to admire her corkboard. Title, Rich People Are Exhausting. Medium, my patience, mostly gone. Shiori almost smiled, which for her is the equivalent of another woman laughing until she cries. Fine, she said. I will get you the agenda slot, but you will need more than a wall of pins. I know, I said, which is why Rena is currently committing several crimes against subtlety on my behalf. The florist's shop smelled like wet stems and cold water, and Rena was already inside when Yuki and I arrived, wearing a wig the exact color and texture of a startled hedgehog and sunglasses large enough to double as a small windshield. I am undercover, she whispered, at a volume that startled 2 customers and 1 bucket of tulips. You are the least covert person I have ever met, I whispered back. You are wearing sunglasses indoors in a shop with skylights. Disguises are about confidence, Toma, not lighting conditions. Even the ferns by the register seemed to lean away from her, as if they too had questions about her methods. The florist, an older man named Endo with flower-white hands and the tired eyes of someone who has arranged too many weddings for people who did not deserve them, watched Rena's costume with visible alarm before his gaze settled on me and softened. You are the groom, he said, the one from the wedding that did not happen. That is a generous way to put it, I said. I am the one who is currently very unbooked. I have been wanting to say something, Endo said, wiping his hands on his apron like the words needed cleaning before they came out. I only want to tell you what I actually received, nothing more. I will not guess at what I do not know. That is all I am asking, I said. What I personally received, Endo repeated, as if saying it twice made it truer, which, for a nervous man, it usually does. He turned his phone toward us and pressed play. and a voice came through the speaker, calm and a little too rehearsed, sounding like a woman explaining herself to someone she did not respect enough to bother lying carefully. I need you to understand this is delicate, Mika's voice said. I need a reason for people to start doubting him, a small one. You do not have to say anything untrue. Let the picture sit there and do the work. Yuki went very still beside me, filing the sentence away somewhere permanent behind her eyes. Rina, wig askew, put a hand over her mouth. She is not even subtle about it, she whispered. That is somehow worse. Endo looked ill. I canceled the order after I heard it back, he said. I felt like I had shaken hands with something. Did she say anything else? Yuki asked. Gentle now, the interrogation voice she uses on late invoices. She thanked me, Endo said, like the word tasted bad in his mouth, for being discreet, as if I had agreed to something. I had only picked up the phone. Rina, still in character, patted his shoulder with the solemnity of a detective closing a case. You did the right thing, citizen, she said, and even Endo, miserable as he was, had to fight a smile. Do all your investigations involve a wig? He asked. Only the important ones, Rina said. This one had stakes. It had flowers, Yuki said. The stakes were mostly floral. Can I have the file? I asked. And my voice came out flatter than I expected. The voice you use when you are keeping the rest of yourself very still. You can have my honesty in a room if it comes to that, Endo said. I do not want to be dragged through gossip, but I will not lie for anyone either. A room is exactly what I am asking for, I said, nothing louder than that. May's studio smelled like linseed oil and old coffee, and when I told her what Endo had played, she put her brush down with a precision that scared me more than shouting would have. I want to go to her apartment right now, she said. I want to stand in her doorway and read that woman her own words back to her, slowly, so she hears every syllable. I know, I said. I am asking you not to. Why? Because the second this becomes you and me attacking her, it stops being facts and starts being a feud, and feuds are the one thing Mika actually knows how to win. Shiori, standing by the window with her coffee gone cold, nodded once, slow and certain, a woman who had watched feuds ruin better plans than this one. May exhaled through her nose, a long, controlled breath, the kind you take when you are choosing to be useful instead of satisfying. Fine, she said, but I have something you are going to want to see first. She pulled up her gallery backup, the same drive she never deletes because, in her words, forgetting is a luxury for people who have never been erased. The photo filled her screen, uncropped, time-stamped, and there, at the edge of the frame, half in shadow, at the studio doorway, stood Mika, phone raised, taking the exact picture that would later arrive at 3 vendors missing everyone but me and a room full of teenagers. She is in her own crime scene photo, May said. Some villains truly do not think it through. Shiori leaned in, comparing the full image to the cropped one already circulating, and something in her face closed like a door being locked from the inside. You did not create this, she said quietly, to me, like she was confirming something she had already half believed and needed to hear confirmed anyway. No, I said. I did not know it existed until this week. The crop removed a great deal, I added. Context, dignity, about half the room as it happens. I will not send it anywhere, May said. I will bring the drive myself and I will let it speak once, in front of the right people, and then I am done being anyone's evidence locker. That is all I am asking, I said for the second time that day, because apparently that had become the whole shape of my week. Can I ask you something? May said, wiping a brush that did not need wiping. Why does it matter to you this much, whether I confront her or not? You could let me do it. It would feel good, watching her. It would feel good for about a day, I said. And then it would be the two of you at every family dinner for the rest of your life. And I would rather you not carry that just to save me an afternoon. Shiori, still by the window, said nothing, but something in her shoulders came down half an inch, like a held breath finally let go. The charity committee met in a room with too much good lighting for the kind of conversation it was about to hold. Long table, water glasses nobody touched, and 8 members who had clearly expected an ordinary Thursday agenda item about auction linens. Mika sat beside Reiji in a pale coat, composed, already halfway to accepting a co-chair title that had not yet been offered out loud. Before we finalized the co-chair recommendation, the chair said, a sharp-eyed woman named Tanaka, who had clearly run harder meetings than this one, Mr. Arai asked for 2 minutes on the agenda. Given the circumstances around several vendor cancellations this month, The board agreed to hear him. Mika's composure held, mostly, but her hand found the edge of her planner and gripped it, knuckles pale, the grip of someone who has just felt the chair go unsteady underneath her. Toma, she said, warm, careful, already performing for an audience. I know this has been a hard season for you. I hope you are not here to make it harder for everyone else. I am not here to make anything harder, I said. I am here to ask 2 minutes of listening, and then I will sit down. I looked at Tanaka. There is an audio file given voluntarily by a vendor about why several bookings around me collapsed at the same time. I would like the committee to hear it, and then I am finished talking. Reiji's jaw tightened. 1 degree, the only tell a man like him allows himself in a room full of donors. Toma, he said, low. This is not the venue for a personal grievance. It is the exact venue, I said. You put Mika forward for a role that requires public trust. I am only asking the people voting to have all the facts before they vote. Perhaps we table this and continue the agenda, Reiji said, turning to Tanaka with the particular smile of a man used to rooms rearranging themselves around him. Mr. Shinomiya, Tanaka said, not unkindly, you are a generous donor, and you are not currently a voting member of this committee. I would ask you to let me run my own meeting. Somewhere behind me, Rina made a small, delighted sound she disguised badly as a cough. Tanaka nodded to an assistant, and Endo's recording filled the room through a small speaker, tinny and unmistakable. The same 7 words that had already undone a florist, now undoing an entire table. I need a reason for people to start doubting him. Let the picture sit there and do the work. One board member, an older man who had said nothing all meeting, took off his glasses and set them down very deliberately, the universal gesture of a person who has decided he no longer needs to see this clearly to understand it. Nobody else moved either. Another board member set down her water glass without drinking from it. Mika's hand, still resting on the planner, went white at the knuckles, and something small and pale slipped from between the pages and landed on the polished table with almost no sound at all. A camellia gone the color of old paper, cracked along one fold where it had been pressed too many times. That is taken out of context, Mika said. Too fast, the words arriving before the thought that should have shaped them. It is a misunderstanding. That is a generous word, I thought, for a trap with someone's own handwriting on it, though I kept the line to myself because the room did not need my commentary, only the tape and the silence after it. May set her tablet on the table without a word and pulled up 2 images side by side, the cropped photo already circulating among the vendors, and beside it, the full frame, time-stamped, Mika visible at the studio doorway with her phone raised. Nobody in the room asked a single question. The pictures did the asking. I was protecting my family, Mika said, and her voice had climbed half an octave, reaching now instead of performing. You do not know what it is like to watch a jealous ex circle 3 vulnerable young women. I did what I thought was necessary. Vengeful, she added, aiming it at me like it might still land. That is what this is. A vengeful man trying to humiliate me in front of my future. I did not play the tape, I said, quiet, and I let that sit a moment before I finished it. You did. 2 months ago, into a phone, to a man arranging flowers. I only asked the room to listen. I stopped there, because a hero does not need the last word when the recording has already said the true one for him. Tanaka closed the folder in front of her with a small final motion, the kind that ends more than 1 meeting's worth of business. The committee will not be recommending Ms. Fujiwara for co-chair, she said. Given today's material, I think it is best we table her general committee involvement as well, pending a full board discussion. Reiji did not speak. A man with Reiji's checkbook has very few rooms he cannot buy his way back into, and this had just become one of them. I did not smile. Rina, several seats down in her hedgehog wig, gave a single tight fist pump under the table, visible to exactly no one but me, which felt, honestly, like the correct amount of celebration for a room this quiet. Reiji's study that evening had the particular hush of a house arranging its own silence, and the 3 daughters, plus Fumiko, plus me by unfortunate proximity, ended up on the wrong side of a door somebody had forgotten to shut properly. You embarrassed this family in a room full of people who write checks, Reiji said, and his voice had dropped into that register that gets colder the angrier he actually is. I embarrassed myself, Mika said, and even through the door I could hear her reaching for the version of the story where she survives it. Toma set a trap. He has been planning this for weeks. Your daughters helped him, if you want to know the truth of it. The truth, Reiji said, was on a speaker, in your own voice, for 8 people to hear clearly. You are removing me from the committee over one recording. I am removing you from the committee because I cannot put your name on anything I need this city to trust for the next year. A long pause, the kind where you can hear a person deciding whether to keep arguing or start calculating. We are taking the family to your mother's country house this weekend, Reiji said, louder now, meant for the hallway as much as the room. All of you, no excuses. We are going to sit at one table and be a family, whether anyone in this house currently feels like one. A family, May whispered beside me. Flat, to no one in particular, chosen and announced like a board resolution, minutes to follow. Rena, still half in her hedgehog wig from the afternoon, leaned in and whispered back, do we get a vote on this one too, or only when it is useful to him? We never get a vote, May said. We get a calendar invitation. Fumiko stood near us with the music box clamped under one arm, gripped like something rescued from a fire, and caught my eye and shook her head once. Small, private. Whatever else this weekend was going to be, it was not going to be about Akari, not the real her, not yet. Through the gap in the door, I watched Mika bend down, slowly, and pick the dried camellia off the floor where it had fallen from the folder someone had left on his desk, holding it in both hands like it might still forgive her for something. Her fingers were not steady, I noticed, and then I made myself stop noticing, because pity is not the same thing as forgiveness, and I was not currently in the business of handing out either. When a billionaire tells you he is keeping something private, I thought later, walking Rena's ridiculous wig back to her car, the first thing to check is who just got locked outside the door, listening to every word of it. In this case, that had been 3 daughters, 1 housekeeper, and me, which meant Reiji's privacy had roughly the structural integrity of wet paper. Yuki texted before I even reached my car. 2 clients rebooked, it said. Word travels fast when the truth finally beats the rumor to the door. I typed back one word, good, and meant it, and put the phone away before I could ruin the feeling by checking how many cancellations were still pinned to that wall. I looked back at the house, lit up and unbearably calm from the outside, and thought about how little any of that light had to do with what was actually happening inside it. A country weekend was coming, a table Reiji had already decided would look like a family, whether it was one or not, and I had exactly 1 weekend to figure out where I fit at it, if anywhere at all. Akari's country house did not have a staff script, which was the first thing wrong with the whole weekend, because everyone in that family had spent years learning roles for a house that had never actually asked them to perform any. Reiji handed me a clipboard the moment I stepped out of the car, like a man returning a rental. You are managing the garden auction, nothing more. Keep it tasteful, keep it brief. Noted, I said. I am also not attending dinner, so you can plan the seating without a spare chair for the help. You will attend dinner, he said, already walking. Already certain the sentence settled it. I will attend the auction, I said to his back. The clipboard did not mention dinner. I read contracts for a living, Reiji. I know what is and is not in scope. May arrived next, dragging a canvas bag that clinked like it held either art supplies or a small bar, possibly both. He handed you a clipboard within 10 seconds, she said, nodding at Reiji's retreating back. Personal record, honestly. Usually it takes him a full minute to start assigning tasks. I am efficient, Reiji called back, without turning around, which somehow made it worse. Rena came in behind her sister with a tote bag she refused to let anyone carry, muttering about a family bonding curriculum Reiji had apparently emailed the group the night before, complete with a schedule. There is a bullet point, she said, holding up her phone like evidence, that says organic warmth 4 to 5. You cannot schedule warmth, Dad. It is not a dentist appointment. It worked for the Kobayashis, Reiji said, which answered nothing and explained everything about how he saw the weekend. Who are the Kobayashis? Rena asked. A family I admire, Reiji said. Did they schedule warmth too? May asked. They scheduled a merger, Reiji said. The warmth was implied. Nobody had a follow-up question ready for that one. Inside, the house had the particular hush of a place kept exactly as someone left it, and at the head of the long dining table sat a single high-backed chair nobody had touched in years, worn soft at the arms in a way only one person's hands could have managed. Mika crossed the room toward it like she had already decided it belonged to whoever sat first. This will be a lovely spot to host from, she said, resting one hand on the back of it, testing the weight of the idea out loud before committing her body to it. Fumiko appeared from nowhere, silent-footed after 30 years of practice, and slid the chair back an inch, just enough to make sitting in it a small, visible effort. That chair sits empty, Fumiko said. Pleasant, immovable. It has for 11 years. We are not changing that this weekend. Mika's hand stayed on the wood a beat too long. It is only a chair, she said, to no one in particular, and stepped away from it anyway, proving she did not believe a word of her own sentence. The chair, I noted privately, had better boundaries than most of the adults currently occupying that house, and it had not even had to raise its voice to hold them. The garden auction happened under a white tent that smelled like cut grass and old money. Reiji had loaded the catalog with the kind of items designed to make a room believe in his generosity. A signed watch, a weekend at a resort he partly owned, a bottle of something that cost more than Rena's monthly lease. I ran the gavel clean and professional and refused, twice, to narrate Mika and Reiji's romance into the patter guests expected. You could mention how devoted he has been, Mika murmured near the podium, between lots, smiling for the row of donors behind her. It would help the room warm up. The room is already warm, I said. It is a tent in July. I am selling watches, not a marriage. Her smile did not move, but something behind it flickered once and went still again. Lot 9, I called, lifting the paddle number for a signed watch Reiji had personally selected. Opening bid, 500,000. Any takers? Silence. Polite and expensive. 400, someone offered, almost apologetically. 400, do I hear 450? A long pause, a cough, a woman checking her phone. Sold 400, I said, and did not look at Reiji because I did not need to see his face to know exactly what it was doing. Lot 11 was Akari's handwritten recipe book. 3 pages photocopied and framed, donated by Fumiko without asking anyone's permission. This one, I said, holding it up, comes with no market value whatsoever and a recipe for a plum cake several people in this tent apparently still remember eating. 200, a woman in the back called immediately. 250, said another, half standing. 300, the first woman said, not even glancing at the price of the watch that had just sold for less. They kept going past Reiji's number in under a minute, 2 women practically leaning across their table to outbid each other over a page of handwriting nobody in that family had thought to frame themselves. 450, going once, I said, going twice, sold. 450,000 to the woman who clearly knew Akari better than most of the people currently living in her house. A ripple of laughter went through the tent, the kind that only lands when everyone quietly agrees with the joke. Reiji did not laugh. He sat very still at the head table, watching his own showpiece items sell for less than a dead woman's grocery list, and said nothing about it at all, which was, in its own way, the loudest reaction of the entire afternoon. You did that on purpose, Mika said afterward, low, once the tent had mostly emptied. Said what? I said. The truth, out loud, with a gavel in my hand. I plead guilty. You made him look small in front of his own donors. He made himself look small, I said. I only held the microphone. I made a private note that apparently affection had terrible resale value at that auction, right up until somebody had bothered to write it down by hand years before any of this mattered. I found Rena afterward with a hat, an actual hat, upside down on the sitting room table, and 3 folded slips of paper already inside it, and I understood immediately that I had walked into something I was not supposed to see yet. Absolutely not, May was saying, arms crossed, though she was laughing despite herself. We are not drawing names like a raffle, Rena. I did not say raffle, Rena said. I said a fair system. A raffle has prizes. This has feelings, which are worse because you cannot return feelings if they do not fit. Explain the hat then, May said. Explain how a hat is not a raffle. The hat is a metaphor, Rena said, with the wounded dignity of someone defending a very bad idea. It represents chance, fairness. Nobody choosing for anybody else. Nobody is choosing, May said, because the person in question does not know this hat exists. That is generally how consent works, Rena. I am serious for 1 second, Shiori said, and the room went quiet in the particular way it does when the most controlled person in it decides to stop being controlled. I have feelings too. I have had them since the studio contract, and I said nothing because I refused to be one more Shinomiya woman treating a person like a line item. You? May said, turning to her with something between surprise and relief. I thought it was just me being ridiculous and Rena being Rena. It is not just you, Shiori said. I have watched him refuse our father, refuse Mika, refuse an entire wedding's worth of money, and every time I think, there, that is a person who will not bend for the wrong reason. I do not know what to do with that feeling, except be honest about having it. So, we are all just, Rena started, then stopped, counting on her fingers like the math embarrassed her. 3 for 3. That is either very romantic or extremely humiliating, and I genuinely cannot decide which. It is humiliating, May said. For him, mostly. Imagine finding out 3 sisters held a closed-door meeting about your feelings without inviting you. Which is why, Rena said, brightening, entirely missing her sister's point, the hat solves it. Blind, fair, nobody's fault. Whoever gets drawn, the others step back with dignity. That is not dignity, May said. That is a lottery with extra crying. See, Rena said, pointing at the hat like it had made her entire argument for her. 3 names, real feelings. We are all being honest, which nobody in this family ever is, so maybe the ugly system is the honest one. I stood very still in the hallway, close enough to hear every word, and felt something in my chest go quiet and cold in a way that had nothing to do with the garden air outside. I had spent 3 months being told by 3 different women in 3 different ways that they saw me. It had never once, until that exact sentence, sounded like a hat with my name divided into thirds inside it. Mika found me on the porch, not 10 minutes later, moving fast for someone in heels on gravel, and I understood before she opened her mouth that she had been listening at that same door a little longer than I had. You heard them, she said. Not a question. I heard enough. They are using you, Mika said, gentle, almost kind, which from her had started to feel like a warning label. Against their father, against me. Whoever wins this little contest gets leverage in this family for years. I know how these houses work, Toma. I grew up watching women learn it. That is not what that was, I said, though some small ugly part of me was not entirely sure. Is it not? Mika said. 3 sisters, 1 man, a hat. Call it whatever you like. I called something very similar once, before I understood what this family actually rewards. You are not the person I want relationship advice from, I said, and it came out flatter than I meant it to, though not less true for that. No, she agreed, and for 1 second, something almost honest crossed her face before she smoothed it back into concern. But I am the only one here who will say it to you plainly, instead of behind a closed door. Say what, exactly, I said. That love in this family always comes with a bill attached, Mika said. I did not invent that rule, Toma. I only learned to read it faster than you have. Maybe, I said. Or maybe you needed it to be true, so choosing Reiji would not feel like the smaller decision. Her jaw tightened. One flash of something real before the poise slid back into place. Careful, she said, quiet. I am not the one who needs careful right now, I said, and turned toward the house before she could find a second sentence to answer with. I did not wait to hear if she had one. I walked back through the house, past the empty chair, past the framed recipe book waiting to be collected by its new owner, and I found my keys, and I found the auction room door, and I locked it the way I had been asked to. Shiori caught me at the front hall, breathless, having clearly run the length of the house. Toma, wait. Whatever you heard, it was not what it sounded like. It was exactly what it sounded like, I said. 3 of you, 1 hat, my name on 3 slips of paper. I do not think I misheard a single word of it. That is not fair, May said, arriving right behind her sister. We were being honest with each other. That is supposed to be a good thing in this family, remember. You are the one who keeps telling us to say things out loud instead of managing them. I am, I said, and I am saying this out loud. I am not a hat. I am not a name drawn out of one either. I do not get to be the thing 3 sisters decide fairly between. Rena, last through the door, still holding the offending hat, like she had not quite processed that it was now evidence against her. We were not deciding you, she said, small. We were trying to stop hurting each other over you. I know, I said, and meant it, and it did not change anything I had already decided in that hallway. That is your work to do. It cannot be mine to referee. I turned my phone off entirely, screen dark, in a way I had not done since the week after the wedding. That did not happen, and none of them said anything else, because there was nothing left in that hallway that a sentence was going to fix. No person gets one, I said out loud, to an empty hallway, mostly to hear myself commit to it. Not by a hat, not by being the last one standing. I am not a prize at the end of a family argument, and I am done being available every time attention swings back toward me. I heard footsteps behind me. 3 sets, arriving exactly late enough to have missed saying any of it to my face, and I did not turn around. Some exits only work if you do not stop to watch the room realize what just happened. I was already on the highway when the rest of it happened, and I only got the full account 2 days later from Rena, who told it with enough sound effects that I suspected several details had improved in the retelling. I believe the sound effects. I do not fully believe the version where she personally comforted everyone with wisdom beyond her years. Fumiko found the sisters an hour later in Akari's small study, a room with more books than furniture, and set the music box down on the desk between them with the particular calm of a woman who has waited years to correct one specific misunderstanding. Your father thinks these open as rewards for good behavior, she said. For obedience, for choosing correctly in his eyes. That is not what your mother wrote them for. Then what? Shiori asked, quieter than Rena's retelling had ever made her sound before. She wrote them for the moment each of you chose something hard, on your own, with no one telling you it was safe. Fumiko touched the lid without opening it. Not a man. Not your father's approval. A real choice, the kind that costs you something. You do not open your letter because you want to. You open it because you already did the thing that earns it. I have not done that yet, Shiori said, and there was something raw underneath the sentence, an old fear finally spoken instead of managed. I am afraid of my father. I have spent my whole life making choices that would not upset him first, and calling it strategy. May, for once, did not have a sharp line ready. She just reached over and took her sister's hand. What about the hat? Rena asked, small. Does that count against me? I organized emotional gambling in my dead mother's house. It counts as very you, May said. Loud, well-intentioned. Structurally a disaster. I would put that on my gravestone, Rena said, right under my name. Better than most of what this family puts on paper. None of you earned a letter today, Fumiko said, not unkindly. But I will say this much. Watching 3 of you sit in a room and finally tell each other the truth instead of managing it, that is closer to your mother than anything I have watched in this house in years. Shiori's eyes went bright and she looked away, fast, toward the window, the way she does when a feeling arrives faster than her composure can catch it. Then none of us open ours today, Rena said, and pushed the hat, still sitting absurdly on the side table, onto the floor with one deliberate foot. That thing was a terrible idea anyway. Does emotional maturity come with a receipt? Because I would like to return several decisions I made this weekend. No refunds, Fumiko said, and for the first time all day, something in the room actually laughed, small and real. 3 sisters, who had spent an afternoon competing for a man now sitting shoulder to shoulder over a box, none of them were allowed to open yet. He's not going to answer his phone tonight, May said, resigned. No, Shiori agreed, but he will answer it eventually. He always does. Once he has decided we are not asking him to fix something for us. That is oddly comforting, Rena said, in a very Toma way, comfort that arrives late and fully itemized. Through the study window, across the lawn, Mika stood alone near the emptied auction tent, watching the porch where I had stood 20 minutes earlier. Her hand closed around something small enough to disappear entirely inside her fist. Reiji did not come find her. He was already on his phone, already rearranging some other part of the world he still believed he controlled. I drove back to the city with my phone still off. 3 missed conversations I had not had yet sitting somewhere behind me on that porch, and one clear thought taking up all the space where the guilt should have been. I refused to be chosen out of a hat, and I refused to be the reason 3 sisters stopped acting like sisters. I wanted, for the first time since the wedding, to build something with my own name on the door and nobody else's attached to it. Somewhere past the second toll booth, I turned the phone back on, just long enough to text Yuki one line. Clear a wall Monday, it said. I want to put a sign up. Her reply came back before I had even merged lanes. Finally, it read, I have had the letters cut for 2 weeks. I was starting to think you enjoyed being anonymous. Yuki had the sign leaning against the storefront window when I got there, wrapped in brown paper like a present nobody was sure I wanted. Name it, she said. No hello, no warm-up. I have the electrician on standby, and he charges by the hour, so pick a word before he starts billing us for your feelings. I do not have a name, I said. You have had 3 months, Yuki said. You have had a wedding, a committee hearing, and a country house meltdown. If none of that produced a name, I am naming it myself, and you will not like my instincts. Try me. Arai events, formerly Fiancée, Yuki said. Catchy, memorable, slightly defamatory toward you specifically. Arai and Marita, I said. Just that. no formerly anything. Yuki blinked, actually thrown for once. You are putting my name on it. You have been building this with me since before I had a reason to, I said. It is not a favor, it is accurate. Do not make me cry before the electrician gets here, Yuki said. He will think we are unprofessional. The sign went up an hour later, small, plain, lit from below, Arai and Marita, in clean letters that did not once mention a wedding, a billionaire, or a family that had spent 3 months treating my name like a rental. It is smaller than Reiji's driveway, I said, looking up at it. And somehow twice as honest, Yuki said. I will take that trade every day of the week. Nana, our newest hire, a 22-year-old with a clipboard and zero patience for nonsense, poked her head out of the back room to look. Is that it? Is that the whole ceremony? What were you expecting? Yuki asked. Confetti, a ribbon. Possibly a small speech about legacy. We do not have a legacy, I said. We have a sign and 11 unread messages. Give it a year, Yuki said. Legacy is just unread messages that eventually got answered. The second hire, a quiet man named Kenji, who had done rentals for me since my very first solo job, came out with 2 mismatched mugs of coffee and handed me one without ceremony. To the sign, he said. To the sign, I repeated, and it felt strange and good in my mouth, a toast to something that had no strings attached to it anywhere. My phone had 11 unread messages by noon. 3 from Shiori, 4 from May, 2 from Rina, 2 from a number I did not save because I already knew whose it was. I did not open any of them. Not out of anger. I had spent 3 months answering every call the second it rang, and for 1 week, I wanted to know what it felt like to let a message wait. You're allowed to read them, Yuki said, watching me not do it. Reading is not the same as answering. I know, I said. I am not avoiding them. I am learning the difference between silence and running away, and apparently that takes real practice. That is either very healthy or a very elaborate excuse, Yuki said. Possibly both, I said. I contain multitudes and also several unread texts. Shiori came by the studio on the second day and did not come in. I watched her through the front window, standing on the sidewalk in a coat too formal for the neighborhood, reading the new sign twice like she was checking it for errors. Then she turned and walked back to her car without ever touching the door. She stood there, Yuki said, joining me at the window. For, what, 90 seconds? About that. That is either extremely respectful or the world's slowest decision not to knock. With Shiori, I said, the respect is the slowness. You could have opened the door, Yuki said. You could have waved. Something. I could have, I said. I did not, because if I open the door for her today, I open it for all 3 of them by Thursday, and none of us have finished deciding what we are yet. That is annoyingly mature of you. I contain occasional flashes of it, I said. Do not get used to them. I did not text Shiori either, but I noticed I had stopped being angry about the sight of her on the sidewalk. A small, quiet progress that does not announce itself. It just stops hurting one day, and you notice a week later that it did. Rina's coffee showed up the next morning, left on the doorstep before we opened. Exactly the order I always got from her cafe. Still slightly warm, no note attached. Romantic postal service, but with caffeine, Yuki said, holding it up like evidence. That is not what this is. It is a little what this is. It is a woman respecting a boundary by leaving me a beverage instead of a confrontation, I said. That is not romance. That is emotional literacy with oat milk. It kept showing up. Every morning that week, same order, same hour, never a note, never a text asking if I had gotten it. On the 4th day, I finally texted her 3 words, the first message I sent anyone that whole week. Coffee is perfect, I wrote. Her reply came back instantly, like she had been holding her phone the entire time waiting. Obviously, it said, I run a cafe. Do not sound so surprised. It is insulting to my whole business. How is the cafe? I typed back, because it felt safer than any of the other questions sitting in my chest. Profitable, Rina wrote. Barely, honestly, but it is mine. And I did that without anyone's money, and some mornings I stand in it before we open and just look at it like an idiot. That is not idiotic, I typed. That is what it is supposed to feel like. Careful, she wrote back. That almost sounded like a compliment. I will frame it next to the sign that says, under honest management. May's contribution arrived by email that same afternoon. No subject line, no message, just a sketch attached, a quick charcoal study of the studio's front window from across the street. My silhouette was visible inside it, unmistakably drawn by someone who had stood on that sidewalk long enough to get the angle right. She did not even sign it, Yuki said, looking over my shoulder at the screen. May never signs anything she is proud of, I said. She only signs the ones she is defending. That is either very deep or completely made up. With May, I said, it is usually both. I printed the sketch and pinned it above my desk before I let myself think too hard about what it meant that she had stood across the street long enough to get the angle exactly right. None of them are pushing, I said, mostly to myself. I noticed, Yuki said. It is almost like they actually heard you in that hallway. I did not expect them to listen that fast. People surprise you, Yuki said, right up until the moment they do not, and then you remember why you liked them in the first place. Since when are you the wise one in this partnership? Since always, Yuki said. You were simply too busy being tragic to notice. Mika arrived on the fourth evening, after the last client call, after Yuki had already gone home, which I suspected was not an accident. She stood in the studio doorway in a coat that cost more than the sign outside, and in her closed hand, held like something that might still crumble, was the dried camellia from the cancelled bouquet. I need to say something, and I need you to let me finish, she said. You do not owe me that, but I am asking anyway. Say it, I said, because refusing to listen is its own cruelty, and silence had already been used as a weapon in this story once. I did not want to be the second person who tried it. Come with me, Mika said. Not back to what we were. Somewhere new. Anywhere. I have money set aside Reiji does not know about, and I cannot stay in that house after the committee, after the daughters, after all of it. I need someone who already knows the worst of me and is still willing to leave with me anyway. You want me to disappear with you. I want you to understand, she said, that I am not asking you to forgive me. I am asking you to be practical. We know each other completely. There is no discovering left to do, no disappointing left to happen. That is worth something, Toma. That is worth more than people admit. It is worth something, I agreed. It is not worth this. You have not even considered it. I considered it for the entire length of that sentence, I said. That is more consideration than most proposals get. The answer is still no. She flinched, small, like the speed of my answer had cost her more than the answer itself. I looked at her for a long moment, and underneath the request, I could finally see the actual shape of it, not love returning, not regret finding its way home, just a woman who had run out of rooms that still wanted her, and had circled back to the one door she knew would not slam immediately. You are not asking me to come back, I said. You are asking me to be your exit. Her composure cracked, one visible inch. That is not fair. It is exactly fair, I said. You want somewhere to run that does not feel like losing. I already know your worst. That makes me safe cargo, not a person you missed. I did miss you, she said, and for once it sounded almost true, which made it worse, not better. Missing me and needing an exit can both be real at the same time, I said. That does not mean I am obligated to be either one for you. You have changed, Mika said, and it did not sound like a compliment or an accusation, more like an observation she had not expected to have to make out loud. I have had practice, I said. You gave me quite a lot of it, if I am honest, in one very public afternoon. I did not mean for it to go that far. I believe that, I said. I do not think it changes where it landed. She held the camellia out an inch, then stopped, her hand refusing to finish the motion her mouth had already started. I cannot, she said, mostly to the flower, not to me. I know, I said. I think you have known since the wedding. You needed to say it out loud to someone who would not flinch. She set the dried flower down on the edge of my desk instead, carefully, like it still deserved gentler treatment than anything else that evening had gotten, and left without asking me to walk her out. Yuki texted the second I locked up. Did she leave? It said, meaning more than the studio. Yes, I typed back. Good, Yuki wrote. Also, for the record, if she had asked for a receipt on that flower, I was fully prepared to put emotional evacuation on next month's invoice, itemized with tax. I laughed alone in an empty studio at 11 at night, which felt, honestly, like the healthiest thing I had done all week. The client event 3 days later was small by Shinomiya standards and enormous by mine. A 25th anniversary dinner for a couple who had found us through a caterer who used to work with me. No family name attached anywhere on the booking. No favor called in on my behalf. I delegated the floral timing to our newest hire and did not once reach for my phone to check whether anyone important was watching. You let Nana run the flowers alone, Yuki said, impressed despite herself. She has been ready for a month, I said. I was the one not ready to find out. That is either good delegation or a nervous breakdown wearing a nice suit. With me, Yuki, the suit is doing a lot of work. Nana proved herself within the hour, catching a delivery mix-up before the guests noticed and rebuilding the centerpiece arrangement from memory with 4 minutes to spare. Where did you learn to move that fast? I asked her, genuinely impressed. Restaurant work, she said. Panic is just a Tuesday there. Kenji, setting the last of the chairs, added. She once replated an entire table during a fire alarm. I have never fully recovered. The dinner ran clean, warm, unremarkable, which for an event this size is the highest compliment there is. And at the end, the husband found me by the door and shook my hand longer than the moment strictly required. My daughter found you through a stranger's recommendation, he said. Not an ad, not a name, just someone who worked with you once and would not stop talking about it. That is the only kind of advertising I actually trust, I said, and meant it more than I expected to. 25 years, he added, glancing back at his wife across the room, still laughing with someone by the dessert table. You would think we would have run out of things to celebrate by now. You would think, I said. Most people do not make it this far without running out of reasons. We nearly did, twice, he said, quiet and honest, in the way strangers sometimes are at the end of a long night. This one was worth throwing properly. He paid the invoice in full that same night, on time, no negotiation, which after the last month felt like its own small miracle. Nana counted the tip twice before believing it, and Kenji declared it, with total sincerity, the best night of his professional life, which, considering his professional life had mostly involved rented chairs, was either a low bar or a genuine compliment. I decided to take it as the second one. No billionaires, I said to Yuki, once the last guest had gone and the room stood empty and quiet around us. No crisis, no family emergency disguised as an event. I know, Yuki said, it is deeply suspicious. I keep waiting for someone important to ruin it. Give it time, I said. Someone always does. Someone did, 3 days later, though it was not the interruption either of us had been bracing for. Shiori called. Finally, and I answered on the second ring, because some silences are meant to end on your own terms, and this one had run its course. Her voice was tight in a way I had never heard from her, controlled the way people get controlled right before they stop being able to manage it. My father wants to introduce me to someone, she said, formally, this weekend, a man named Nobuo Kisaragi, from a family he has wanted an alliance with for years. And you are telling me this because, I said, already knowing the answer before she finished forming it. Because I do not know how to say no to him, Shiori said, and I think you are the only person who might actually understand why that terrifies me. What kind of alliance, I asked, though I already suspected the shape of it. The kind with a merger clause disguised as a courtship, Shiori said. Nobuo runs half his family's shipping division. My father has wanted access to their ports for 6 years. I am apparently the access. Does Nobuo know that is how your father is describing this? I do not know, she said. I have not met him yet. That is the part I keep circling. I am about to have dinner with a stranger who might be perfectly kind, and I still feel like I am being delivered somewhere. You do not have to go. I do, she said, quiet. Not because he can force me, not directly, because every time I imagine saying no to his face, I picture the look he gave Mika at that committee table, and some old, stupid part of me still does not want to be the daughter who finally disappoints him past the point of repair. That is not stupid, I said. That is the oldest fear in that entire house, older than you and older than him too. You are allowed to have it and still walk in that room with your eyes open. Will you tell me if I am fooling myself? She asked. About what? About whether I am going because it is smart or because I still cannot stand the sound of his voice going cold. I let that sit a moment before I answered, because a true answer deserved more than a reflex. I will tell you what I see, I said. I cannot promise it will be comfortable. Comfortable stopped being available to this family months ago, she said. I will take honest instead. One more thing, she said before hanging up. Do not tell May or Rina yet. I need to know how I feel about it before I have to manage how they feel about it. I was not planning to, I said. But Shiori, at some point this weekend has to stop being something that happens to you. I know, she said, quiet again, the composed voice cracking open just enough to let something honest through. I am working up to it. Give me the dinner first. I hung up and sat in the empty studio a long while afterward, the new sign glowing faintly through the front window. I thought about how strange it was that the calmest, most controlled of the three sisters was the one currently walking straight toward the exact trap the rest of us had already learned to recognize by smell. I was not in the room when my former father-in-law, that almost was, made an arranged marriage sound like a promotion. Shiori told me about it 2 days later, in pieces, the way people describe a negotiation they are still angry they sat through. He had the invitation mock-up on the desk, she said, next to a folder with Nobu's photo and his shipping division's balance sheet, like a menu. He said, and I am quoting directly, "This protects your sisters. It protects the family. It protects you if you let it." Protects you from what? I asked. He did not specify, Shiori said. I do not think he has ever had to specify anything in his life. Mika had been there too, apparently, seated at the edge of the room with her planner open, nodding along at the correct intervals. This is practical, she told Shiori, according to Shiori, and her hand went to the inside pocket of the planner, out of old habit, reaching for the flower that used to live there, and found it empty. She recovered fast, closed the pocket, kept talking. Practical is not a dirty word, Mika had said. I would have loved someone telling me this clearly, before I made my own choices. You mean before you chose my father? Shiori had said, flat. Mika had not answered that one. He called it strategic stability, Shiori told me, still incredulous 2 days later. Strategic stability, like I am a currency, he is pegging to something more solid. What did you say back? I asked. Nothing at first, she said. I have spent 32 years learning to go quiet when he uses that voice. It took me a full minute to remember I am allowed to just say no in the room instead of after I have left it. And when you remembered, I asked him what happens if I refuse, Shiori said. He said, and I am quoting again, then I will assume you are choosing chaos over your family, and I will plan accordingly. As if refusing a stranger is chaos. As if the last 3 months of this house have been anything but chaos already, and I am the only one apparently allowed to name it. Her proposal, I thought later, had arrived wrapped like a promotion. The fine print underneath had been a husband. Shiori had asked me, carefully, professionally, whether Arai and Morita could handle flowers and lighting for a private dinner at a restaurant her father had booked for Saturday. For the record, she said, this is a business booking. I am not asking you to attend a courtship. Understood, I said. I will be arranging centerpieces in the next room, entirely unrelated to your evening, purely coincidentally within earshot. That is what I am asking, she said, and something in her voice loosened. The first given it all evening. Nobu Kisaragi turned out to be nothing like the man I had built in my head from Reiji's description. No cold calculation in his face, no obvious hunger for a merger dressed as romance. He stood when Shiori arrived, pulled her chair out himself before staff could, and ordered water instead of wine before asking if she preferred either. Your father tells me you run half the family's philanthropic arm, he said. Once the first course had come and gone mostly untouched on both sides. He tells me you are very capable. He tells everyone that, Shiori said. It is his favorite compliment. It requires nothing from him except saying it. Nobu's mouth twitched, almost a real smile. That is a very precise complaint. I have had time to sharpen it, Shiori said. Do you have a favorite compliment your family uses on you? Reliable, Nobu said, without hesitation. I have been reliable since I was 9 years old. Reliable got me a seat at this table tonight. I am beginning to suspect reliable is just obedient with a better haircut. That is either the saddest thing anyone has said to me all week or the most relatable, Shiori said. I genuinely cannot decide. Why not both, Nobu said, and refilled her water without being asked, a small gesture that seemed to surprise her more than any of his actual words had. I apologize, Shiori said. I am not usually this direct at a first dinner. Please be more direct, Nobu said. I have sat through 6 of these arranged evenings this year. Every one of them was performed at me like theater. I would genuinely rather know what you actually think. Something in Shiori's shoulders came down half an inch, the same drop I had seen once before, on a porch, when someone finally stopped managing a room and started being honest in it. I stood at the service station 2 tables over, adjusting centerpieces nobody needed adjusting, and I could not stop myself from doing the math on the menu. 7 courses. Somewhere around the 4th, I decided privately that this was 7 courses of negotiated surrender, elegantly plated, and kept the thought to myself because Shiori did not need my commentary tonight. only my discretion. Can I ask you something honest? Shiori said, setting her fork down beside an entree she had barely touched. Please, Nobo said. Did you agree to this because you want a wife, or because your family wants my father's export routes? Nobo did not flinch, which I respected more than I expected to. Both, originally, he said. I will not insult you with a cleaner answer, but I would like to leave tonight only with the second reason, if the first one turns out to be false for both of us. That is the most honest thing anyone in this arrangement has said to me, Shiori said, including my own father. Your father speaks in outcomes, Nobo said. I find that exhausting to sit across from. I imagine it is worse to be raised by it. You have no idea, Shiori said, and something behind her composure gave half an inch. Do you know what he said to me the morning of this dinner? He said, wear the blue dress. It photographs well for the engagement announcement. Not congratulations. Not are you nervous. A wardrobe note for a photograph that had not happened yet. And did you wear it? Nobo asked. No, Shiori said, glancing down at the plain gray she had chosen instead. This was the first decision I made about tonight that was actually mine. Something shifted behind Shiori's eyes, the particular ache of being understood by a stranger faster than by your own family. The evening might have stayed that calm and strange and honest if Rina had not arrived 20 minutes later, uninvited, wearing sunglasses again despite the hour and clutching her stomach with the theatrical urgency of a woman who has rehearsed a symptom in a mirror. I cannot breathe, Rina announced, loud enough for 3 neighboring tables to look up. I think it is an allergy, shellfish maybe, or rich men. I have never been tested for either. May's face appeared on a propped-up phone screen a second later, badly angled, half her forehead visible. She has been planning this bit in the car for 40 minutes, May said, deadpan, to no one and everyone. I want that noted for the record. Nobo, to his considerable credit, did not panic, did not perform alarm, simply reached calmly for his own phone. I know a doctor 2 streets from here, he said. Shall I call, or would you prefer to describe the symptoms to me first, in case it is only theater? Rina lowered the sunglasses 1 inch and studied him over the rims. You are annoyingly calm for a man being extorted by allergies. I have 4 sisters, Nobo said. I recognize a performance when a woman removes her sunglasses to check if I am buying it. 4, Rina repeated. Sunglasses fully off now, genuinely thrown. Are they all this annoying, or did they specialize? 1 does allergies, Nobo said. 1 does fainting. The youngest developed a very convincing limp for an entire summer before anyone noticed she only used it near expensive restaurants. I respect her work, Rina said. That is dedication to the craft. May, still crooked on the propped phone, cackled loud enough that a waiter glanced over. I like him, she announced to the table, to no one, to the restaurant at large. Do not marry him off out of spite, Shiori. He is funnier than everyone else at this table combined, and that includes you, Toma, wherever you are hiding with your centerpieces. Rina's composure cracked first after that, a real laugh escaping before she could stop it, and Shiori, watching the whole absurd exchange, laughed too. Honestly, the first real sound she had made all evening. The plan had exactly 1 flaw, I thought, from my post at the service station, fighting my own laugh into something that looked like professional neutrality. Medicine believes in evidence, and apparently so does Nobo. I am fine, Rina admitted finally, sunglasses back up. I just wanted to see if anyone at this table was capable of noticing when something was wrong. Apparently he is. That is either very reassuring or very inconvenient for my sabotage. You did not need to sabotage anything, Shiori said, quieter now. I already knew what I was going to do tonight. May's face, still crooked on the propped phone, went suddenly serious. Yeah, Shiori said. I just needed to eat 1 honest meal first, to remember what it felt like before I did it. The rest of the family was waiting at the Shinomiya house. When the private car dropped Shiori and Nobo at the door an hour later, Reiji already standing in the study with the invitation mock-up back on the desk, as though the evening's outcome had been decided before it started. I arrived separately, uninvited by anyone but Shiori's 1-line text. Come, please, in case I lose my nerve. Well, Reiji said, all easy confidence, pouring 2 glasses of something clear and expensive. I trust the evening went well. Nobo, you seemed a good match on paper, and I understand paper translated rather nicely tonight. It did, Nobo said, which is why I would like to hear directly from Shiori what she wants, rather than what either of us assumed for her. Reiji's smile thinned by exactly 1 degree. Shiori wants what protects this family. I want, Shiori said, and the room went very still around that single word, to not marry someone I met 3 hours ago because you decided it solves a shipping problem. She reached into her coat pocket and set the ring box, unopened, on the desk beside the invitation mock-up. I am not doing this, she said. Not to punish Nobo, who has been more honest with me tonight than you have been with me in a decade. Not to punish you, though I would understand if it felt that way. I am doing this because I watched Mika trade herself for security, and I watched what it cost her, and I refuse to become a version of that with better posture. You are being selfish, Reiji said, and the word landed in the room like a dropped plate. Your sisters need stability. This family needs stability. I offered you a graceful way to provide it, and you are throwing it back at me in front of a guest. I am not selfish, Shiori said. I am the first person in this house in years who told you no and meant it. If that looks like selfishness to you, that says more about what you have trained us to call generosity. You are being emotional. Reiji tried again, softer this time, reaching for a smaller word now that the larger one had already failed him. This is not emotional, Shiori said. This is the calmest I have been in a month. Emotional was 3 weeks ago, crying in a car outside Rena's cafe because I was too afraid to say a single one of these sentences out loud. This is the opposite of that. Then what do you call it? Reiji asked, and real confusion crossed his face. The kind he had not shown all evening. A man discovering the map he had been using no longer matched the territory. I call it Tuesday, Shiori said. I call it the first Tuesday in my adult life where I chose the outcome instead of managing yours. Mika, still seated near the window, opened her mouth on reflex, ready to smooth the moment over like she smoothed every moment in that house, and then, for once, thought better of it and closed it again. Reiji noticed the silence from her too, and something in his face flickered. The particular unease of a man realizing his last reliable ally in the room had just quietly declined to back him. Mika, he said, testing. Surely you agree this is an overreaction. Mika looked at Shiri for a long moment, longer than the question required. I agree it is her choice, she said finally. Careful, neutral, the most honest sentence I had heard from her in weeks. Reiji's jaw tightened. He had expected a chorus. He had gotten one daughter's refusal and one silence, and neither one had asked his permission first. Nobo, to the room's visible surprise, set his own untouched drink down and stood. For what it is worth, he said, to Reiji, not unkindly, I would not have wanted a wife who had to be pressured into the room. I think you have just shown me exactly what kind of family I would have married into, and I am grateful for the clarity, even if the evening cost you something you wanted. He turned to Shiori before he left. If you ever want dinner without a balance sheet attached, he said, you have my number. No pressure. I recognize what that word actually costs now. Shiori almost smiled. I might take you up on that, eventually. Once I remember how to want something that is not also a negotiation. Reiji did not speak to me directly the entire time, but his eyes found me once, standing quiet near the door, waiting to see whether I would claim credit for a choice that was never mine to make. The ring, I thought, was small. The exit it created was not. I said nothing out loud. This was Shiori's room to win, and I had already decided months ago that I would not be the reason any daughter's choice got smaller. Fumiko found us both an hour later in the small room off the kitchen, where she kept the account books and, apparently, one wooden box that had been waiting for exactly this evening. She set the music box down, opened a hidden panel Shiori had clearly never noticed before, and drew out a single sealed envelope with Shiori's name on it in handwriting soft with age. You earned this tonight, Fumiko said. Not because you refused a man, because you refused to become someone who trades people the way your father does. Shiori's hands were not quite steady as she broke the seal. Inside, a single line, in Akari's handwriting. Do not become a second Reiji. Kindness is not the same as weakness, and neither one is the same as obedience. That is it, Shiori said, half laughing, half something closer to tears. One sentence. I spent 32 years afraid of my own name, and she left me one sentence. Some of the best advice is one sentence, I said. The long version usually just means the person giving it is not sure yet. Is that a professional opinion or a personal one? She asked. Both, I said. The letter is less a letter and more an emotional performance review, and you passed. Did you know what it said? Shiori asked Fumiko. No, Fumiko said. Your mother sealed all for herself. I only know which drawer, not which words. I have wondered for 11 years what was in yours. And now you know, Shiori said. Now I know, Fumiko agreed. It suits you better than I expected. She always said you would need the shortest one, because you were the daughter who listened the longest before acting. What about the other two? Shiori asked, quieter. Will theirs be this short? I do not know, Fumiko said. Your mother wrote each one for the daughter she knew you would become, not the daughters you were at 10 years old. I imagine May's has more words in it. That girl has never trusted a single sentence to do all the work alone. Shiori laughed, wet and real, and folded the letter back along its original crease with a care that told me she intended to keep it exactly that shape for a very long time. Her badge, the one that led her into her father's foundation offices, sat on the hallway table the next morning, quietly deactivated, no note attached, no conversation offered. She held it up to me without a word, and I understood exactly what it meant without her having to say it. Reiji did not fight loudly. He simply removed access, quiet and total, his usual method for anything he could no longer control. I am not surprised, Shiori said, turning the dead badge over once in her palm. I am mostly just tired. I did the math this morning. 3 years building that program, and it took him one night to erase my name from the door. It took him one night to erase your name from a door, I said. It did not erase what you built. People remember who actually did the work, even after the badge stops opening it. He is going to come for you next, Shiori said, setting the badge down at last. Not me directly, my work. He does not lose gracefully, and I am currently unavailable to lose to. I know, I said, and I did, though I did not yet know how fast or how much it was going to cost the one thing in my life that currently had nothing to do with any Shinomiya at all. The courier arrived at 9 in the morning with 2 envelopes in the same leather folder, which should have told me everything before I opened either one. One is a cancellation, Yuki said, reading over my shoulder before I had finished the first line. What is the other one? Wedding invitations, I said, printed. Not a mock-up this time. Real paper, real date, 3 weeks earlier than the last one anyone mentioned. He canceled the foundation's booking and sent you a wedding invitation in the same envelope, Yuki said, flat with disbelief. That is not subtle. That is a man who wants credit for the cruelty. He wants me to know exactly who did it and why, I said. The invitation had excellent paper, I thought, and genuinely terrible manners. Our supplier, a soft-spoken man named Watanabe, who had done linens for us since the beginning, stood in the doorway looking like he had personally delivered bad news he had not written. I am sorry, Toma, he said. The foundation canceled the whole booking this morning. Full refund, they said. Very generous, very fast. I do not think generous is the right word for how it felt. It is not your fault, I said. I know, Watanabe said, but I still feel like I am standing here, holding the part of the bad news nobody wanted to deliver in person. You did deliver it in person, I said. That already puts you ahead of everyone else in that family this month. Will you be all right? Watanabe asked, and the plain worry in it caught me off guard more than the cancellation had. I have a studio, a partner who will not let me sulk longer than an hour, and a room full of chairs nobody has canceled yet, I said. Ask me again on Friday. I will hold you to that, he said, and meant it, which was worth more to me that morning than the contract had been. Do you know why they canceled? He asked. Officially, budget realignment, I said. Unofficially, my studio has become a place my former father-in-law that almost was uses to send messages he is too proud to say out loud. Watanabe shook his head slowly. Rich people, he said. They will spend a fortune to avoid one honest conversation. Shiori arrived 20 minutes later, still moving like a woman recovering from her own week, and read the cancellation letter twice before setting it down with visible restraint. This is because of me, she said. No, I said. It is because of him. You did not cancel anything. He did. He would not have canceled it if I had signed the ring back onto my finger. Probably not, I agreed. But I would rather lose the biggest contract of my year than watch you marry a stranger to keep my invoices paid. If that math sounds insane to you, we can discuss it. But I am not changing the answer. Shiori's jaw tightened, not at me, at the whole shape of what her father had just proven about himself. He used a charity event to punish you for something I did, she said. That is not strategy. That is spite wearing a suit. It is also not new, I said. He tried it on you with an engagement. He tried it on Rena with an ownership clause. He is trying it on me with a cancelled contract. It is the same move in a different costume every time. And every time, someone in this family has to decide whether the costume fooled them. Did it fool you? Shiori asked. For about 4 seconds, I said. Then I remembered who was wearing it. I keep waiting for him to run out of costumes, Shiori said, quiet. He will not, I said. Not until someone stops applauding the outfit. That is not going to be me. And after this week, I do not think it is going to be you either. She looked at the cancellation letter one more time, then folded it, precise, final, with the same crisp motion she uses on anything she has decided to stop carrying. No, she said, it is not. Do we fight it? Yuki asked. There is no fighting it, I said. It is his foundation. He can book and unbook whoever he wants. Fighting it costs us money we do not have, and time we need somewhere else. So we just eat the loss, Yuki said, testing the sentence like it tasted bad. We eat the loss, I said, and then we ask everyone in this room what we can actually build instead, because sitting here mourning a canceled contract is not a business plan. How bad is bad? Shiori asked. All business now. The grief already converted into something more useful. That contract was 40% of our quarter, I said. We will make rent. We will not make the equipment upgrade I promised the team in March. Then, let me help you find the 40% somewhere that is not my father, Shiori said. I did not say send money, I said, before she could offer any. I know, she said. I said help you find it. Those are two different sentences, and I intend to respect the gap between them, badly, at length, starting now. I like her, Yuki said, to no one, writing something down. Everyone likes her, I said. That is not currently the problem this family has. I have 12 names, Yuki said, already pulling out her tablet, already 3 steps ahead of my sentence, which was usually how these conversations went. Former clients, people who liked us enough to talk about us. None of them can pay what the foundation would have. All of them can pay something. Then we build something smaller and real, I said, instead of something large and borrowed. Mika found me alone at the empty venue that evening. The one we had booked for the foundation's event, chairs still stacked along the wall, no flowers, no linens, nothing but the shape of a room that had been promised to something bigger than it was going to get. She had a folded paper in one hand, and when I looked closer, I understood exactly where she was standing. The camellia was still on the side table by the window, exactly where she had left it 2 weeks earlier, exactly where I had left it, neither of us willing to be the one who moved it first. She looked at it for a long moment before she looked at me. You kept it, she said. I did not keep it, I said. I did not throw it away either. There is a difference, and it is not romantic. I have a proposal, Mika said, setting the folded paper down beside the flower, an accidental echo I do not think either of us wanted. Reiji will restore the foundation's booking, full terms if you sign this. I did not pick it up. Read it to me, I said. I would rather hear it in your voice than your handwriting. It says you will maintain professional distance from all 3 daughters, Mika said, each word costing her something to say out loud. No personal contact outside business bookings. It protects everyone. It removes the tension in that house that is currently tearing it apart. It removes me, I said. That is not the same as protecting anyone. You would rather lose the contract. I would rather lose the contract than sign a paper telling me which people I am allowed to care about, I said. That is not protection, Mika. That is the same offer Reiji made Shiori with a different signature at the bottom. Her composure flickered, one visible crack. This is not the same. It is exactly the same, I said. You learned it from him. I do not think you even noticed you were doing it. I am trying to fix something, Mika said, and for once her voice had no performance in it at all, just a raw, tired edge. I do not know how else to do it. Every version of fixing anything in that house involves a paper and a signature. I did not invent the language. I just learned to speak it fluently because it was the only one anyone in that family rewarded. Then stop speaking it, I said. Nobody is going to reward you for it out here. Out here, fixing something looks like an apology without conditions attached, or it looks like walking away and letting people make their own choices. It does not look like a contract with my name and 3 daughters' names quietly erased from each other's lives. That is very easy to say when you are the one being protected from, Mika said, sharp again, some of the old composure returning as a shield. I am not asking to be protected from anyone, I said. I am asking not to be managed. Protection and management wear the same coat, and you of all people should recognize the coat since you spent 3 months inside it before you decided it looked like love. I did not realize we were still doing flowers, I said, glancing at the camellia between us. I thought this was a contract renegotiation. It is both, apparently, Mika said, and for a second, something almost like a real laugh threatened the corner of her mouth before she remembered she was supposed to be winning this conversation. At least one of us, I thought, still remembered what genre we were in. I am not signing it, I said. Take the paper back to him. Tell him I said no, or tell him whatever version helps you sleep tonight. I genuinely do not mind which one you choose. She picked the condition paper back up, slow, and looked at the camellia one more time before she left it exactly where it had been sitting for 2 weeks, untouched by either of us, which felt, in its own quiet way, like the truest thing either of us had said all evening. The neighborhood hall 3 days later held 40 folding chairs, a borrowed sound system, and a room full of people who had chosen to be there for reasons that had nothing to do with a family name. A retired teacher renewing vows with her husband. A small business celebrating a first profitable year. 2 teenagers throwing a joint graduation party because both their families were too broke to throw separate ones. This is not the foundation gala, Yuki said, surveying the folding chairs with something between resignation and pride. No, I said, it is better. Nobody here is performing gratitude for a camera. Watanabe returned that morning too, unprompted, with a truck of donated linens and an apology he did not owe anyone. I heard what happened, he said. I do not work for people who cancel out of spite. I work for people who show up. We will take the linens, I said, and the loyalty, in whatever order you are offering them. Shiori arrived with a truck of her own, borrowed from a hardware store, 2 streets from her apartment, loaded with 60 folding chairs she had rented with her own money, no card, no family account behind it. I did not bring money, she said, before I could ask. I brought chairs. I thought that respected the boundary better. It does, I said. Thank you. Do not thank me yet, she said. I also brought May, and May brought opinions about the lighting. May, true to the warning, arrived with 2 work lights and a face like a woman preparing to fight someone over color temperature. Fluorescent, she announced, is a war crime. I brought better bulbs. You are welcome. And also, I am not asking permission. Please continue not asking permission, I said. It has served this project well so far. Rena showed up an hour later with 3 boxes of pastries she refused to let anyone pay for. Consider it a professional courtesy, she said, from one honest business to another honest business in a city full of dishonest ones. You did not have to do this, I said. I know, Rena said. That is what makes it a gift and not an invoice. Try to keep up, Toma. This is basic economics. How is the cafe? I asked, taking one of the pastries before she changed her mind. Surviving, Rena said. Better than surviving, actually. We hired someone, a real someone, on a real schedule, who I pay with real money I earned instead of money my father tried to disguise as help. That is not a small thing, I said. No, she agreed. It took me embarrassingly long to understand that, but I got there eventually, same as everyone else in this family apparently has to. She set the last box down on the registration table and looked around the hall, at the folding chairs, at the mismatched lighting, at the room slowly filling with people who had nothing to do with her father's name. This is better than the foundation gala would have been, she said, quiet, surprising herself with the honesty of it. I know, I said. It only took losing the gala to prove it. The retired teacher, renewing her vows, found me by the sound system, checking the microphone levels for the 3rd time. My husband cried during rehearsal, she confided, delighted by her own gossip. 40 years married and the man still cries at a microphone check. I am telling you this because you look like a person who needs to hear that some love stories actually work out. I needed to hear that today more than you know, I said, and meant it entirely. By late afternoon, the hall held more people than the folding chairs could comfortably seat. Extra guests standing along the back wall, a small child sliding across the floor in socks, while 3 separate parents pretended not to notice. Nobody there had been invited because of a family name. Every single one of them had chosen it, one small decision at a time, which is how real things get built instead of purchased. The room filled slowly across the afternoon, not with status, not with an entrance line of donors checking their watches, but with actual families arriving early because they wanted to be there, staying late because nobody was rushing them out for the next paying group. A funeral with better chairs, Yuki called it later. And honestly, watching that room fill with people who had chosen it freely, I could not entirely argue with her. Fumiko told me the rest of it weeks later, in the flat, unhurried way she tells everything, like a woman reading weather off an old barometer. That night, in her room, Mika had put the dried camellia back into her planner, more brittle now than when she had first pressed it there, and had not opened her door even when Reiji's footsteps stopped outside it. He had not knocked. He never did anymore, not for her, not since the committee. I closed the studio late, phone against my ear, Yuki's voice tinny through the speaker as she read out the numbers from the neighborhood hall. Deposits from 4 new bookings, she said. None of them are billionaires. All of them paid on time. Good news, I said. We now have a calendar. Bad news, Yuki said. Deadpan. It has hope in it. I do not know how we are going to manage that liability. How much did we actually make today? I asked, bracing for a number that would not come close to covering March. Less than the foundation contract, Yuki said, obviously. But more than I expected, and every single client already asked when we are free next month, which the foundation never once did in 3 years of working with them. People who choose you tend to come back, I said. People who are told to hire you tend to forget your name the second the instruction changes. Look at you, Yuki said, extracting a business lesson from a disaster. Growth. I contain occasional flashes of it, I said. Do not tell anyone. It ruins my reputation as a man perpetually one bad week from collapse. Your secret is safe, Yuki said, mostly because nobody would believe me. Do you regret saying no to Mika's paper? She asked, quieter now, the joking mostly gone. Not for 1 second, I said. I regret that she thought it was a reasonable thing to ask. I regret that somewhere in that house, distance from people who care about you, got filed under solutions instead of problems. But I do not regret my answer. Good, Yuki said, because I already told Watanabe you would say no, and I have a reputation to protect too. Reiji, Fumiko said, had spent that same evening stamping a date onto 300 wedding invitations, satisfied the way a man gets satisfied when he believes a printed date settles an argument. He never learned, or never let himself notice, that the room he had canceled that morning had filled anyway by evening, without him, without his name on a single chair in it. My phone buzzed once more before I locked up. A message from May, uncharacteristically short for her. Got something in the mail, it read. Not going to talk about it yet. Ignore me being weird for a few days. I typed back a question mark, then deleted it, then typed take your time instead, because some doors deserve to stay closed until the person behind them is ready to open it herself. She did not reply again that night. I stood in the doorway of a studio that had survived 1 canceled contract and 1 failed bribe in the same 24 hours, and thought that whatever May was hiding, she was hiding it precisely because she wanted it too much to risk saying it out loud before she was sure. May's studio smelled like turpentine and unfinished decisions, and the first thing I saw when I walked in was a plane ticket propped against a paint can, unbooked, one way, the destination printed in a font too official to be anyone's idea of a joke. Do not say anything yet, she said, before I had even opened my mouth. I have been not talking about this for 2 weeks, and I would like to keep the streak alive a little longer. I am not saying anything, I said. I am standing here very quietly, admiring your paint cans. You are terrible at quiet admiration, May said. Your face is doing several things right now. Fine, I said. What is my face doing? Math, May said. You are doing math about how long I have been sitting on this ticket and whether that number means something about how I feel about you. Was I close? Infuriatingly, she said, and sat down hard on her work stool, like the honesty had cost her actual physical strength. It is a residency, she said finally. 6 months. A real one. Juried, no family connection, no favor. I applied under a fake name so nobody could accuse me of using my father's. Congratulations, I said, and meant every word of it. I have not accepted it, May said. Why not, I said, though some coward part of me already suspected the answer and did not entirely want to hear it confirmed out loud. Because if I get on that plane, May said, I am admitting I was never actually staying here for the art. I was staying for you, or the idea of you, or whatever this thing has been, where 3 sisters circle a man and pretend it is about something else. May, do not, she said, do not do the kind voice. I can survive the truth. I cannot survive you being gentle about it. Then I will be direct, I said. You built a career good enough to get juried into a program under a fake name, and you are considering skipping it because of a feeling that has not even fully decided what it is yet. That is not love, May. That is you shrinking a real future to fit inside a maybe. Her jaw tightened. The exact same tell Shiori has. Proof they share more than a father. You say that like feelings are optional data, May said. They are not optional. They are just not supposed to be the only data, I said. You have spent your whole life being told your art was decoration for someone else's story. I am not going to be the reason you decide your own future is decoration for mine. That is an unfairly good point, May said. I resent how good it is. Tell me honestly, she said, after a moment. If I stay, does anything actually change between us? I thought about that longer than she probably wanted me to. I do not know, I said. That is the honest answer. I know what I feel is real. I do not know its shape yet, and I refuse to let you stay here waiting for me to find out, because that is exactly the trap Mika walked into with your father, just wearing softer language. I do not want to be a cautionary tale, May said. You will not be, I said. You will be a woman who got on a plane because her work deserved it and figured the rest out on her own timeline instead of mine. She was quiet a long moment, staring at the ticket like it had just changed shape in front of her. I hate that you make sense, she said finally. It is deeply inconvenient. Easy for you to say, she said. You are not the one leaving. No, I agreed. I am the one standing in a studio telling a genuinely talented artist not to trade her actual life for a feeling 3 people in this family are still sorting out. If that makes me the villain today, I will survive it. You are not the villain, May said, quieter. You are just annoyingly right, which is somehow worse. Her career, I thought, had an exit gate, a boarding time, a seat number waiting to be assigned. My feelings, whatever they currently were, had none of that. I did not say it out loud. May had enough to carry without adding my own uncertainty to the pile. The gallery representative, a composed woman named Ito with a laptop full of numbers and a face that gave away nothing, met us 3 days later with a proposal already half written before May had said a single word. Reiji Shinomiya has offered to fund the full residency stipend, Ito said, sliding a printout across the table, provided we credit the exhibition under the Shinomiya name, and provided you attend and support your father's wedding as a listed member of the family. Provided, May repeated, tasting the word like it had gone bad. It is a generous offer, Ito said, carefully neutral. It solves your funding question entirely. It does not solve my funding question, May said. It replaces one problem with a different, better-dressed one. Reiji's voice came through the speakerphone Ito had set on the table, smooth, already assuming the answer. May, be reasonable. This gets you the residency with none of the financial uncertainty. All I am asking is that my name travels with your work. Your name is not part of the work, May said. It never has been. You have seen maybe 4 pieces I have made in the last 2 years, and you liked the one that photographed well next to a donor plaque. That is unfair, Reiji said. It is accurate, May said. Unfair and accurate are not opposites, Dad. I have learned that recently, mostly by watching what happens in this family when someone finally says the accurate thing out loud. Do you know what your sister costs me right now? Reiji said, changing tactics. A new angle for an old argument. Shiori's foundation work, gone, because she chose a stranger's dignity over a merger. I am trying to give you an easier version of the same mistake, with money attached instead of consequences. That is not an easier version, May said. That is the same trap with a bigger bow on it. I watched what happened to Shiori's badge. I am not interested in the deluxe edition. Ito, to her credit, did not flinch at the tension crackling through the speaker. Miss Shinomiya, the offer stands regardless of how this conversation goes. I would encourage you to consider it separately from your feelings about your father. I appreciate the professionalism, May said, but there is no separating them. He is not offering me funding. He is offering me a leash with excellent lighting. Careful, Reiji said, and something in his voice had gone cold in the particular way it does right before he stops pretending to negotiate. I am the one funding half this gallery's donor circle, May. I would think about who you are speaking to. I have thought about it very carefully, May said. You are the man who has seen 4 of my paintings in 2 years and remembered one because it photographed well next to a plaque with your name on it. I have thought about exactly who I am speaking to, Dad. That is the whole problem. I appreciate that, May said, but they are not separate. That is the entire point of the condition. He is not offering to fund art. He is offering to fund a family display with my name on the wall and his fingerprints on every decision that led to it. So your answer, Reiji said, clipped now, the patience finally running thin, is no. My answer, May said, is that I will apply for standard funding like every other artist in that program, and if I do not get it, I will find another way, and either version of that outcome will happen without your name attached to a single piece of it. The line went quiet for a moment, then clicked off without a goodbye, exactly how a man like Reiji handles a door closing on him. I noted, privately, that the surname mock-up on the proposed wall plaque had taken up considerably more space than the actual painting beside it, a detail I did not think anyone in that room needed me to point out loud. You did not have to do that, Ito said, once the call had ended, something like admiration breaking through her professional neutrality. I know, May said. I wanted to. Having to and wanting to are not the same verb. For what it is worth, Ito said, gathering her folder, the work is strong enough to fund itself. I have thought so since the first submission. I only needed you to believe it before I could say it out loud, without sounding like I was managing you too. Fumiko's room that evening held May, a video call with Shiori and Rina propped on the desk, and one more sealed envelope Fumiko produced from the same hidden panel with the same unhurried certainty she had shown Shiori. You earned this the moment you said no to that call, Fumiko said. Not because you left, because you refused to let your work become a bargaining chip first. May's hands shook slightly as she opened it, the first crack in her composure all week. Inside, in Akari's same careful handwriting, your art is not a request for love. Make it because it is true, not because someone might finally see you for it. That is, May said, and stopped, unable to finish the sentence for a moment. That is exactly the thing I have been doing my whole life and did not know how to name. She saw you, Fumiko said gently, even from before you knew what you needed to hear. On the video call, Rina was openly crying, unbothered as always by the audience. I am not going to ask you to stay, she said, through the tears. I want to, I am choosing not to. That is apparently what growth feels like, and it is deeply unpleasant. 10 out of 10. Do not recommend. I am proud of you, Shiori said. Plain, no correction, no formal softening of it. Just that. I am proud of you, and I'm going to miss you, and both of those things are allowed to be true at the same time. Do you regret it? May asked Shiori suddenly, saying no to Nobo, losing the badge. Some days, Shiori admitted. Most days, no. I regret the version of me that would have said yes without asking a single question. I do not regret this version, even on the days it costs something. That is the most honest thing you have ever said to me on a video call, May said. I am aware, Shiori said. I am practicing. Apparently that is also a skill. Rina, still tearful, blew her nose loudly enough that the microphone crackled. Sorry, she said, entirely unapologetic. I am emotionally allergic to my sister being brave. It is a medical condition. I have not been tested, but I am certain. You should get that looked at, May said, laughing despite herself. I will add it to the list, Rina said, right under the fake shellfish allergy from the restaurant. May pressed the letter flat against her chest for a moment before folding it carefully into the travel guide she had bought for the trip she had not yet let herself fully believe in. She handed me a card before I left, hand-lettered, deeply unnecessary, titled in her own looping script, How to Survive Without the Most Interesting Woman Here. Step 1, I read aloud. Grief, briefly. Step 2, call Yuki. She is better at feelings than she pretends. Yuki, reading over my shoulder when I showed her later, rated it needlessly dramatic but grammatically sound, which May considered the highest compliment she had received all month. You did not have to write me instructions, I said. I know, May said. I wanted to. I told you there is a difference, and I intend to keep making that point until it stops surprising you. It stopped surprising me somewhere around the hat incident, I said. Good, she said. Consistency is apparently a family trait now. We are all very annoying about it. The farewell exhibition filled a small rented room 2 nights later. No gala, no press, just May's students and a scattering of neighborhood regulars. The 4 student artists from her earlier show were back again, prouder this time, standing near their own new work with the specific confidence of people who had been chosen once already and believed it could happen twice. Rina arrived late, breathless, carrying a bag of airport snacks she had bought at the wrong terminal entirely, 3 weeks early for a flight that had not been booked yet. I panicked, she admitted, setting the bag down. I saw a sign that said departures, and my whole body just started buying snacks. I do not fully understand my own reaction to this. That tracks, May said, hugging her anyway. That deeply, deeply tracks. One of the 4 student artists, a quiet young man named Aki, who had sold his first piece at May's earlier show, found me near the drinks table, visibly working up to something. She got me into a group show next spring, he said. Recommended me by name, no explanation needed, like it was nothing. It was not nothing, I said. It was May noticing early and saying so before anyone asked her to. I know, Aki said. I am going to miss having her yell at my color choices in person. She will still do it by video call, I said loudly. Do not think distance will soften her. Shiori stood near the door the entire evening, quiet, present, buying 2 pieces before anyone else had a chance to, paying full price without negotiating, the same way she had paid for coffee at Rena's opening months ago. One chair near the front, reserved with a small paper sign that had said Reiji Shinomiya, sat empty the entire night, a fact nobody at that exhibition seemed remotely sorry about. He did not even call to say he was not coming, Rena said, glancing at the empty chair. He never does, May said, unbothered in a way that felt earned rather than performed. I stopped waiting for the call around the time I stopped needing his name on my work. Those 2 things happened roughly the same week, which I do not think is a coincidence. Your portrait of me is going to travel farther than my ego ever has, I told May, standing in front of the charcoal sketch from the studio window, now framed, now for sale, now already tagged with a small red dot. It has better paperwork too, May said. Yours has never once cleared customs cleanly. That is fair, I said. My paperwork has always been a mess. By the end of the night, 6 pieces had sold, tagged in red, chosen by strangers who owed nothing to any surname in that family. May watched the last tag go up with an expression I had not seen on her before, something quieter than triumph, closer to relief, the specific relief of a person finally believing her own work could stand without anyone's permission behind it. 6 pieces? Ito said, arriving late herself, scanning the tags with open surprise. In one evening, no press release, no mailing list. I have seen galas move less than this. Word of mouth, May said. The most honest currency there is, and the hardest one to fake. I am formally rescinding my earlier caution, Ito said. Apply for the standard fund. You will get it on merit alone. I would stake my job on it. Careful, May said. I might actually take you up on that. Please do, Ito said. It is more interesting than staking it on donors who cannot tell a Shinomiya plaque from an actual brushstroke. I found May alone for a moment near the end, wrapping the last unsold canvas in brown paper with the same careful hands she used for everything that mattered to her. Nervous, I asked. Terrified, she said. Excited too. Both apparently, same as everything else this family does lately. That seems to be going around, I said. Must be something in the water, she said. And for a moment, neither of us said anything else, which, between the 2 of us, was as honest a goodbye as either of us knew how to give. My phone rang as I was helping stack the last of the folding chairs, Rena's name on the screen, her voice already unsteady before I had finished saying hello. Toma, she said, I need you to not panic, because I am currently doing enough panicking for both of us. My biggest client just called. They are canceling. Tonight. The whole contract, gone, no warning. I stepped outside, one hand still full of folding chairs, and looked back through the gallery window at May standing among 6 sold canvases and 1 packed suitcase. A life fully hers finally visible in one room. Apparently this family did not know how to let one good night end without immediately handing someone else a crisis to solve. The cancellation notice sat on the cafe counter the next morning, 1-page, cold corporate language, for what amounted to a quiet betrayal, and Rena had read it so many times the paper had started to soften at the fold. They were 40% of my monthly revenue, she said, not looking up. 40%, Toma. Gone because some regional manager decided our catering contract was, and I am quoting directly, no longer aligned with brand direction. Do you believe that? I asked. Not for 1 second, Rena said. I think somebody made a call. I do not have proof. I have a very specific feeling in my stomach, and that feeling has a billionaire's face on it. What do you want to do? I asked, and made myself keep my hands still, my voice even, resisting every instinct telling me to start solving this for her, the way I used to solve everything for everyone. I want you to fix it, Rena said, half a joke, half not. I am not going to fix it, I said. I am going to stand here while you tell your staff the truth, because that is the only version of this that actually belongs to you. That is a very convenient philosophy for the person who does not have to face my staff, Rena said, some real frustration leaking through the joke. It is not convenient, I said. It would be much easier for me to make 3 calls and solve this by lunchtime. I am choosing not to, because every time I solved something for you, I made the next problem yours to hide instead of yours to handle. I hate that logic, Rena said. I hate it specifically because it keeps working. You do not have to do this alone, I said. I did not say alone, I said yours. Call Yuki if you want a second opinion on numbers. Call May, even from an airport. Just do not call your father and do not wait for me to arrange your own rescue. Rena exhaled, long and shaky. Fine, she said. Yours. I can work with yours. Her 3 staff members, the barista, the dishwasher, and the register kid, who had grown considerably less nervous about numbers since the first crisis, gathered near the counter with the particular stillness of people who already suspect bad news and are only waiting for the shape of it. We lost the Meridian contract, Rena told them. Plain, no cushioning. 40% of our monthly income. I do not have a plan yet. I have about 6 ideas and no sleep. Are we closing? The barista asked, the same fear from months earlier surfacing fast. No, Rena said, firm this time. None of the old avoidance in it. We are not closing. I am telling you the truth because you deserve it before I have solved it, not after, the way I used to. The dishwasher nodded slowly. Good, he said. Boss, you have gotten better at this part. I have had practice, Rena said. Expensive, humiliating practice, but practice. Anyone say the little thing yet? Rena asked the room, half joking, half genuinely bracing. Not yet, the register kid said. Good, Rena said, because I have instituted a fine. Anyone who says, you're still little, owes the tip jar 500 yen. No exceptions. I do not care if you are my father. Especially if you are my father, I said. I heard that man say it to her twice this month alone. Noted and added to the ledger, Rena said, deadly serious about a joke that was not entirely a joke. Do we have a bulk discount for people who order out of pity? I asked, mostly to make her laugh, and it worked, one real surprise sound breaking through the tension in the room. We do not do pity discounts, Rena said. We do determination discounts. Slightly different branding, same effect on your wallet. I will take the determination discount, I said. Buy me out of my feelings with baked goods. Reiji arrived that same afternoon, unannounced as always, an assistant trailing him with a leather folder that had become, by now, a familiar and unwelcome shape in my life. He sat at the same window table he had claimed months earlier, and this time the folder he opened held considerably more paper than the last one had. I heard about Meridian, he said, sliding the folder across. Terrible timing. I would like to help. You said that once before, Rena said, not touching the folder. It came with a controlling stake clause last time. This is different, Reiji said. A straightforward loan, reasonable terms, no controlling stake. Read clause 6, Shiori said quietly, arriving at exactly the right moment, already skimming her own copy over my shoulder. Rena flipped to clause 6, and her face did the thing I had watched it do once before, the specific fall of someone finding a trapdoor under a gift. It says the loan converts to equity if I miss any payment by more than 5 days, she said. It says you get a seat on my supplier negotiations. It says a lot of things actually, except one. She scanned the document twice more, methodical this time, no longer rushing past the fine print. It never once says my name as owner, Rena said finally. Every clause has your name, the loan structure, the oversight terms. Not one line says Rena Shinomiya, sole proprietor. You wrote an entire contract about my cafe and left me out of it. Reiji's expression did not change, but something in the room did, staff exchanging glances near the espresso machine, watching the negotiation unfold in real time. That is an oversight, Reiji said. It is not an oversight, I said, unable to help myself this time. I read contracts for a living, Reiji. Nobody accidentally omits the owner's name from an ownership clause. Every word in that document was chosen. Reiji's eyes cut to me, cold. This is a family matter. It stopped being a family matter, I said, the moment you brought a lawyer's folder into a cafe instead of a conversation. You have inserted yourself into every one of my daughter's decisions this year, Reiji said, low, dangerous. I have not inserted myself anywhere, I said. I have been invited into rooms your daughters chose to let me into, and every single time you have mistaken their choice for my ambition. That says more about how you see them than it does about me. Careful, Reiji said. I have been careful for months, I said. It has not slowed you down once. I do not see the benefit of continuing. Shiori, standing beside her sister with the contract still in hand, set it down flat on the table, deliberate. You wrote this whole document assuming she would sign out of fear, she said. You did the same thing to me with Nobo. You will keep doing it until someone stops confirming it works. It has stopped working, Rena said, as of right now, as of this exact table. I am not signing this, Rena said, and pushed the pen back across the table. The same motion Shiori had made months earlier, the same motion I had made at my own wedding, a gesture apparently passed down through this family like an inheritance nobody had asked for. You are choosing pride over your business, Reiji said. I am choosing my business, Rina said, which is the part you keep missing. It is mine. I did not build this so someone else could own the choices I make inside it. Mika, seated a few tables away with a coffee she was not drinking, watched the whole exchange without a single word, and something in her face, I thought, looked less like disapproval and more like recognition. A woman watching a mirror she had refused to be years ago. She left before dessert, quietly, no goodbye to Reiji, no comment to Rina. I only knew she had gone because the untouched coffee cup sat cooling on the table where she had been, one thin ring of lipstick on the rim, the only proof she had been there at all. She did not say a word, Rina said afterward, watching the empty chair. Neither did you need her to, I said. Some people leave the room the same way they arrive in it, quietly, and only once they have already decided the answer. That is either very wise or very sad, Rina said. With Mika lately, I said, one does not cancel out the other. The family dinner Rina organized 2 weeks later filled every table in the cafe, a simple prix built around the 9 honest desserts and a main course her staff had voted on together. No elaborate branding, no borrowed prestige, just good food at a fair price served by people who believed in the place they were serving it in. Table 4 wants to know if the salted caramel comes with a side of emotional damage, the barista reported. Deadpan. Only if they ask nicely, Rina said, already moving toward the kitchen. A small girl at table 2 stood on her chair and announced at volume that the soup needed more soup in it, a critique so confidently delivered that 3 adjacent tables applauded. I want to file a formal complaint, a regular customer called out, grinning, holding up an empty plate. The complaint is that this was too good, and now I am emotionally attached to a cafe. Complaint noted and ignored, Rina called back. We do not offer refunds for feelings. Ask my sister. She wrote a card about it once. An older man near the window, a widower who came in most mornings and rarely spoke more than his order, caught Rina's arm as she passed. My wife used to make something like this, he said, nodding at his plate. I have not had it in 11 years. Thank you for making an old man cry into his rice. That is the highest review I have ever received, Rina said, and I watched her blink hard before she turned back toward the kitchen, the moment landing somewhere she had not braced for. She handles that child better than most investors I have watched Reiji negotiate with, Shiori observed, arriving with a tray of water glasses she had insisted on carrying herself. Children and investors want the same thing, Rina said, sliding past with 2 plates balanced expertly. To be taken seriously and handed something warm. I have simply gotten better at the second part. The supplier Rina had been negotiating with all week arrived near closing, contract in hand, and signed it on the counter in full view of the dinner crowd. No lawyers, no family representatives, just her own signature beside his. Rina Shinomiya, she said aloud as she signed, like she was testing how the name sounded attached to something entirely her own. Sole proprietor, the supplier added, reading the line beside it. Has a nice weight to it, Rina said. I am going to enjoy writing that a great deal in the future. Your terms are better than what Meridian offered originally, the supplier admitted, tucking his copy away. Why did you not come to me first? Because 6 months ago, I would have taken the first offer that looked shiny and worried about the terms later, Rina said. I am told that is called growth. It is expensive and mostly unpleasant, but apparently it produces better contracts. I will drink to that, the supplier said, and did, with the cafe's own coffee, which felt like the correct kind of toast for the occasion. Yuki arrived just as the last table cleared, having spent the afternoon helping Rina rework the menu pricing between her own studio deadlines. Margins are healthy, she reported, scanning her tablet. Actually healthy, not billionaire adjacent healthy, real healthy. You could survive a bad month now without panicking. I have never once not panicked, Rina said, but thank you. I will add, capable of surviving a bad month, to the list of things I apparently am now. Fumiko arrived after the last table cleared, the music box under her arm as familiar now as any regular customer, and drew out the third envelope with the same unhurried certainty she had shown twice before. You earned this tonight, she said, signing your own name to something real in front of people who trust you. Rina's hands, usually so quick and sure, went slow and careful, breaking the seal. Akari's handwriting, steady across the page. Care is not dependence. Love someone by wanting them free, not by needing them close. That is, Rina said, and stopped, the same way May had stopped weeks earlier, words briefly failing a woman who rarely ran out of them. That is exactly what I have been getting wrong. I need to say something, Rina told the room, Shiori and Toma and Fumiko all watching, and steadied herself before she continued. I have spent months telling myself that if I just proved I was serious enough, capable enough, grown up enough, someone would choose me. That is not what this letter is asking me to understand. What is it asking? Shiori said, gentle. It is asking me to want Toma to be happy, Rina said. Even if that happiness is not shaped like me. My feeling was real. I am not taking that back. But I am not going to spend one more year turning a real feeling into a chain around someone else's choice. That is not love. My mother apparently knew that before I did, and I am furious it took me this long to catch up to a dead woman's wisdom. For what it is worth, I said, your feeling mattered. It still does. Nothing about this makes it small. I know, Rina said, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, laughing despite the tears. Entirely herself even now. I am allowed to have mattered and also let go. I did not know both things could be true until about 4 minutes ago. Growth is deeply inconvenient, and I resent it slightly less than I did an hour ago. Can I ask you something? Shiori said, gentle, testing the ground before she stepped on it. Does it help, knowing May went through this same thing first? Honestly, yes, Rina said. Watching her get on a plane instead of staying to compete made it easier to imagine doing something equally brave, minus the plane. I'm claiming the cafe as my plane. It has significantly better parking. I want it on record, Rina added, straightening, some of her old performance returning but warmer now, earned rather than defensive, that I did this whole thing without a single hat-based decision-making tool. I consider that personal growth on 2 separate fronts. Noted, I said. For the record, also. Witnessed by everyone in this room and, apparently, one airport lounge. She folded the letter and placed it back into the music box gently, not clutched, not hidden away in a drawer, simply set down beside her sister's letters where it belonged. I am relieved, I said, mostly to lighten a room that had gone tender in a way none of us quite knew how to hold. No hat this time. My phone buzzed on cue. May, from an airport lounge on the other side of the world, had sent a single hat emoji with no caption at all. She could not resist, Rina said, reading it over my shoulder and laughing properly now. The good kind. The kind that does not have anything sad hiding underneath it. Some things, Shiori said, apparently travel well, regardless of time zones. Fumiko, closing the music box with the 2 remaining letters still sealed inside, looked between the 3 of us with something that might have been the closest thing to peace that house had held in a very long time. There is one more thing, Shiori said, once the cafe had gone quiet and the last of the staff had headed home. Rina and I talked about it before tonight. May agrees too, over text from an airport, but she agrees. Talked about what? I asked, one last flicker of old wariness surfacing even after everything the evening had already settled. We want one real conversation, Shiori said. All 3 of us, together, honest, no competition left to hide behind. We think you have earned that. And so frankly, have we? When? I asked. Soon, Shiori said, before this family finds one more crisis to bury the conversation under. We are apparently very good at generating those. You are, I agreed. It might be your family's actual specialty, ahead of shipping routes and charity galas combined. Do not tell my father that, Rina said. He will try to monetize it. I looked at the 2 of them, Rina still glowing faintly with the night's small victory, Shiori steady as ever even though the ground underneath her had shifted twice in one season. Something in my chest settled that had been unsettled since the morning I left a wedding envelope untouched on a table. All right, I said. Name the day. I will be there, and I will actually listen this time, instead of managing the room for everyone else's comfort. Good, Shiori said, standing to leave, already halfway to the door before she turned back once more. One more thing. Thank you for not fixing tonight. I know how hard that must have been for you, watching Rina figure it out on her own. It was the hardest kind of easy I have ever done, I said. I am told that gets less strange with practice. It does, she said, slowly. Yuki set 4 chairs around the small table in the back of the studio, equally spaced, no head of the table, no seat that mattered more than another, and then, before anyone arrived, produced a single sheet of paper and slid it into the center like a peace treaty. What is this? I asked. A contract, Yuki said, titled, and I quote my own excellent work, No Confessions During Dinner, effective immediately. Violators forfeit dessert. You cannot legally bind my feelings, I said. Watch me, Yuki said, and stapled it to the napkin holder for emphasis. Shiori arrived first, precise as always, carrying nothing but herself, which lately had started to feel like a statement all on its own. Rina came next, 10 minutes late, blaming a supplier call that had ended a good 20 minutes earlier, a fact Yuki confirmed via a single raised eyebrow that Rina chose to ignore entirely. May joined by video, propped against a hotel lamp on the other side of the world, jet-lagged and grinning. I want it on record, May said, through the tinny laptop speaker, that I am attending this emotionally significant dinner in pajamas, and nobody can stop me because I am 11 time zones away and functionally untouchable. Noted, Yuki said. Also irrelevant to the contract, which covers confessions, not pajamas. The soup, I thought, glancing at the bowl in front of me, apparently had more legal protection tonight than my own heart. I want to start, Shiori said, once the plates had settled, by saying something that is not a confession, so it does not violate Yuki's contract. I do not need an answer tonight. I have not needed one for weeks. I needed to stop pretending that not asking meant not caring, because that was its own lie, just a quieter one. That is remarkably well phrased for something that is technically not a confession, Yuki said. I have had time to practice, Shiori said. My turn, Rina said, straightening in her chair like she was approaching a podium. I want it known that I have fully retired from this particular competition, permanently. I filed the paperwork with myself last week. There were no hats involved in the ceremony, which I consider tremendous personal growth. Congratulations on your retirement, I said. Thank you, Rina said. I get a small pension. It is called dignity. Underrated, frankly. Does the pension come with benefits? May asked from the laptop screen. Emotional stability, Rina said. Limited coverage, still working out the deductible. I would like to file for the same retirement, Shiori said. Dry. Denied, Yuki said. You already retired weeks ago. This is a one-time enrollment window. You cannot double dip on dignity. I have a question for the table, Rina said, suddenly serious underneath the joke. Does anyone honestly think he is going to pick one of us eventually? Or are we performing acceptance of a thing that might just never happen? The table went quiet for a beat. I think, Shiori said slowly, that is a question for him, not for us to answer on his behalf. Fair, Rina said. I withdraw the question, mostly. May's face on the screen went, for once, entirely serious. I owe you an apology, she said, to the table generally, to me specifically, the hat, the lottery idea. I laughed along with Rina instead of saying, out loud, that turning you into a raffle prize was cruel, even if none of us meant it that way. You do not owe me an apology, I said. I think I do, May said. Not because you demanded one, because it is true, and I have gotten better lately at saying true things even when they are uncomfortable. Can I say something that is definitely against the contract? I said, and Yuki, to her credit, gestured for me to proceed anyway. I am afraid, I said, not of any of you, of repeating something. Mika turned a real feeling into a strategy, and it broke something in me I am still finding the edges of. I do not want to choose someone the way a person chooses a winning number. I want to be sure I am choosing a person, not just finally answering a question everyone has been asking me for months. The table went quiet, not uncomfortable, just full. The specific silence of people genuinely hearing something instead of waiting for their turn to respond. That is fair, Shiori said finally. That is more honest than any answer you could have given us tonight. Fumiko told me something, Rina said, before I left the house. One line from Mom's letters, apparently shared across all three, though we did not compare until this week. She wrote, do not become a cage for one another. That is exactly it, May said, quiet even through the tinny speaker. We have been 3 cages built around one man, and none of us noticed we were doing it because it looked like love from the inside. I do not think you were cruel, I said. I think you were young and hurt and circling the first person who treated you like a whole person instead of a Shinomiya asset. That is not a cage. That is just 3 people learning the same lesson at slightly different speeds. Well, Yuki said, breaking the tenderness before it turned into something none of us could recover from at a dinner table. On behalf of the contract, I would like to note that nobody has technically confessed anything tonight, yet somehow this was still the most emotionally exhausting meal I have catered in my career. The soup held up admirably, I said. The soup, Yuki agreed, remains the only professional in this room. Reiji moved the wedding date forward that same week, a decision Fumiko described to me later with the flat, weary precision of a woman who had watched too many of his decisions land the same way. He had summoned Mika into his study, invitation proofs spread across the desk, and stamped a new date onto all 300 copies before she had finished reading the first one. "This is happening in 3 weeks, he told her. Not a question, the way he announces most things in that house. 3 weeks, Mika repeated, and Fumiko said her voice had gone strange, thin, like a woman testing whether a floor would hold her weight before committing her full weight to it. "That is fast," she managed. "Clarity does not need to be slow," Reiji said. "I want this settled. I want this family looking like a family before anyone else in this house decides freedom is contagious." Mika read the new date twice, Fumiko said, and did not once say the word congratulations, not to Reiji, not to herself, not to the empty room after he left it. She took the dried camellia from her planner and pressed it carefully into the pages of the bridal binder beside the invitation proof. One more object folded into a life she had built entirely out of paper and timing. "She asked me one thing before I left the study," Fumiko told me. "She asked whether I thought a wedding could still mean something if everyone attending already knew it was hollow. What did you tell her?" I asked. "I told her that was not my question to answer," Fumiko said. "I have buried one woman I loved in that house and watched 3 daughters grow up around her absence. I am done deciding what other people's choices mean. I only report what I see." "You are kinder to her than I expected," I said. "I am not kind to her," Fumiko said. "I am accurate. There is a difference, same as you keep telling everyone else in that family. She is not a monster. She is a frightened woman who mistook a rich man's attention for safety, and now she is 3 weeks from finding out those are not the same thing at all." "Did you say anything to him?" I asked Fumiko. "I said the date felt sudden," she said. "He told me speed was a kindness, that dragging things out only gives people more time to talk themselves out of what is right. I told him that was one interpretation. He did not ask what mine was." "That sounds like him," I said. "It is always him," Fumiko said. 11 years, and it has always been him." "The ink moved faster than anyone's real feelings in that house," Fumiko told me, shaking her head slightly. "I have run that household 11 years. I have never once seen a decision made that fast that was truly about clarity. Fast decisions in that family are almost always about fear." "What do you think he is afraid of?" I asked. "The same thing he has always been afraid of," Fumiko said. "A room he cannot arrange in advance. 3 daughters who no longer ask his permission before they feel something. A wife who might, God forbid, get to decide for herself at the altar instead of simply arriving on schedule like a delivery he ordered months ago." The invitations arrived at each daughter's address within days. Thick cream envelopes, gold lettering, a date now impossible to pretend away. Shiori's came to her apartment while she was on a video call with me about an unrelated studio matter, and she opened it without pausing the conversation, scanning it once, setting it face down on the counter like a bill she intended to pay eventually, but not today. "It is real now," she said. "I am aware," I said. "Are you going?" "I have not decided," she said. "I know that sounds like avoidance. It is not. It is the first time in my life I have let myself actually not know something about my own family without immediately managing the uncertainty into a plan." Rena's invitation arrived at the cafe, tucked between 2 supplier catalogs, and she held it for a long moment before setting it on the counter next to the register. "Does emotionally unavailable count as a valid RSVP response?" she asked. "Half to me, half to the ceiling." "Only in this family," Yuki said, deadpan, appearing behind her with a delivery she had not been asked to make. "Everywhere else, it is just called Tuesday." "Are you going to go?" I asked Rena. "I think so," she said, surprising herself with the answer as she said it. Not for her, not even for him. For my sisters, honestly, because I do not want either of them standing in that room without someone who actually understands what it costs to get there. "That is a good reason," I said. "It is the only reason I have found so far that does not make me feel sick thinking about it," Rena said. The barista, listening from behind the counter, set down the cup she was polishing. "For what it is worth, boss, if you need someone to run the cafe that day so you are not thinking about inventory during a family crisis, I have got you." "I love this staff," Rena said. "To no one, to everyone. I built a family out of people who alphabetized the pastry case unprompted. This is genuinely the best decision I have ever made." "Do not get sentimental," the dishwasher called from the back. "We still expect a raise if this turns into a whole thing." "Everything is a negotiation with you people," Rena said, delighted despite herself. I would not have it any other way. Consider the raise noted, pending the cafe surviving the actual wedding first. May's copy caught up to her 3 days later, forwarded internationally, arriving crumpled at the edges from the trip. She sent a photo of it propped against a hotel window, the city skyline behind it entirely unfamiliar. It followed me across an ocean, she texted. I find that both impressive and deeply unsettling, like being stalked by cardstock. Are you going to go? I texted back. I do not know yet, May wrote. Ask me again in 2 weeks when I have to decide for real instead of admiring the question from a safe distance. That is fair, I wrote. For what it is worth, nobody here expects you to fly back for it. Least of all me. I know, she replied. That is exactly why I might. I called Shiori that same evening, mostly to check in, and found her sitting on her apartment floor surrounded by the kind of paperwork she usually kept in perfect stacks, now scattered like she had given up mid-organization. Rough night, I said. The invitation is doing something to my filing system, she said, metaphorically and, apparently, also literally. You do not have to have an opinion about it tonight, I said. I know, she said. I am having one anyway. I keep thinking about the version of me that would have RSVP'd within the hour without a single question, and I am trying to figure out if I am proud of the woman who is currently sitting on the floor instead, or just tired. Both, I said. It is usually both with your family. I have noticed a pattern. None of them use the invitation as a command. None of them called demanding I attend or stay away, or perform some role scripted for them by a father who had never once asked what they actually wanted from that day. They simply held the paper, each in her own way, and let it sit there being true, without letting it decide anything for them. Mika found me at the studio 2 evenings later, the invitation in one hand, the dried camellia in the other, both objects held like they weighed considerably more than paper and flour should. I need to ask you something, she said, and I need you to actually consider it before you say no. I am listening, I said. Organize the wedding, Mika said. Not as a favor. I will pay full rate, whatever you charge anyone else. I know how that sounds, coming from me after everything. I do not have anyone else who can make that day feel like something real is happening inside it, instead of just a very expensive performance. You do not need an event producer, I said. You need the day to mean something you actually chose, and I cannot build that for you with flowers and lighting, Mika. That is not a skill. That is a lie with excellent production value. I am asking you to build the lie, she said. Quiet now. All pretense gone. I know exactly what I am asking. I am asking anyway, because I am out of better ideas. Why me? I asked. Because you are the only person I know who would tell me the truth about how it looked instead of congratulating me on the flowers, Mika said. Every other person I could hire would build me a beautiful lie and call it a triumph. I do not think I can survive one more person telling me it is beautiful when I already know it is empty. That is the most honest thing you have said to me in months, I said. It is easier to be honest, she said, when I have nothing left to protect by lying. Do you love him? I asked, and watched the question land somewhere she clearly had not let herself go in a long while. I do not know anymore, she said. I know what he offered. I know what it cost. I stopped being able to tell the difference between loving someone and needing what they provide somewhere around the second month, and I have not found my way back to being able to separate them since. I know some jobs pay in cash, I thought, looking at her standing in that doorway with a dying flower in one hand and a printed date in the other. This one would have paid in haunted stationery, and I am not currently in the market for either. I did not say it out loud. She did not need my commentary. She needed an answer, and I owed her, at minimum, a clear one. No, I said. Not because I want to punish you, because I refuse to build something beautiful around a hollow center and call it a wedding. If that day is going to mean anything, it has to come from you, not from my lighting design. Her composure cracked. One long, visible fracture this time, not the small flickers I had grown used to. I do not know how to make it mean something, she admitted. I do not know if I ever did. Then maybe that is the real question, I said, gently as I could manage. Not who plans the flowers, whether you want to marry him at all, or whether you are 3 weeks from performing a decision you made for reasons that stopped being true months ago. She did not answer that. She left instead, invitation and flower both still in her hands, the studio door swinging open behind her longer than it needed to, like even the door was reluctant to close on the shape of that question. Yuki appeared at my elbow the moment the door finally settled shut, quiet for once. None of her usual jokes ready. You could have said yes, she said. You would have made a fortune off that wedding alone. I know, I said. I would also have spent 3 weeks building the exact kind of beautiful lie I promised myself I would never build again. Some jobs are not worth what they pay, no matter the number on the invoice. For what it is worth, Yuki said. I think that was the first time I have ever seen her leave a room without performing an exit. She just left. No line, no last word engineered to land a certain way. Maybe that is progress, I said. Maybe, Yuki said. Or maybe she finally ran out of lines worth performing. Either way, I am ordering more coffee. Tonight earned it. She was already reaching for her phone before she finished the sentence, and I let her, grateful for one more small ordinary task to hold on to, after a conversation that had left the whole studio feeling several degrees heavier than when it started. The studio hosted a corporate retirement dinner that same week, modest by any Shinomiya measure. 40 guests, a budget a fraction of what the wedding down the street was spending on flowers alone, and it was, without question, the warmest room I had stood in all month. No billionaires, I said to Yuki, watching Nana run the timeline without once checking in with me first. No disaster. I keep waiting for a booking error to reveal itself. Maybe there is not one, Yuki said. Maybe this is just what it looks like when people actually want to be somewhere. I let Kenji handle the toast cues entirely on his own, and the room did not notice the difference, which told me everything about how far this studio had come without needing anyone's surname attached to it. The retiring executive, a soft-spoken woman named Endo, no relation to the florist, pulled me aside near the end of the night. Your team runs like people who like each other, she said. That is rarer than you would think in this business. We built it slowly, I said, one honest booking at a time. It shows, she said. I have been to weddings that cost 10 times this dinner and felt 1/10 as alive. Do you get many wedding bookings? She asked, curious rather than pointed. Fewer than I used to, I said. I turned down a large one recently. Regret it? Not for 1 second, I said. Some jobs cost more than they pay, no matter the number on the invoice. She studied me for a moment, the particular look of someone doing arithmetic on a stranger's life. That sounds like a story, she said. It is, I said. I am saving it for a night with better lighting and worse consequences. Toma, Nana called from across the room, holding up 2 centerpiece options for a decision I had deliberately not made yet. Left or right, whichever one you already prefer, I called back. I stopped being the tiebreaker around booking 40. Left, she decided instantly, and moved on without waiting for confirmation, which was, I thought, exactly how it should work by now. I thought about that sentence for the rest of the night, mostly because I already knew, without being told, exactly which wedding she meant, and exactly how right she was going to turn out to be. Yuki found me still cleaning up long after the last guest left, stacking chairs I did not strictly need to stack myself. You are doing the thing again, she said. What thing? The thing where you clean an already clean room because your hands need something to do while your head is somewhere else entirely. It is a nice room, I said. It deserves clean chairs. It is a beautiful deflection, Yuki said. I have known you long enough to recognize the genre. I keep thinking about what Endo said, I admitted, about weddings that cost 10 times more and feel 1/10 as alive. You are thinking about a specific wedding, Yuki said. I am not attending it, I said. I am not fixing it either, no matter how many times my old instincts tell me otherwise. Good, Yuki said. Hold that line. I did not build a sign with my name on it just to watch you cave the week it matters most. I was not at the rehearsal the next evening. Rina called me that night and told me the whole thing in pieces, with sound effects, the specific reporting style she reserves for events that wounded her personally. Fumiko filled in the parts Rina had been too far away to catch. Between the two of them, this is the shape of what happened. Reiji had hired a planner named Osei, brisk and expensive, who had marked each family member's position on the rehearsal hall floor with strips of colored tape. A small square for each daughter, a larger one for Reiji, a place beside the altar for Mika that had been measured, apparently, to the centimeter. Shiori here, Osei called, pointing. May's mark is here, though she will be joining remotely for now. Rina, beside your sister. I am not standing on tape that tells me how to feel about my own stepmother's wedding, Rina told her, refusing to move from where she already stood. It is not about feeling, Reiji said, impatient. It is about the photograph. Guests expect to see a unified family. Then guests are going to see 3 empty squares of tape, Shiori said, not moving either, because none of us signed up to be furniture in your photograph. You are embarrassing me in front of the planner, Reiji said, low, the specific tone he uses when an audience makes his control feel more urgent, not less. Osei has seen families argue before, Sherry said. I imagine she has seen far worse than 3 daughters declining to be arranged like place settings. Osei, to her credit, said nothing at all, pen hovering over her clipboard, clearly recalculating whether this particular booking was going to make her professional highlight reel or her cautionary tale. May, Reiji said, to the phone propped on a nearby chair, May's face visible and unimpressed from her hotel room across the world. Even you can see this is disrespectful. I can see a lot of things from here, May said, dry. Mostly I see a man who hired a professional to choreograph feelings that were never going to show up on command. That is not disrespect, Dad. That is just Tuesday's math. Does the cake have an assigned emotional position too? Rena asked, deadpan, nodding toward the towering, absurdly guarded dessert already stationed at the back of the hall, flanked by 2 security staff who looked considerably more attentive than anyone watching the actual rehearsal. I would like to know if it is required to smile for the cameras, or if that expectation is reserved exclusively for the daughters. Nobody laughed, Rena told me, though she considered the joke one of her finest. The staff exchanged glances instead, the specific look of people watching a family perform unity that not one of them actually possessed. Tape marks glowed empty and untouched on the floor, while 3 daughters stood exactly where they had chosen to stand, nowhere close to where they had been told. Mika stood near the altar mark through all of it, Rena said, silent, watching her stepdaughters refuse a choreography she herself had never once had the nerve to refuse. She looked at the empty tape longer than she looked at any of us, Rena told me. I do not think she was angry. I think she was doing math on how different her whole life might have gone if she had said no to one single mark on one single floor, a long time ago, before any of this. Osi tried one more time, Rena went on. She said, very carefully, perhaps we revisit positions after a short break. My father said there would be no break. Osi looked at her clipboard like it had personally betrayed her, which, in fairness, it kind of had, since none of her tapes survived first contact with 3 grown women who had already decided this particular performance was over. Fumiko found Reiji alone afterward in the quiet corridor outside his study and drew the 4th envelope from beneath her coat, the one that had waited 11 years for a moment she had clearly hoped would look different than this. Akari left you this, she said. The rule has always been the same. It opens when you are ready to let go of something, not before. Let go of what? Reiji asked, already reaching for it, already treating it like one more logistics item to file. I do not know, Fumiko said. She did not tell me. She only told me you would know it when you felt it, and that I was not to hand it to you a moment before that feeling arrived, no matter how much you asked. Reiji took the envelope, unopened, and slid it into his jacket pocket with the same brisk efficiency he gave everything else that week. I do not have time for a puzzle from a dead woman tonight, he said. I have a wedding in 4 days. It is not a puzzle, Fumiko said, quiet but unmoving. It is the last thing she ever wrote to you. I would think a man planning his second wedding might find 4 minutes for his first wife's final words. I will read it when I am ready, Reiji said. You keep saying that, Fumiko said. I have been waiting 11 years to hear you mean it. He did not answer her. Fumiko watched him walk away with the letter still sealed against his chest, and told me later that in 11 years of service to that family, she had never once felt as certain of anything as she felt in that hallway, watching a man carry his last real chance in a jacket pocket like an inconvenience. Did you consider telling him what was in it? I asked her, once she had finished the story. I do not know what is in it, Fumiko said. Akari never told me, only that it mattered more than the other 3 combined. I have spent 11 years guessing, and I have stopped guessing out loud, because a guess said aloud too many times starts to feel like a fact, and this is not mine to turn into one. Some letters ask to be opened the moment they arrive. I thought, hearing the story secondhand, that this one had spent 11 years waiting for a man who might never feel ready enough to give it the moment it deserved. Mika came to the studio 2 nights later, alone, no assistant trailing her this time, holding the printed invitation in one hand and the dried camellia in the other, her phone visible in her coat pocket, like she had meant to record something and thought better of it. I am not asking you to plan it anymore, she said. I already know your answer to that. I am asking something smaller. What? I said, though some tired part of me already suspected the shape of it before she finished. Come to the ceremony, she said, not to work it, just to be a face in that room that is not performing something. I do not think I can walk down that aisle if every single person watching is either being paid or being commanded to smile. That is not a smaller request, I said. That is the same request in a different coat. Maybe, she admitted. I do not have many honest requests left in me, Toma. This is close to the last one. Her grip tightened on the camellia without her seeming to notice, and I watched, quiet, as one dried petal cracked and fell to the studio floor between us, the second casualty of a bouquet that had been dying in slow motion since the week it was cut. I cannot be the thing that makes that room feel real, I said. Not because I want to punish you for asking, because if I am there and it works, everyone in that hall walks away believing the ceremony healed something. It did not. You know it did not. I am not going to hand you a feeling you have not actually earned, no matter how much I understand why you want it. You think I am asking you for revenge? Mika said, sharp now, some old defensiveness rising to cover the raw place underneath it. I do not think that, I said. I think you are asking me for the one thing I was always good at, making a room feel warmer than it actually is. I did that for you once, for months, without either of us calling it what it was. I am not doing it again, for you or for anyone else. So you're just going to let me walk into that hall alone, she said. You are not alone, I said. You have a father-in-law-to-be, 300 guests, a cake with its own security detail, and a fiancé who ordered your date moved up like a shipment. What you do not have is me pretending that adds up to something it does not. That is cruel, Mika said. It is accurate, I said. I stopped being able to tell the difference between the two of those for a while. Back when I was engaged to you, I am done confusing them now. I made a mistake, she said, quieter, some of the fight draining out of her all at once. I know, I said. I am not the one who gets to forgive it for you. That work belongs to you now, whatever shape it ends up taking. I hope you find it. I am not going to be the shortcut. Do you hate me? She asked, small, the question she had clearly been circling the entire conversation without letting herself land on it directly. No, I said, and meant it, surprising myself slightly with how easily the answer came. I do not hate you, Mika. I think you were scared, and scared people make choices that look like strength and are actually just very well-dressed fear. I have made a few of those myself. I am not in a position to hate anyone for it. That is more grace than I have earned, she said. Probably, I said. I am not offering it because you earned it. I am offering it because carrying the alternative around would cost me more than it would ever cost you, and I have gotten tired of paying for things that are not mine to owe. She looked down at the invitation and the flower, both still in her hands, and I watched her realize, in real time, that she could not close her fingers around both objects at once, not without crushing one or dropping the other. The invitation, I thought, had survived more pressure standing on that table than the engagement it was printed to celebrate ever had. I have to go, she said finally, and left without asking me to walk her out. The studio door swung shut slower than it should have. Even the hinges seemed to understand there was nothing left to say that either of us had not already said in some other shape, at some earlier hour, in some other doorway. This same story kept returning to. The morning of the wedding arrived bright and overproduced, according to the string of texts Shiori sent me in real time. Clipped and factual, her way of processing a day she had not fully agreed to attend. The cake had 2 dedicated security staff. The guest list was checked twice at the door. Letter 4, she noted, was still a visible rectangle in the breast pocket of Reiji's jacket, unopened, carried like a weapon he had decided not to use. Why does a cake need security? I texted back, mostly to give her something lighter to answer. Ask my father, she wrote. I believe the phrase he used was optics. Rena asked the guard if he was protecting the cake from guests or from the marriage. He did not have an answer prepared. That tracks, I wrote. Very little in that family has an answer prepared once Rena starts asking real questions in a joke's clothing. The florist keeps replacing wilted arrangements every 20 minutes, Shiori texted next. It is 80 degrees in that hall, and the flowers cannot survive the performance any better than the rest of us can. Is Mika holding up? I asked, unable to stop myself. She is holding a bouquet that is not the one from her planner, Shiori wrote. I do not know where the old flower went. She has not not said a word to anyone all morning. A photographer arrived and began arranging the extended family for formal portraits, Shiori reported, and Reiji stood at the center of every configuration by default, an assumption nobody in that hall bothered to question anymore. He keeps adjusting his own tie in every mirror he passes, Shiori texted. I have never seen a man so certain a wedding is happening and so unable to look directly at the bride he is certain about. Guests keep greeting my father first, Shiori texted. Not Mika, him, like she is furniture that came with the venue. Another message arrived a minute later, from Rina this time, forwarded through Shiori's thread. The cake has more security than the actual relationship, it read. I would like this noted for the historical record. I read both messages standing in my own quiet studio, 40 minutes from a hall I had refused to enter, and felt the particular ache of watching a wound continue without being able to close it from this distance. She is alone in the bridal room, Shiori's next text said. No mother, no real friend, just a stylist checking her hair for a photograph nobody in that family actually wants. I do not know what to do with how sad that makes me, considering everything. I typed back the only honest thing I had. You do not have to do anything with it, I wrote. You are allowed to feel sorry for someone and still know you made the right choice standing where you are standing. The registrar arrived at the appointed hour. Shiori's last text said, punctual, professional, entirely unaware of the particular silence he was about to walk into. Reiji met him at the door himself, letter 4 still sealed in his pocket, and gave the single instruction that would end up defining the rest of that day for every person standing in that hall. Begin, he said. I set my phone face down on the studio counter after that last text. 40 minutes and a lifetime away from a hall I had refused to enter. I understood, with a certainty I could not entirely explain, that whatever was about to happen in that room was no longer mine to soften, fix, or witness up close. It belonged, finally, to the people standing inside it. Yuki found me staring at the dark screen a few minutes later and did not ask what it meant. She simply pulled a second chair over, sat down beside me, and said nothing at all for a long while, which, from Yuki, was its own kind of answer to a question neither of us had said out loud. I was not in that hall, and I want to say that plainly before I tell you what happened inside it. Everything in this part came to me afterward, mostly from Shiori, who told me the whole day in one unbroken breath the night it ended, and partly from Fumiko, who filled in the pieces Shiori had been too far inside the moment to see clearly herself. 300 guests took their seats under white draping that had cost more than most people's yearly salary, and the first wrong note, Shiori said, arrived before anyone had even sat down properly. Front row, on the left, marked with your names, an usher told her, pointing. We are sitting here instead, Shiori said, already 2 rows back, Rina beside her. Miss, the seating chart says the usher started. The chart is wrong, Shiori said, cutting him off gently. Update it. May, joining by a tablet propped on the empty seat beside them, existed in that row only as a small glowing rectangle. Nobody quite knew how to greet. Can everyone see me okay? May's voice crackled through the speaker. You are perfectly visible and extremely underdressed for a wedding, Rina murmured back. I am in pajamas on purpose, May said. It is a statement. Good afternoon, Reiji. Wonderful to see the family together, one guest said, offering the kind of easy warmth reserved for men who write large checks to good causes. Congratulations on the day, said another, shaking his hand twice. Nobody said a single word like that to Mika, seated near the altar in her dress, flowers in hand. She looks lovely, someone finally murmured, to a neighbor. Not to her, the closest thing to a greeting she received all afternoon. Where are the girls sitting? One older donor asked Reiji, scanning the front row. They will be along, Reiji said, smooth, already moving past the question. All 3? Even the one abroad? The donor pressed, genuinely curious rather than unkind. Even her, Reiji said. We are a family, whatever the distance. I heard later, from more than one source, that the empty chairs beside him were the loudest guests in that entire hall. The registrar opened his folder at the appointed hour. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could take our seats, he called, and the last of the standing guests settled, a soft rustle of expensive fabric moving through the tent all at once. Reiji rose before the ceremony proper began, unscripted, the kind of remark powerful men make when they want witnesses to believe unity is simply a fact of the room, rather than something that has to be built. Thank you all for coming, he said, warm, practiced. Today means a great deal to this family. My family is here today, he went on, gesturing broadly toward the row where his daughters were conspicuously not seated beside him, to celebrate a new chapter. A guest leaned toward her neighbor. Is that meant to be the daughter's row? She whispered. I believe so, the neighbor whispered back. It appears to be missing its occupants. Actually, Shiori said, standing, her voice carrying further than she expected it to in a room built for acoustics. I would like to correct that before we continue. A ripple went through the guests, the specific hush of people realizing the program had just changed without anyone telling them. I am here, Shiori said, because Mika is a person, and this is a significant day in her life. Whatever else it is, I am not here to perform a family that stopped functioning as one a long time before this wedding was scheduled. Shiori, Reiji said, low, a warning wrapped thin around her name. Sit down, I am not finished, she said. You are embarrassing everyone in this tent. I think everyone in this tent already knew, Shiori said. They simply had better manners than to say it before I did. I turned down an engagement this year because I refused to be traded for a shipping contract, she went on, steady. I do not intend to spend today pretending I would trade myself for a photograph instead. I wish Mika whatever peace she can find here. I am not going to lie about what this family currently is to get it for her. That is enough, Reiji said, quieter now. The kind of quiet that usually precedes something worse. It is not enough, Shiori said. It is barely a start. I am sitting down now because I said what I came to say, not because you told me to. Rina stood next, half a beat later, her dress rustling with the particular defiance of someone who had clearly rehearsed this in a mirror at least twice. For the record, she said, my cafe is independent, solvent, and mine, entirely without help from this family. And I would like that noted somewhere more official than a wedding toast nobody asked me to give. Sit down, Rina, Reiji said. I sat down plenty of times when I should have stood, Rina said. I am done doing that. A few guests, unable to help themselves, laughed. A small, nervous, real sound in a room that had not produced one yet. The tablet on the empty chair crackled to life with May's voice, jet-lagged and unbothered by the 11-hour time difference between her hotel room and that hall. I am not flying back for a photograph either, she said. Plain, no drama in it. I love my sisters. I am glad they are both there. I am not going to pretend distance means I do not still have an opinion about what this day is actually for. Turn that thing off, Reiji said, toward the tablet, toward May. Toward whichever daughter he thought might actually obey him at that point. No, Rina said, before May could answer for herself. She is staying on. This is not her business from a hotel room, Reiji said. It became her business the day you scheduled a video call as a witness, Rina said. You cannot invite someone to a wedding and then complain when they have an opinion about it. He held a small printed card in one hand. The planned family photo positions typed out in careful, optimistic detail. Sit, he said, to Shiori, to Rina, to the row generally. One final attempt at the old authority. We are not finished with the ceremony. You are not finished, Shiori said. We already are. This is not the time, Reiji said. It is exactly the time, Shiori said. You picked it. 300 witnesses, remember? I am told he crushed the card, slowly, without seeming to notice he was doing it. Can I ask something? Rina said, into the silence that followed, mostly because she cannot survive more than 90 seconds of unbroken tension without saying something absurd to relieve it. Is there a return policy on the dress? I am asking for a friend. The friend is me. I would like to return it as unused family propaganda. This is not the venue for that question, Reiji said, tight. Then tell me the venue, Rina said, and I will follow up on Monday in writing with a receipt. Nobody laughed out loud, but several guests, Shiori said, looked considerably more awake than they had a minute earlier. Are we ready to proceed? The registrar asked, to the room generally, the patience of a man who had clearly officiated stranger ceremonies than this one, audible in his voice. Please, Reiji said. Proceed. The registrar looked once toward the daughter's row, found no objection waiting there, and turned to Mika to ask the only question the entire ceremony actually required. Do you, Mika Fujiwara, take this man, Reiji Shinomiya, to be your lawfully wedded husband? He began. The standard words, the ones designed to be simple enough that anyone could answer them without thinking, to have and to hold in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live. Mika's hand tightened around her bouquet. The dried camellia, already cracked from weeks of being pressed and unpressed, folded once more inside her grip, and this time it did not survive the pressure. She opened her mouth. Nothing came out. The silence stretched. 3 seconds, then 5. long enough that guests began exchanging glances, long enough that the registrar's practiced patience began, visibly, to falter. "Take your time," he said, gentle, professional, clearly recalibrating for a moment his training had not fully prepared him for. Mika started, and stopped again, her eyes finally finding Reggie's, searching for something in his face that might have made the next word easier. She did not find it. "Mika," Reggie said, low, urgent, the first genuine crack of alarm anyone had heard from him all day. "Just say it, say yes." "I need to stop," she said finally, the words arriving small and clear in a room built to carry much louder things. "I cannot say it. I am sorry. I cannot say yes to this." "Did she just?" someone near the back whispered, not quite finishing the sentence. "I think so," another voice answered, hushed, disbelieving. The registrar closed his folder halfway. "Mika," Reggie said, close to her ear, quiet enough that only the front rows caught it. "Not here, not like this." "Where then?" Mika whispered back. "I do not think there is a room where this gets easier for me, Reggie." He did not have an answer ready for that. "Continue," he said instead, to the registrar, flat, final, the same voice he uses to close a business deal that has stopped being profitable to negotiate. "She is overwhelmed. That is normal. Continue the ceremony." The registrar looked between them, folder still half open, clearly understanding that whatever he did next would define the rest of that afternoon for everyone in the room. "Sir," the registrar said, careful, "I do not believe I can continue without an affirmative answer." "She is overwhelmed," Reggie said again, sharper this time. "This happens. Give her 30 seconds and ask again." With respect, the registrar said, "I have officiated 11 years of ceremonies, and a bride who cannot say yes in 30 seconds does not usually find it in 60 either." "I did not ask for your professional opinion," Reggie said. "I asked you to continue." Fumiko, standing near the family row where she had insisted on a seat despite technically being staff, rose then and walked the length of the aisle with the sealed fourth envelope held in both hands like something that had waited long enough. "Reggie," she said, loud enough now that the back rows heard her clearly. "Stop giving orders for 1 minute and read this." "Reggie," she said, stopping beside him, ignoring entirely the 300 people watching her do it. "You said you would read this when you were ready. I am telling you, as someone who has watched this family for 11 years, that you are never going to feel more ready than you do standing in this exact room, at this exact moment, watching this exact thing happen in front of you." He took the envelope from her hand and stood there, unmoving, long enough that Fumiko said, quiet but insistent, "Open it, Reggie. Now, not later, not when it is convenient." "This is not the moment," he said. "This is the only moment left," Fumiko said. Something in the silence of that hall seemed to finally reach him, and he broke the seal. Akari's handwriting, the same careful hand that had written to all 3 daughters, filled the single page inside. "Do not make our daughters into extensions of your fear," it read. "Love is not a schedule you can enforce." If you are reading this at my grave, at a courthouse, or at an altar that is not truly wanted, let the room decide, not you. I loved you. I am asking you, one last time, to let someone choose. Reiji read it once, silently, his face doing something none of the daughters had ever seen it do in public. "Dad," Shiori said quietly, watching him from the row, the first time she had used that word all afternoon instead of his name. He did not answer her either. When he finally looked up, the room was already answering the question for him. Mika had removed her ring. She held it out, not to him, not to anyone in particular, simply away from her own body, like something she had finally stopped being able to carry. The dried camellia fell from her bouquet as her hand opened, landing on the white runner between them, cracked petals scattering across fabric that had cost more than the flower's entire dying life had ever been worth. Nobody moved to pick it up. It stayed there, small and pale, against all that expensive white, the last visible proof of a story that had started fresh and ended exactly like this. "I am not doing this," Mika said. To the room, to Reiji, mostly, I think, to herself. "You told the registrar to continue," she said, turning to face him directly at last. "You did not ask me if I was all right. You did not ask me what I needed. You gave an order, the same way you give every order in this house. And I finally understood, standing right here, that you would have kept giving that order until I ran out of ways to refuse it." "That is not what I meant," Reiji said, and something in his voice for once sounded less like command and more like a man watching a floor give way beneath him. "It does not matter what you meant," Mika said. "It matters what you did. I do not know if I love you, or if I only love what you offered me instead of being afraid of an empty bank account and an uncertain future. I am not going to marry a man to find out which one it was, not after watching him choose control over me in front of 300 people. She walked past him, past the registrar, past 300 guests who had come expecting a celebration and received instead the truest thing that family had produced in months. Nobody applauded. Nobody moved to stop her. The only sound, Shiori said, was her heels against the aisle runner, steady, unhurried, a woman finally walking at her own pace after months of being told exactly how fast to move. Reiji stood alone at that altar with a crushed schedule in one hand and an open letter in the other. He looked, Shiori told me, genuinely lost for the only time she could remember in her entire life. A man who had spent decades believing that enough control could substitute for consent, standing in the wreckage of that exact belief. Are we leaving? Rina asked quietly, gathering her bag. We are leaving, Shiori said. May, we will call you from the car. Please do, May said, from the tablet, already reaching to end the call herself. I do not think I can watch that man stand there for one more second, even from 11 time zones away. His daughters did not follow him out. They did not stay to comfort him either. Shiori told me she simply stood, straightened her coat, and walked toward the exit at her own pace. Neither cruel nor performing forgiveness she did not yet feel, just done with a room that had asked her to be furniture one too many times. She came to my studio a little after 8 that evening. No family car, no title said out loud, no sister trailing behind her for cover. Walker car, she told me later she had asked herself, standing on the corner 4 blocks out. I chose walk. I needed the time to decide whether I was arriving as a Shinomiya or just as myself. Which one showed up? I asked. Just me, she said. By the time I reached your door, I had already answered it. I heard, I said, opening the door before she could knock. Yuki already retreating tactfully toward the back office with a speed that suggested she had been listening for the sound of footsteps for the last hour. From who? Shiori asked. Some small, unexpected laugh finding its way through everything the day had cost her. Rina. Mostly, I said, in 3 separate voice messages, each one longer than the last. How much did you hear? She asked again. Enough to know you did not come here for an event producer, I said, or a rescue, or anything with my old job title attached to it. Something in her shoulders, tired as they clearly were, came down half an inch. The same drop I had watched happen once before, on a very different night, over a very different kind of honesty. Is he all right? I asked, meaning Reiji, unable to help asking. I do not know, Shiori said. I did not stay to find out. I am allowed to care about that, and also not be the one who fixes it tonight. For what it is worth, I said, I am glad you walked here. Are you asking me something? Shiori said, the ghost of her old precision returning, testing the ground before she let herself hope for anything specific. Maybe, I said. Is that allowed tonight, of all nights? I do not know, she said. Ask and we will find out together. I am asking for a real date, I said. Not a rescue, not a rebound from a wedding that just ended badly. What kind then? She asked. An actual, ordinary, unremarkable date, I said. The kind 2 people have when nobody in either of their families is watching, and nothing about it needs to fix anything that happened today. Does that require a deposit? Yuki called from the back office, unable to help herself, clearly still listening, despite every performance of tact. It requires you to stay in the back office, I called back, and Shiori laughed, real and unguarded, the first sound in that doorway that had nothing sad hiding underneath it at all. Yes, she said to me, quiet now, sure in a way I had not heard from her before, a real date, no rescue required. Tomorrow too soon, I asked. Tomorrow is perfect, she said. Somewhere with terrible lighting and no photographer, please. I have had enough of both to last several lifetimes. I can arrange terrible lighting, I said. It is, historically, my one true professional weakness. Good, she said. Lean into it. She left her phone, screen dark, buried at the bottom of her bag, and for the first time since I had known her, made no move to check it. 6 months after a wedding that never finished, the studio calendar had a problem I genuinely did not know how to have a year earlier. Too much good work, and not enough hours in which to be precious about doing all of it myself. We need to talk about the Kurihara account, Yuki said, sliding into the morning meeting with her tablet already open. It is big, it is good. It is also entirely yours to decide, not mine. Since when do you let me decide things alone? I said. Since you built a team that can hold an opinion without falling apart, Yuki said. Nana, tell him what you told me. I think we should take it, Nana said, but not with you running point. Let Kenji lead logistics, I will run design, and you do what you are actually good at, which is closing the client and staying out of everyone's way after that. That is either a promotion or a demotion, I said. Depends entirely on your ego, Kenji said, not looking up from his notes. You get to stop micromanaging the flowers. Try to enjoy it. I have never once micromanaged a flower, I said. You once redid an entire centerpiece at 11 at night because a single stem was, and I quote, aggressively asymmetrical, Yuki said. That stem, I said, was a symbol of chaos I could not in good conscience allow into a client's happiest day. See, Kenji said, this is exactly why you are closing the client and not touching the flowers. I built this studio to have my name on the door, I said, mostly to myself, and apparently the actual reward is learning to trust 3 other people's names on the invoice. Freedom, I thought, watching them argue happily over seating charts without needing me in the room, had apparently come with meeting invitations, a shared calendar, and considerably less control than I expected to miss. You look upset, Nana said, catching my face. I am not upset, I said. I am adjusting to being slightly unnecessary in my own company, which is a strange feeling for a man who used to answer every phone call personally. Unnecessary is the wrong word, Kenji said. Try no longer required to personally suffer through every decision. Much better feeling once you sit with it a while. How is the new client feeling about Kenji leading? I asked, genuinely curious rather than checking up on anyone. Relieved, honestly, Yuki said. You have a wonderful reputation and a slightly terrifying intensity about flower placement. Kenji has the intensity of a golden retriever who occasionally wins arguments. Clients respond well to that combination. I am going to choose to hear that as a compliment, I said. It was one, Yuki said. Barely. Nana pulled up the shared calendar on the main screen, 3 names filling slots that used to have only mine written across them. We are booked through autumn, she said. Real bookings. Referrals, repeat clients. 1 wedding that specifically requested no drama whatsoever, which I found extremely funny given our history. Everyone finds that funny, I said. I have stopped being offended by it. Vote, Yuki said, to the room. 3 hands went up before mine did. Fine, I said. We take the Kurihara account, Kenji leads, Nana designs, I close it, and then, apparently, disappear. You are getting better at disappearing, Nana said. High praise, historically, in this industry. I will take it, I said. My phone had exactly 0 unread Shinomiya messages that morning, not because I was avoiding anyone, but because there was, for the first time in over a year, genuinely nothing urgent enough to require one. I noticed the quiet and did not immediately distrust it. A small, hard-won victory in itself. Reiji arrived at Rina's cafe on a Tuesday afternoon, alone. No assistant, no folder. Dressed down in a way I had never once seen him dress in 18 months of knowing the man. He stood near the door, uncertain, in a room that clearly had no reserved table waiting for him. Table for 1, he said, to the register kid, who looked at him with the particular blank courage of someone who had been coached extensively for exactly this moment. We will get you seated in a minute, sir, the kid said. We are between shifts. Reiji stood there. Nobody rushed to fix that for him. Rina emerged from the back 10 minutes later, apron still on, unhurried, and looked at her father standing by the door like a man who had wandered into the wrong building and was too proud to say so. You can sit, she said, once the lunch rush clears and a table is actually free. I am not seating you ahead of paying customers who have been waiting. I could wait outside, Reiji offered, an attempt at generosity that landed, in that room, as exactly what it was. A man discovering boundaries existed and did not automatically bend for him. You can wait right there, Rina said, pointing at the small bench by the window. It is a nice bench. I picked it myself. He sat on the bench. He waited. When a table finally opened, Rina walked over herself instead of sending staff. You get 1 hour, she said. No business talk, no apology tour. If you want to sit here, you sit here as a customer, same as everyone else in this room. I can do that, Reiji said, and something in his voice, quieter than I had ever heard it, suggested he meant it, at least for the length of 1 lunch. Why now? Rina asked, before walking away, unable to resist the question. Because I ran out of rooms where people had to listen to me, Reiji said. This was the only one left where I thought someone might actually let me sit down. That is either very honest or very sad, Rina said. With you lately, she added, echoing a phrase she had picked up somewhere without seeming to notice. It is usually both. What do you want to order? She asked, pulling out her notepad, business mode, returning briefly. Whatever you recommend, Reiji said. I have never once ordered off a menu without someone telling me the correct choice first. The salted caramel, Rena said. It is the best thing here. It has survived several personal crises, mine specifically, and come out better for it. Then I will have that, Reiji said, and meant it as more than an order. Shiori joined him partway through, sliding into the seat across from her father without ceremony. Ordering coffee, she paid for herself. How is the studio? Reiji asked her, and the question landed strange in the room. A man asking his daughter about her life instead of assigning her a place inside his own. It is mine, Shiori said. I started it in January. No family funding, no board seat with your name on it. We do community grants now, the kind you always called inefficient. I would like to hear about it, Reiji said, and waited, actually waited, for her to decide whether she wanted to tell him. We funded a tutoring program last month, Shiori said, testing the words out loud in front of him. Small. 12 kids. It will never make a headline anywhere. 12 is a real number, Reiji said. I used to think efficiency meant scale. I am learning, slowly, that it sometimes just meant control. That is the most self-aware sentence I have ever heard you say, Shiori said. I have had 6 months, Reiji said, and very little else to do with the silence. She told him some of it, not everything, plainly rather than warmly, and he listened without once redirecting the conversation toward himself, which Rena told me later was possibly the single strangest thing she had witnessed her father do in her entire adult life. Are you happy? He asked, quiet, almost afraid of the answer. Some days, Shiori said, more days than I expected to be, this soon after everything. Extra oat milk, the barista said, setting down Reiji's coffee, is $1.50, sir. We do not comp it for anyone, family or otherwise. Reiji reached for his wallet, found the correct bills, and paid the exact amount without a single word of protest. Wealth, I thought later, when Rena told me the story, laughing so hard she had to sit down, had finally met a fee it could not simply absorb its way past. He left before the hour was fully up, coat still carrying, folded somewhere against his chest, the crushed remains of a ceremony schedule from a wedding that had ended 6 months earlier, a weight he had apparently decided to keep without explaining why to anyone, including, I suspect, himself. Mika, in a small design studio across the city that had never heard the name Shinomiya and had no particular reason to, sat at a shared desk reviewing a client mock-up with a coworker named Sano, sharp-eyed and entirely uninterested in her history. This has too many decorative lies in it, Sano said, tapping the screen. 3 fonts trying to say the same thing. Pick one honest font and let the work speak. You are right, Mika said, and made the correction without defending the original choice. A small, unglamorous kind of honesty she had not always been capable of in rooms with higher stakes than a client mock-up. I like working with you, Sano said. You take a note without making it a whole conversation. I am practicing, Mika said. It is a newer skill than you would think. You do not talk about yourself much, Sano said, not prying, just noting it the way coworkers do after enough shared lunches. Not much to tell, Mika said. I had a complicated year. I am mostly trying to have a boring one now, on purpose. Boring is underrated, Sano said. I have had exactly one dramatic year in my life, and I am still recovering from it a decade later. Only one, Mika said, almost smiling. You are lucky. Drinks after work, Sano offered, closing the laptop. Nothing dramatic, just the ordinary kind. Ordinary sounds good, Mika said, and meant it, surprising herself slightly with how easily the sentence came out this time. No performance in it, no strategy hiding underneath. The small bar Sano picked was loud in the comfortable way. No reserved tables, no one checking whether anyone important had arrived. Can I ask you something? Sano said. 2 drinks in, the question arriving with the particular ease of a person who has decided you are trustworthy. You never mention family. Everyone mentions family eventually. I do not have much to mention, Mika said. Not anymore. I am building the version of it that starts now, mostly from scratch. That sounds lonely, Sano said, not unkindly. It was, for a while, Mika admitted. It is getting less lonely, slowly. I used to think a life needed someone attached to the top of it to count as a real one. I am learning it just needs to be mine. That is a decent sentence for someone 3 drinks deep, Sano said. I am 2 drinks deep, Mika corrected. The third one is still deciding whether it wants to happen. Fair, Sano said, and ordered it anyway. That evening, alone in her apartment, she opened her planner out of old habit, checking the week ahead, and found the small inside pocket where a flower used to live, long empty now. The camellia gone since the day it fell on an aisle runner she had walked away from without looking back. She did not replace it with anything. She closed the drawer, plain, unremarkable, and did not call anyone that night, which was, in its own quiet way, the first entirely ordinary evening she had spent in longer than she could remember. I picked Shiori up at 7, on foot, no car, because some habits, once you break them, are worth keeping broken. "You look nervous," she said, studying me on her doorstep like she was reading a slightly unfamiliar report. "I am extremely nervous," I said. "I have planned 300 other people's romantic evenings professionally. I have never once planned my own. The math is not in my favor." "Where are we going?" she asked. "Somewhere with terrible lighting," I said. "As promised, a small place 2 streets from the studio. No press, no donors, no registrar standing by in case anyone changes their mind." "That last part is oddly specific," Shiori said. "I have had a complicated year," I said. Certain phrases now come pre-loaded with trauma. "Do you ever think about it?" she asked, once we were seated, menus barely glanced at. "The wedding? All of it," she said. "The whole year, really." "Sometimes," I said. "Mostly, I think about how strange it is that the worst day of my life produced the best year of it in the same 12 months, like the universe could not decide which lesson to teach me, so it taught both at once." "That is either very poetic or very tired," Shiori said. "I have not slept properly in 18 months, I said. "Assume both." "My father asked about you," she said, careful, watching for my reaction. "What did you tell him?" "That it was new. That I was not going to explain it to him in detail, because some things are not his to manage anymore." "How did he take that?" I asked. "Better than I expected," she said, "which is either genuine growth or exhaustion. I have stopped trying to tell the difference. Both keep him quiet, and quiet is progress in that house." My phone buzzed halfway through appetizers. Rena, in the group chat that apparently now existed specifically to monitor my personal life. "Is it happening?" The message read. "Yuki says, it is happening. I want updates. Photographic evidence preferred, but not required." Another message arrived instantly, from May, time-stamped absurdly early for her time zone. "I am awake for this," it read. I set an alarm. "Do not disappoint me. Tell them we are eating appetizers and being extremely normal," Shiori said, watching me type. "They will not believe that," I said. Nothing about tonight qualifies as normal to that group chat. I could report we were discussing tax law, and they would still demand a full debrief. "Try it," she said. "I want to see what they do with tax law." I typed it anyway. "Discussing appetizers and tax law," I sent. "Very normal. Nothing to report." Rena's reply arrived within seconds. "Liar," it read. "Nobody's face looks like that over tax law." "Yuki confirms via secondhand studio gossip that you have been smiling since 6:15. Explain yourself." "I refuse," I typed back. "Some things stay between me and the appetizers." "Yuki," I typed, "please ban the group chat from booking my personal time." "Too late," Yuki wrote back within seconds. "I have already scheduled a follow-up debrief for tomorrow morning. 9 sharp, mandatory attendance. Bring details." Shiori, reading over my shoulder, laughed properly, the good kind, entirely unguarded. "They are never going to stop," she said. "No," I agreed. "I have made my peace with that, mostly." After 3 daughters, 1 billionaire, and a cancelled wedding, I thought, watching her laugh across a small table with genuinely terrible lighting, exactly as advertised, a normal dinner felt dangerously experimental. Like a stunt neither of us had rehearsed enough to trust completely. I trusted it anyway. "What made you finally ask?" Shiori said, curious rather than testing. "Honestly," I said, "watching you refuse to sit on that tape at the rehearsal, I thought, there, that is a person who knows exactly where she stands, even when everyone around her is trying to move the ground." "That is a strange thing to fall for," she said. "Structural integrity." "I have had a very strange year," I said, my standards adjusted accordingly. "Can I say something?" Shiori said, once the plates had cleared and the restaurant had thinned to a comfortable, unhurried quiet. "You can say anything," I said. "I do not need you to fix my life," she said. "I do not need you to be my replacement family, or my proof that good men exist, or my reward for finally standing up to my father. I need you to just be a person I am having dinner with, who I like, for entirely ordinary reasons. That is the only version of this I know how to offer," I said. "I am fresh out of rescues. I retired from that line of work months ago." "Good," she said. "I retired from needing one." She reached across the small table, and I took her hand, not because either of us needed saving, but because, for the first time since a wedding that never finished, Wanting something simple felt entirely, finally, safe. Outside, the city moved around us the way it always had, indifferent, ordinary, unaware that anything remarkable had happened at a small table with bad lighting. Somewhere behind us, I knew, a group chat was already typing, 3 names and one very opinionated studio partner, waiting for a debrief none of them were actually going to let me skip. I found, walking beside Shiori into an unremarkable evening, neither of us had needed anyone's permission to choose, that I did not mind one bit. A year ago, I had crouched behind a dessert table, refolding a napkin no one would ever notice, hands shaking, certain the only thing I still knew how to do was make small things look correct while everything large fell apart around me. I did not know, that night, that the falling apart was the actual beginning, or that refusing an envelope would end up mattering more, in the long run, than every single thing I had ever fixed for anyone. I still fix things professionally for money, and I am good at it. But I no longer mistake fixing for loving, and I no longer confuse being needed with being chosen. Somewhere across the city, a father was learning to wait for an invitation. A woman was learning that ordinary could be its own kind of peace. 3 sisters were building lives that no longer required a man at the center of them to feel complete. And I was walking home with someone who had picked me for no reason more complicated than wanting to, which turned out, in the end, to be the only reason that ever actually mattered. Somewhere behind us, the group chat kept typing. I let it. Whatever they had to say could wait until morning. 9 sharp, mandatory attendance, exactly as promised. Tonight belonged to an ordinary street, terrible lighting, and one very simple decision that had taken an entire year, 3 sisters, and 1 canceled wedding to finally feel safe enough to make.
2 people walk home from an ordinary dinner. No car waiting, no father's schedule to keep, no ring left to negotiate. Real love was never for sale here. Reiji tried to buy it, then command it, and both times it walked out the door he was holding open for the wrong reason. Toma never won through revenge. He won by refusing to stay useful on command, and by staying calm long enough for the truth to do its own work. Shiori, Mei, and Rina became adults the moment each chose a life, instead of their father's plan for one. Only after that free choice did Toma and Shiori get to choose each other on an ordinary street, for no reason grander than wanting to.